What's up, guys? Welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. I am glad to see everybody here. Larry, hi, how are you, friend? I do have to talk to you later. Please report to my office. Everybody else, please go ahead and clock in for your shift today by hitting that like button. I hope you've had a wonderful day. I know that it's hot down in Texas. People tell me that you have to convert it to Canadian. I don't understand. Thank you. I love the dress too. Um, Lisa, lovely. Lovely to hear about the beaver allowance for my channel. Guys, please. Oh, there's Brian and Kimmy. Perfect. Okay. Guys, tell me what you had for dinner. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had for dinner. Sashina got a new snake, and I look like I can walk like an Egyptian. I think that's a dance move. I don't know it. You didn't have dinner yet. It doesn't though, Lisa, you're correct. It's almost as if I am protecting the cleavage. No. Thank you, Billy. Welcome, welcome, guys. Okay, so we are going to watch a number of different courts today, and we're going to start with the child support contempt docket. Just a quick one. Um, 35, but feels like 38. Okay, whoa, that's really hot. Nana, did you hear that? 35 degrees? That's insane. Nana said, yeah. Um, okay, Sashina, that's crazy. Hayden, welcome. Okay, guys. So, like I said, we're gonna start with with a child support contempt docket. Then I've got the rocket docket. Not joking. That's a real thing that I found. This is part of the dress. It's built right into it. See? And the back is like this. So, anyways, um, thank you guys so much. As usual, love showing off fun outfits with you. Let's get going with the child support contempt docket. Always juicy. Who didn't pay? Who says they're going to pay? Who's going to start their job on Monday? These are the things that we learn at the child support contempt docket. Oh, I want to go to Bahamas. Mm.
Because of those was not able to attend.
Okay. Any amended request from the state based on that information, Ms. Looney?
Your Honor, we would be requesting to get the copy of the discharge summary as well as any information in writing about those referrals as to who he's being referred to see and the extent of the injuries that he sustained. We would still be requesting that he at least contact TEAM and American Workforce Group and sign up for services with them. They can work with him over the phone. He may not be able to actively seek employment at this time, but he can at least get signed up for their services.
Okay. And then would you still be requesting the $450 payment?
Your Honor, we would. We've reduced payments for Mr. Friend. We've been here with numerous different reasons why he's been unable to make lower payments. He's been ordered to make payments at least 6 separate times, and we've lowered them previously, and he was not able to make those for various reasons. So we're still going to ask for the $450 at this time.
Okay. So, Mr. Freund, here's what I'm going to do. We are going to set your review date to July 26th at 11 o'clock. I do want you to have provided medical documentation regarding this recent issue. And I think we're still waiting on the prior hernia issue from our last review, if you have that. Hold on a second. I will order the $450 payment. We'll review your ability to pay that or your payment of that on July 26th. And then I do want you to make phone contact with the employment agency that Ms. Looney discussed. You can at least do that over the phone. So we're not going to require that you actively be, applying for jobs necessarily, but I do want you to, by July 26th, show us that you've made that contact and you've started that process with them. Okay.
Okay. I meant to grab I actually had the doctor's appointment yesterday. I had that previously before the knee accident. and I was going to get paperwork for the hernia stuff when I was there, and I completely forgot to do that. I'm sorry.
That's fine. We'll review this again on July 26th. So try and get that, make sure you get that to Mr. Angelico, who can get it to the state.
I will. I have a doctor's appointment with the same place next week, so I can have them print stuff off for me.
Okay. Anything else the parties need on this matter?
No, and that was Team and American Workforce. I believe that's two separate agencies.
Yes, and they're both on the job search work log that we sent out. So all their contact information is on the final page of that.
Are they both phone intakes, or was it just one of them that he needs to do the phone intake on?
I know for sure Team is, but if he can at least contact American Workforce Group, I would have to confirm whether or not they can do over the phone complete intake and sign up.
Okay, so let's at least just for July 26th, what was the name of the first one?
Team, yes.
Yeah, so for July 26th, just because we know that one is purely over the phone, sir, make sure that you're doing that phone intake with Team, and then we'll address the work source in 2 weeks on July 26th. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. And then, go ahead.
I'll be in contact with you, Tyler.
Okay. Thank you, Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had a number login ending in 5898. Can you let the court know who you are?
Before you do that, let's say thank you to Donna Orlando Chiquita. Thank you so much for your super sticker. That is so awesome. Nana, say thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, gotta thank you, Nana.
Joe Simpson.
Okay, so that will be Ms. Looney. I guess we can take that case, number 3 on our docket.
Yes, we can go next to number 3. State of Washington versus Joe Stimson. That's 18-3-007-0008. Mr. Stimson was present at his last review on June 14th. At that time, he had made a partial payment for May. He does now have a new wage withholding in place. He has made a partial payment for June of $276. We did not receive a job search work log, which was also ordered at that last review hearing. So what we are requesting at this time is if he's unable to make his payment in full for July, that he does provide that job search and work log, which would show all hours he's worked. And if he's not currently working, the applications that he's making at least one Monday through Friday to obtain new employment, and that his next review be set for August 9th.
And Mr. Angelico.
Your Honor, Mr. Stimson, I spoke to him actually this morning. He did indicate that they are taking child support deductions out of his paycheck. So hopefully they will turn over balance for June if they've withheld it, hopefully by the end of this month. So they are taking it. He still is employed and expects that full payment would be taken out of his paycheck if that's the PDN that's in place.
Okay. So Mr. Stimson, what we'll do is set this for a review on August 9th at 11 o'clock. You'll log back into the same link. As you heard Ms. Looney address, if you aren't able to make that payment or that hasn't been fully deducted from your paycheck for July, we do need a work log of your hours worked, and or if you aren't working on a specific weekday, the amount of time and number of job.
That reminds me, guys, I need you to clock in for your shift by hitting the like button. Nana. Hi, Daylight. Thank you. Med check. That's a good reminder for a med check. Welcome, everybody. We are watching this little child support contempt docket before we get into a few main events that we have for this evening. Lots of fun court to watch together, so stay tuned. Please clock in for your shift. Tell us what you've had for dinner. Tell us how your day's been. Lay it on me, baby. I'm here for you.
Applications that you're making, okay?
Okay. I also did a conference board, and they
Yes.
said they wiped out my Washington State um, owing how much I owe Washington State. So is there a way to drop my purge amount?
So, to explain, and I'm not sure if Ms. Looney has access to
Fully aware,
the
Ms.
information,
Angelica.
but apparently they dropped the amount that he owed directly to the state, which left him owing an amount to the other parent. And
His current arrears are $41,518.13.
and does that include the state debt, or does that exclude the state?
Wow. We just want to say thank you to Daylight Disinfectant so much for the super chat. Also, thank you so much, the Troyalty Podcast. Panda Express, Nana, no, just be loud. It's cool. Panda Express for dinner. Day's been good. Working on show stuff. Smoking on Oreo cider. Here in Texas, I am always wondering what everybody's doing. That is never a question here that you have to worry about because I always want to know how everybody is. Hi, Beverly Bradford. I hope everybody's well. Do tell me what strain is in your brain tonight if you want to, and also what you've had for dinner. I'm trying to figure out the heisting, but I'll let you guys sort that part out. Like I said, we're watching this child support contempt docket. Then we have literally the Rocket docket, a new judge, new court, and then some other stuff. So it's going to be a fun night, guys. I'm excited to spend it with you.
Debt.
This not including the debt he had forgiven to the state of Washington, but he is still being held in contempt for his arrears for 3 cases. So at this time, the state is not looking to reduce his purge amount because his arrears are so high. Mr. Stimson has made this request numerous times. The state still stands by what we have said in the past. He has the lowest number of consecutive months he's required to pay. The state has asked for from any contender in the last 5 years. It is 6 consecutive months. His case has been open for 4.5 years. He does not want to make the payments when he does not have a wage withholding in place, which has then made it so that he does not have those consecutive months of payment. We are holding him to his order, which is a minimum of 6 months of payment for $650. That purge has already been reduced once. We are not looking to reduce it again. His arrears are very high. Even if he makes those 6 months of payments and has this case dismissed, he will be paying a very small fraction of that amount total. So we're not looking to reduce it at this time.
So on your end, it doesn't show that they wiped off my Washington State debt, is what you're telling me, right?
That's not, I don't believe that's what Ms. Looney indicated, Joe.
Well, if she's saying I owe $45,000, that's what it tells me. But I got paperwork proving that I don't owe $45,000.
So, sir, what the court would direct you to do, if there are documents that you want the court to consider at your next review date, make sure you get those to Mr. Angelico. He can discuss those with you and decide whether to file those with the court for your next review date. And we can address that issue at that time, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
In the present case, I would ask Ms. Looney, is that just indicated that there are 3 cases? Are those 3 cases included all into this action, or is it only?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
All 3 of them are.
Thank you.
So that's why we have a total that may be different from what Mr. Stimson sees on one specific case.
Oh no, I got paperwork on all the cases. The only ones I owe are for my 9 and 11-year-old. That's it. The rest of them are paid off.
Just make sure, Joe, that you send those.
It came from child support. That's why I don't understand why you guys don't have it.
So, sir, yeah, just go ahead and give that information to Mr. Angelico. We'll address it at the next review date, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're free to log out. Hold on one second, Angelico, Miss Looney. Those were the original orders. I think I signed the copies instead of the original on that case, unless they gave us 2 originals.
2 OGs, maybe? I don't know, Judge. Wow, that guy is Also, thank you so much, you guys, for being here. I see that Trish is here. I see that Daylight, what a lovely thing to say. Thank you so much. Um, who else was here? Oh, Hayden, you hadn't had internet for 2 days, but you got it fixed. Oh, Tommy V and MI, who's at a poker tournament. I have a pretty good poker face, Tommy. Do you have a good poker face? That's the question. Um, I'm glad you're all here. Uh, that was feisty. Also, if you had the paperwork to begin with, why wouldn't you have already provided that before the court date? It baffles me sometimes. Let's continue.
Let me see. I thought this was. Oh my gosh, you're right. Thank you for catching that. Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem, Your Honor.
So it looks like we have a last case to call 19-300666808, Christina Keel.
Yes, so I know in the past, Mr. Angelica stated Ms. Keel wasn't present because she was working. She does still have a wage withholding in place because of how her pay periods are. She is generally paid in full for the current month when we review her case. That is also the case today. She is paid in full for July. That makes her paid in full for 6 months consecutively at this time. We do ask that her failure to appear be noted today, but the state is not requesting a bench warrant due to the fact that she is working and is paid in full. We would request that her next review be August 9th as well.
Any input, Mr. Angelico, on noting the FTA?
Your Honor, I can say that Ms. Keel, shortly before, I believe, the 11 o'clock time, and then continuously up until about 5 to 10 minutes before court got started on our docket, had emailed me probably 4 times. She is at work. She's an RN. She works at an urgent care facility. She's the only RN on duty. She had taken her lunch break to be on docket with us. And normally she would have went first on docket, but unfortunately her lunch break was over. She had to go back to work. She indicated that, you know, the only thing that could happen would be if this falls on the Wednesday that she's working this shift, then she would have to take the time off. I inquired whether that would mean that she could shift around and take a different shift. She indicated that that's not the case, that she would lose income from having to take that time off. Although she did say that there are, the way the rotation works, there are several days, and she wasn't able to look at the schedule, but she works a late shift on a Wednesday, at least one Wednesday a month, that if we could accommodate her, she could be placed onto that docket and we could review it at that time. She was not able to give me the date. She had to go back to work before she was able to provide a potential date. So there may be a time in August that she could possibly be available where she's not at work.
The state would definitely be willing to look at changing her week for review, Mr. Angelico, if she has a consistent Wednesday of the month that she could be available because she's working later shift.
And I think if we put it on to the late one, it rotates which days that she works late somehow. And it's not a consistent rotation, but I think if we place it on a certain date, she can tell us on that date when her next late shift would be on a Wednesday.
So are we looking at, so I think the original review date would have been August 9th. Are we wanting to change that for August?
Not at this time, Your Honor, since we don't have a date from Ms. Keel.
Let's just make it August 9th, and I'll inquire and see if that's a date that hopefully if she's available that day.
Okay. I mean, I have looked back at the other reviews. There are dockets that did start right on time at 11 that she still failed to appear for. So, you know, I guess I take into account that this docket did start late today, and she may have made plans to log in at the appropriate time and couldn't do that now. So I will hold off on noting the FTA only because she is paid in full. We'll set the review date for August 9th. Hopefully we can work on a schedule where she can actually appear.
And I would note she was logged in to the waiting area, Your Honor, until she had to leave.
Okay, yeah, I'm not able to see that, but I'll take your word for it and make that another reason why I won't note the FTA today.
Thank you, Your Honor. That
Thank
was
you, Your
all for
Honor.
the state today.
Okay, thank you both. Have a
Thank them both, and thank me, folks. If you're just getting here, thank you for being here. Please clock in for your shift. Give me a moment as we get what we get going, which is court, folks. 1 second. That was a child support contempt docket. I do understand the sort of not, able to make it as a nurse. Like that is a busy career. It's busier than like making YouTube videos, for example. However, that seems like, why can't she just pay her child support and then she wouldn't have to appear, would be my main question. So like I said, we have something new today. It is a juvenile court, and it looks to be a juvenile accountability court that they are calling the Rocket Docket. Thank you so much, Abby. Welcome, by the way. I appreciate you being here. This is one of my favorite dresses. I love dresses. They are awesome. If anybody wants to send me dresses to my P.O. box, feel free to do that. Oh gosh. Okay, so I'm trying to recall at what point in the day, this point in the day, I started to record it.
First up.
Okay. Okay. So we have to talk about a few things. So the thing is that if you're new here, welcome. I employ a beaver named Larry to help me. This is Larry Beaver. Larry Beaver helps me with blocking things that we shouldn't see. I don't think this is as bad as we normally get. So I'm not as worried about blocking these out, but I have not necessarily watched this all the way through yet. So we may have to do some beaver buffer dam blocking on the fly. Okay. So just keep that in mind. I am going to dip off the screen for a moment. I'm just reading the warning that they're putting about recording the court. That's okay. I'm in Canada, folks. If you're new here, I'm in Canada. It's I'll be okay. Give me 1 moment and we will begin. I don't like to I have an interesting name, so I don't make fun of people's names that much. You guys know my rule on names. If you're gonna have a baby and you already have a name that you love, that you want your baby to be named, don't tell anybody that name. Don't tell them until you've had that baby, you put that name on that birth certificate, then you come round and they'll just have to be kind about it, okay? But if you ask people's advice, they're going to ruin every name that you tell them. The best way to test a baby name is to go to a park or a public place, perhaps a mall, a beach, Disneyland. And you're going to stand there and then you're going to yell at the top of your lungs the name. And if you feel stupid when you do that, think twice about the name you give your baby. That's just it. You're going to be doing that a lot. That's basically the advice I have to give.
Is Stokely.
Hi.
Hi. What are you proud of this week?
I'm proud of that I have been following all my expectations and going to all my groups so I'm able to go on vacation.
Okay. And what are your plans? You're going to Tennessee, right?
Yes.
Okay. What are your plans? Do you know anything specific?
I think we're going to Dollywood.
Okay. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you're looking forward to specifically?
No.
Okay. That's kind of a lot. I've never been there myself, but looks interesting. Are there any challenges that you think you might experience during the trip?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Do you have you thought about that? Whether you might have some challenges?
Maybe like being away from home for long.
Okay, but anything specific about that might be a problem?
No.
Okay. All right. You're doing great right now in JTask, but you have had some challenges in the past. So what do you think is helping you to be more successful today? What's changed?
Probably all the support I have.
Okay. And are you anything different? I mean, are you approaching it differently when you do have a challenge today versus what you might have done a month or two ago?
I don't get as worked up and I don't get as mad.
Okay. Are you using some coping skills?
Yes.
Okay. What coping skills are you using?
Listening to music and just resting.
Okay. All right. Well, you're definitely
This court was today. The quality might be shit because of me, but this court was literally recorded today. I'm just gonna pop myself up here in the corner for when I come back off the porch. Being a very bad girl would fail in this court 100%. Hi Valerie. Also, else was here? You knew somebody that used the white pages of the phone book to name their daughter. They went to the section that has their last name and voted on what names they liked. That's not a bad idea, Abby. In the province that I live in, the Vital Statistics Ministry provides a yearly list of all the names in the province and the number of kids each year that have that name, as long as they hit like a 3 or 5 person threshold. So you can tell exactly how many kids are going to be basically in your kid's year with the same name in the province.
successful in using your coping skills because you're not having those behaviors that we were concerned about or that you were concerned about too when you first started JTask. So good job with that.
Thank you.
You are on the Rocket Docket today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you've also earned a token
Thank you.
for submitting your log and meeting expectations. And who's with you today?
My stepdad.
Okay. And sir, do you have any concerns about the traveling that we need to talk through today or should talk through today?
No, I don't think so. She's been doing pretty well. She has not been explosive. Her any negative attitude we do get from her seems pretty typical and normal of any teenager. Nothing overstimulating or anything. She's been doing really great, actually.
Good. Wonderful. That's what we want to see, that progress. Anything specific that you think has helped her be more successful recently than she had been before?
Honestly, I just think the realization of how much trouble she can get herself in by reacting that way has done a lot. Getting herself in trouble has opened her eyes quite a bit, I think.
Okay. Do you have any questions about the patch and how it works?
No, I'm familiar with those patches.
Okay. All right. And what is the supervision plan for her while you're in Tennessee?
Oh goodness, we're the whole family's going, so I don't imagine we'll be out of each other's sight much other than sleeping.
Okay.
Sounds like my wife has a lot planned. We're going to her mother's first in Kentucky, and then we're going from there to Tennessee. And whatever mom says we're doing for fun, that's what we're doing.
All right. She's the planner.
That's right.
All right. Okay. Well, continue with what's working, and you guys have a safe trip. Have a great week, Stokely. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Bye.
right. Bye.
So,
All right. Next up is Nate.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you?
Good. How about you?
I'm good.
All right. What have you been up to this week?
Not much. I've been going to therapy, going to the meetings, med check.
How'd that go?
I think it went
Med check, folks, med check. Oh, it was made for us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here, med check means take your fucking meds. If you don't take meds, come into the chat and tell us what that's like. We don't know about that, okay? This is a juvenile accountability docket, as far as I can tell. It really, I find these, I haven't watched this yet. Seriously, I heard Rocket Docket and I was like, yeah, we'll get that. Taria, you're here. Um, yeah, med check. So take your meds, guys. Also, they do seem hella young, but these are good stories. At least people are doing well in this court for a change. It's nice to see. I have no clue where this was, but if somebody can like suss out the flags right here, maybe we could figure that out.
pretty well.
Okay.
It went okay. We're trying to add something, at least try it a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah, I was
So-
supposed to send Nikidra the dose. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll
Okay.
do-
If you would do that as soon as you can, that'd be great.
Yeah.
All right. And Nate, what have you been proud of this week?
Managing my stress and also getting my weekly goals done fairly quickly.
Okay. And tell me about your log. You've been turning them in, but what are you connecting your goals and you know your expectations, your goals to what you're putting in the log?
Like, what do you mean?
Make
Well, the
sure you
log-
have the right goals.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's supposed to act kind of like a check sheet for you.
Yeah.
Just tell her like what you told Nikidra.
Just before you do, Nate, look at that. Jonathan and Tommy V and MI. Tommy, are you not playing the poker game? But both of them have come through explaining this is Michigan, one of our court bread and butter locations, folks. If you're new here, yeah, Michigan's a bread and butter, just like Georgia, okay? When in doubt, think Michigan, Georgia, Washington, Texas. Also, if you're just getting here, please clock in for your shift. We're just getting through a bunch of different court stuff that we're going to watch today. 5-minute break before the final table. Tommy, excellent. How much of your winnings do we get? No, I'm just joking. No, it's not Florida. It's Michigan. Florida too, but Florida's courts are a little different. I do have some Florida stuff, but a little different. Let's keep going.
The other day about how like you try to get certain things done at the beginning of the week.
Oh, yeah. So I'll try to get what I try to do is I try to get my goals done at the beginning of the week as like fast as possible when
Actually, I think we just need to stop and applaud this young gentleman right here. He's getting his goals done at the beginning of the week. I work more on a day-to-day basis than a week-to-week basis, if we're just going to be frank with each other. So every day I try and get my goals done, but it would be setting me up for failure if I was trying to do a week by week plan. God. Oh,
It comes like running, but then
Okay.
because the other one is, I think recently the staying outside of the room has been a whole lot easier for me.
Okay. Well, we just need you to focus on your plan for
Mhm,
meeting those goals and then having that reflected in your log.
mhm.
Okay. All right. And I heard that you're looking or thinking about getting a job.
Mhm.
Do you have any previous work experience, or will this be your first job?
Yeah, I've worked at like McDonald's.
I'm sorry.
I've worked at like McDonald's
Oh, how long ago was that?
a couple months ago,
Okay.
maybe
And
2.
are you looking? Sorry.
When he first started,
I want him to talk.
oh, sorry,
That's okay. I want him to talk. So,
sorry.
Nate.
When I
oh, I'm already loving this court. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Alanese. I've said that wrong. Alanize. Thank you, Sashina. You knew what I was gonna say. God, I'm fucking just predictable, aren't I? Alanize.
first started JTask, that's what I
Oh, okay. Is that what you're thinking about doing again, or are you thinking about looking elsewhere?
I'll probably look for something similar, like just cashier based stuff.
Okay. So retail,
Yeah,
food, or stores.
yeah.
Okay. All right. And what have you struggled with this week?
Uh,
My mother.
I don't think anything in particular, really. I think everything has been par for the course. Like just smooth. Maybe I don't know. Maybe my mom can speak to that more.
You didn't tell her that you had the.
But no, I want you to I want you to talk to me instead of having her speak for you. So
I can't think of anything in particular that.
and that's okay. That's all right. I understand that your brother expressed some really strong emotions with you earlier around his peanut allergy, and that you handled that really well. And
Is this a joke? Is it? Do you think? Oh, I called it accountability court. I'm not making fun of things like that. It's just not what I was thinking I was gonna hear in court today. Oh my God. Okay. Yesterday we had people sucking dicks, but not a dick, and then this. Oh my God.
differently, perhaps than you would have in the past. Can you tell me about that, or what
Uh,
was different about it?
I guess recently I've been uh trying to be more, what's the word, like aware of my feelings and how I react. So I've started doing I guess I've started thinking more on how I react to situations rather than being like having a short fuse.
So, what coping skill did you use this time?
Uh the one in particular during that situation was just like deep breathing, trying to distract myself from the situation. But I've been working with my therapist for finding out more and which ones work and which ones don't.
Okay. And then I think you used more, at least I heard that you used more than one coping skill. So this happened outside of the home, right? You guys were somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay. So you did the deep breathing, and did you use anything else between the time you were outside of the home and the time you got home?
Nothing off the top of my head, no, just the deep
Okay. And then did you do anything once you got home that was
I
different?
I removed myself from the situation.
That's what I heard. And then what?
took some time to calm down, and then I was able to return to the family.
Okay. I heard you also talk to your mom, maybe? Or
Yeah,
somebody came and talked to you?
yeah,
Okay, so those were what, like four different coping skills that you used in that particular incident?
yeah, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you break it down, you did. So that's great. Um, and then you were able to go back and re-engage with your brother, right? Pretty
Yeah,
quickly, like
yeah,
10 minutes, I heard.
yeah.
Okay. And how is that different from before?
He didn't bring the peanuts this time. He left the peanuts behind. This is the absolute opposite of Judge Kim. I'm loving this already. Thank you guys for being here. If you don't like this, you might not like anything that we do here. This is right up our alley. Uh, but we'll be on to something else in a bit. It says 2 hours for this video. It wasn't 2 hours. I just forgot to stop recording it. So I believe there's a safari video afterwards as well. We won't be watching that.
Before, I think that it would have like crippled me a whole lot more. I think I would have been it might have affected me for like hours or like even going to the next day, just
Okay.
because before I was not able to like as easily get things out of my head, or it would like remain in my head.
And how did it feel handling this differently this time?
It felt a whole lot better. It didn't feel as tiring. It was just better, and
Did it impact your mood at all?
yeah, I felt better after than how I would normally be. I think I would be at least a bit like more easily irritated before, more on edge. But
Okay.
now it was a whole lot better.
All right. Well, great job using your coping skills.
Thank you.
I actually sort of get that insert funny name. I was gonna make a joke to say this could be taken out of the handbook for like what they would write in the fucking handbook. And it doesn't really take a lot to do that. That's not the real work that needs done. However, my brain says, hey, don't knock it before you try it. We don't see a lot of courts operating like this. Maybe that's just because they don't broadcast it, but maybe it's just because I don't get them. I don't know. So we're gonna try it out. We'll see how we feel. Um, it is nice to see a judicial authority taking an interest in a nice way without having to be so, you know, mean. And so this is a good use of time if this is in fact working. Aw, Ellen Eyes, you're so sweet. I find it hilarious that you think I'm calming because most people find me quite. But anyways, I do think that this is important for us to think about because this judge is working in a good she's the H in Haida, is she? That's great. So Haida is it like Hopeful Youth, whatever. It's basically a diversion program to remove an initial charge off of your case because of a young offender. Um, in Canada, we have different diversion programs for that as well. Um, I it's funny because of where I live, whenever I heard Haida, I automatically spelt it Haida. Homes youthful tra oh, she's literally the Homes. Oh, different judge. Um anyway, so I used to spell it Haida because I'm from BC and we have a place called Haida Gwaii. Anyways, regardless. I love all the knowledge we learn together here, guys. Um, and I'm glad that I'm calming to some of you. I love to talk, that calms me down. And if you guys like to listen, that helps me. And I understand insert funny name. I agree. Like honestly, I first heard the Rocket Docket and I was like sold. I was like, yeah, we're gonna listen to some Rocket Docket. Because I just think that's great. Like, you know what? If you rename something and people are better engaged, then fucking great. Let's rename all the dockets to Rocket Dockets, you know?
All right. You've earned a token. You submitted your log, you met expectations, you're getting out more, and you qualified for the Rocket Docket today. Yeah. So let's see here. So Ms. Hughes, anything you'd like to say?
Sorry for speaking for him. That's something I have to work on too.
Okay.
But no, he had a good to your question about the kind of interaction with his brother. I was really, really proud of how he handled that and moved through that. And, like he said, it would typically, like, before that could be like a whole day or 2 day or whatever event for him, and would just he would shut down. But literally it was like he went to his room for 5 minutes. I went up and talked to him a little bit and just told him to come down when he was, feeling a little better, and he came down like within 5 or 10 minutes. So yeah, things are going well. And like I said, we're going to try this new medication just to see if it will improve like his mood a little bit. And we're going to try it for 2 weeks. If it doesn't do anything, we're going to stop. So because she said we should know relatively quickly, and she said if it does interact poorly, that we'll stop right away. So anyways,
sounds like a plan. It does take a little bit of time, and depending on the medication, it can take more than just a couple days.
Yeah,
so.
this is like a shorter. She said a couple weeks we'd have a good sense. So it's not like Zoloft or whatever, where it's a 4-week thing. So so that's good. Like I said, we'll give it a go. And I just encourage Nate to be in tune with how it makes him feel, so that we know if it's doing anything or not. So
that sounds like a good plan. All right. Well, you guys, you have a nice week, a good week, and you're free to go. Rocket Docket. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Next up is Aiden.
Hello.
Hi. What have you been proud of this week?
I've been getting all my schoolwork done and going to all my appointments.
Right. And have you struggled with anything?
I guess still waking up on time.
Okay. And how are you? Have you struggled?
Yeah, Aiden, me too, baby. Me too. Listen, here's what's gonna happen. One day you're gonna be an adult and you're gonna be able to get a job to work at night or later in the day, or like an evening YouTube channel. Yeah, I agree. I'm on the fence as to why this is happening in court. Why this type of interaction is happening here as opposed to, but I guess there's this added reinforcement of a judge who's like, hey, you're gonna fuck up. Like, we haven't heard her say that yet, but what if she does? What if she just brings out the hammer? Yeah. I see myself a lot in these kids. You have to remember, like, I was a fucking bad kid, just a bad kid. And, you know, Jonathan's asked a great question. And, I do like the judge starting out the sessions here saying, what are you proud of this week? Jonathan says gratitude and celebrating wins is so important. What is one big win that I have had this week? Well, I mean, I've posted videos each day this week already. I've been live almost 300 videos in the last 4 months or so, which I am very proud of. I've only done that with the help of you guys because I need instant feedback, and this is the way that I get that. So, that's personally what I'm proud of. I wasn't a bad kid in the sense of like being a bad person. I was actually a very good kid and a good like person, but I'm like I was annoying, you know? Aw, Sashina, your videos, I know. I've been looking at your goat videos though. The thing is this, I can do it. I enjoy posting and watching court with you guys. I have many more videos that I like and I want to post, and I will, but I continue to go live every day as much as possible, like pretty much every day, because it really keeps me grounded and in tune with watching court with you guys. It's fun. I love it. I love doing it. So let's keep doing it. We'll watch a little bit more of this judge. We'll see. I want to see her get angry. Also, the guy right down here, Chris Burgess, right below the judge there, is that is that a grow tent behind him? Like, what's going on down there? I muted myself. Also, guys, tell us in the chat what you are proud of this week for yourself. And if you had any struggles. I did struggle actually with getting up early. Just like Jay did, because it's hard to get up early, you know? But I am glad we're having this debate and this talk. I think it's important. Um, it's tough when you're in the system and the system wants you to be a certain way. We need to get kids to the edge of the system where they can find their own way, I think. So hopefully this is one of those avenues.
With anything?
I guess still waking up on time.
Okay. And what are you doing to try to address that struggle?
I've been trying to go to bed earlier sometimes.
Okay. Sometimes. So that's kind of your goal, but you're not making it all the time?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have any like concrete plan for how you're going to get to bed every day earlier? I mean, do you have an alarm to go off to tell you it's time to go to bed? Do you have anything in place other than just sort of a mental idea that you're going to make yourself go to bed earlier?
No, not really.
Okay. What do you think about setting a reminder on your phone when it's time to go to bed?
Stupid.
I don't have a phone. I'm not allowed to have one. Like
Okay.
from court.
Okay. How about a different kind of alarm?
Yeah, I can set one on my normal.
Okay. That sounds like a really good idea. Or something like that. Just so that you have a plan on how to help yourself, a tool in your toolbox that you can use to help remind yourself that it's time to go to bed. I actually have one on my phone that reminds me because I can get into things, reading a book or doing something else, and then all of a sudden it's 2 hours later and I have to get up in like 5 hours. So yeah, so
Those are rookie numbers, Judge. 5 hours of sleep. Yeah. First of all, we don't sleep shame in here. Somebody type in !sleep into the chat, please. I'm pretty sure I created that already. We don't sleep shame. Some people just don't need the same amount of sleep. Okay? That's me. I don't. It's just the way it works. I'm pretty sure I set up the thing. Come on, Streamlabs, just do your job for once. Just for once.
good. Try that. So you submitted your log and you met expectations, so you qualify for the Rocket Docket. You've done a really great job abiding by tether. You haven't had any violations since you started JTask.
No,
So,
I do have it off now.
Okay, it is off?
Yep.
Oh, okay, because we were going to take it off. So, darn, that's just I thought I was going to tell you something really positive, but
They took it off
okay.
Friday.
Friday, all right. Apparently, we didn't know about that.
Yesterday. You didn't tell me that yesterday when I saw you.
That's kind of a big deal. Anyway, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. And again, same question I've asked a couple of other folks. You've had periods where you've really struggled. So what's different now that is helping you maintain sobriety and keep your new job?
I guess my meds help, and my job is kind of like a coping skill for me to like distract myself, I guess.
Say that again, that last part.
To distract myself.
Okay. Fill your time.
Yep.
And do you like your job still?
Yeah.
Okay. If I remember, you said last week you really like the people you work with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. That's good.
Yes.
Getting out of the house, having something productive to do.
Yep.
All right. Wonderful. Okay. Well,
That must mean there's a spider here. Oh, there it is.
I don't know what I'm hearing. Is there something in the background going on?
Oh, yeah, this,
Okay.
sorry.
All right. And Mr. Crystal, anything you'd like to say?
We did fill out his goals. I just want to make sure they're adequate. Go to all appointments and work is goal 1. And then goal 2 is reduce arguments or use coping skills to help.
Okay. Are you just confirming that those are the goals? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, are those adequate for phase 2 or phase 1? Sorry.
I see Miss Lisa nodding her head.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. We can speak more about it next time you're in or Miss Nikki or Eden and everything.
You guys, apparently I did not program the sleep thing in. What I mean to say is we don't sleep shame around here. Sometimes I'm up late. Sometimes you're in a different time zone. It doesn't matter. If you want to come here and hang out while you can't sleep, you can. If you want to come here and complain about not sleeping, you can also do that. But we will not shame you for not being sleeping. This is not the type of channel that's going to remind you to go to bed. That's what I'm saying here, folks.
Thanks. So we can touch base.
Okay. Yeah, we had a question about the writing assignment too, but we can talk about that too.
Okay. They sound great though.
Yep.
Okay.
Wonderful. Well, Eden's on the Rocket docket, so have a great week.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
The rocket get.
Okay. Next up is Lydia. Are you there, Lydia?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I had a problem unmuting it.
That's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right. That happens. Okay. Lydia,
Yes.
what have you been proud of this week?
I participated in DBT group.
All right. Anything else?
I feel like overall, like my attitude has been a lot better. And I don't know. Community service. Oh,
Are you
community service?
okay? Yes.
Yes.
And you finished it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's out of the way. Great. And last week you shared that you hadn't cut in 4 weeks. That's really huge, and we're really proud of you.
Thank you.
And it must have been really hard though to resist that urge, because I'm sure you had that urge.
Mm-hmm.
Have you figured out what has helped you? What's different that's helped you resist that urge over the last 4 weeks, 5 weeks?
No, but I mean, yeah, just kind of like getting out of the house And I think I'm very proud of myself because I haven't told anybody this, but I have sharps in my room.
Oh, Lydia, before you reveal that, let's just talk for a moment. Trigger warning, for anybody that has self-harm issues. It sounds like Lydia is struggling with that and going through that right now. Please know that there is help available to you. Please take this as a trigger warning if you need to remove yourself. She's speaking about sharps with a P, uh, blades, skates, not skates. Anyways, regardless, uh, uh, again, why this is happening in court is perplexing to me and a little bit frustrating, but I am very proud of her. Very, very proud of her. Yeah, she's gonna have to hand those over. Exactly, Jonathan. But good that she's admitting it. Hello, Mikey. Credence and Mikey. You've come. Okay, listen. First of all, the Rocket Docket that we've been having up until now was great. Please tell Mikey that, guys. It was. We were dancing. We were having a great Rocket Docket. It was really fun. Lydia has just made an admission and it's a little bit sad and it now feels like a downer, but that's not. It's positive. So just keep that in mind as you note how it's because never mind. Let's just continue.
And I know I'm not supposed to have sharps in my room, but I do, and I resisted.
But I'll just interject here. It's the kind of sharps she does scrapbooking. So it's like little tweezers to hold little tiny pieces of paper to like glue into her scrapbooking. So it's not a sharp like a knife or anything that she can. It's more of like a poke, but not a sharp.
But I have gotten some of my I have gotten more of my stuff back. Like I have more trust. My parents have more trust in me now.
All right. Wonderful.
Yeah.
So you think the coping skill that's really been helpful is getting out and distracting yourself with being social or doing things?
Scrapbooking, yes.
Okay. Wonderful.
Yes.
All right. And we've heard that you're doing really good work in therapy.
Yes.
Is there anything that you've learned about yourself during that process?
I'm a very, like, I feel like a lot of people are like out to get me, but it's not funny.
I'm not laughing.
But I have been working on it.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Did her mom just laugh at her? Did her mom just laugh at her like deep admission of fear and unworthiness in front of everybody? I think she did. She did. She, at the very least, she interrupted, which tells me a little bit of something about who needs to be the center of attention in that situation. Wow, mom, shut your fucking trap. Oh, I'm not triggered.
And I feel like I've been doing a good job overall in therapy.
Okay. Yeah, you have been. That's the report we're getting.
Yeah.
So when your therapist gives you suggestions, what do you find the easiest to follow through with? And then what's the hardest to follow through with?
Things that make me happy and things that I want to do. Like,
okay. All right.
Like extra self-care time if he says, I think you should focus on giving your mind, body, and spirit some more love. I will do that. And more things that are hard is like filling out my cards, filling out my DBT cards. So I guess that's kind of hard, but that's only because I don't want to do it and it's not
okay. I was just about to ask what makes it hard.
Yeah.
So why don't you want to do it?
because it's stupid.
Okay. And have you talked about that?
No,
Are
I
you
think
sure?
everybody knows it's stupid. It's just you have to do it. So
Lydia, what's the
Okay.
purpose behind those cards? Can you talk a little bit about that? Your diary cards?
yeah, my diary card
Yep. What's the purpose of those?
to track your mood.
Yep. So that's why it's important to do them. I understand that it's a little bit of, time where you don't want to, but not stupid, but important to understand. So
Yeah.
keep at it. Proud of you.
Okay. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Miss Lisa, the card that you sent in the mail. Thank you so much. I was gonna text you and then I forgot to text you, and then today it was like too late and it would look weird if I texted you. So I just thought it was better to tell you today and I almost forgot. But thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, you're proving you can do the hard stuff,
Yeah.
and you can. Even when
Yeah.
it's hard, you're still getting it done. So good job. Is there anything that the team could do to help?
No. No.
Okay.
I wonder how cool she'd feel if she knew there was this bunch of people that were cheering her on here. That's such great news to hear. So nice. I'm calling it right now. The mom's the problem, but whatever.
So I know we had a little bit of a discussion, or you had a little bit of discussion last week with Ms. Kedra about JTask and continuing with JTask and whether or not JTask is a benefit. So I just thought I would share how you can show us, the team, that it's benefiting you. The first is to attend the face-to-face reviews, which you did last week, and that was great. That you meet weekly with the probation officer, attend your monthly group,
Yeah.
complete all your therapeutic and sanction consequences, which you've done. I mean, you finished that community service. That was huge. Continue to test negative on your drug tests. Active effort to achieve your goals.
What does that mean?
That you are making active efforts. You're actually
Like
doing
pushing
something to
myself?
making progress towards your goal.
Okay.
Okay. And earning weekly tokens.
Okay.
But I mean, you've been at this a long while. The team and you have been at this for a long while, but we're seeing a lot of new effort from you, and we're very encouraged and proud of that. So just wanted to let you know that that's what we're looking for, and that's what we'll continue to look for. And also to let you know that JTask is full. We've got a waiting list, of a long waiting list actually, of other kids who would love to benefit from participation. So we just need you to show you're benefiting.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So this week you earned a token because you submitted your log and you met expectations. And again, you finished your community service hours, which has been a huge boulder for you to get over and beyond. And we're so excited that you did. And we're going to let you leave early as an incentive or as a reward. But before you do that, Ms. Kramer, is there anything you'd like to say?
No, other than I'm just super proud of her. Over the last week or so, it seems like the depression, we've kind of gotten to a good place with the medications, and I see a smile on her face again that I haven't seen in a really long time. So I'm just super proud of her for sticking with it, and the meds have been a challenge, but she stuck with it, and I'm just happy to see that like sparkle back in her eye.
That's wonderful. And everybody give her a round of applause, because it's been a long road. So
Oh my God, look at them all. Me too.
congratulations, and
Yes.
we're very proud of you and happy for you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, have a good week.
You too.
Bye. All right. Next up is Francis.
Here's the other thing. Is anybody gonna pop up and be like, yeah, actually, Francis has really been an asshole this week? Or like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to follow Lydia, who's just like cried, made us all cry a little bit. Um, they should snaps MB. That's so cute. I honestly, I think it's nice once in a while to have good court like this. I do. Don't worry though, I'm always on the lookout for drama.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So how's your week been, Francis?
It's been really good. Going
What
to
have you
work.
what have you been up to?
Going to work. That's the most I've been doing because they usually call me
Oh,
to
so you're working extra hours?
yep, making
All
more.
right.
Excellent. When they call me, I go to work. Very good skill to have. That's an A plus right there. I've been a boss before. If I have an employee that I call and they come to work, this is good.
How many hours are you working right now?
Like a day or in a
Well,
week.
or a week?
Uh, like 24 hours, maybe more. I don't know.
Okay. All
But I
right.
work like 9 hours, probably 7 or 9 hours a day.
All right.
For like every time they call me or every time I'm scheduled to go there.
All right. And what do you like about the job?
Well, first of all, I always used to go there when I was a little kid, and
Okay, first of all, that's a funny reason to like a job, but I understand. Is it going to be a restaurant or a video game store? I'm guessing a video game store.
it's closer, so I can just walk over there. They're very nice. The employees are very nice. They see me as a good worker, which I appreciate.
And you're working at McDonald's, right? Okay. All right. Um, so also heard that your family is thinking about a trip to Turkey.
Yep.
So what's that about? You have family there?
No, my mom just wants to like travel, like just because like last time before any of this happened, we used to go to Paris. It was actually last year, not
Okay.
like 2022.
I'm sorry, what? These are jet setting. I have no offense me meant at all. First of all, I've been to Turkey. I've been to Izmir, Turkey, Istanbul, Turkey, and one other place in Turkey. I liked Turkey. I was groped in Turkey. I also got lost in the Grand Bazaar in Turkey. Um, yeah, they do have great baths, Courtney. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it is very unusual to hear about international travel in the juvenile court system. I mean, it's just not, they're not on the same spectrum. So, Izmir is a character in one of your favorite books, Ashina. Yes. Izmir was a good city. Hi, Georgia Peach. Welcome, friend. I was just telling a story about how I was groped when I went to Turkey. I was blonde back then. And yes, I was groped and I got lost. But luckily, I made it back to the cruise ship in time. Luckily. What I did, first of all, I was with my family. I'm just going to tell this story and then we'll get back to it. So, with my family, we sort of got into a bit of an argument. I sort of turned and turned and turned. All of a sudden, I'm by myself, and this is unfortunate. So, oh yeah, I was blonde. I'll show a picture of me blonde. anyway, so I realized, oh shit, I'm lost, but I also know that I have to get back to the cruise ship at a certain time. And so I end up going to this old couple I saw. I like saw their cruise lanyards, and I like went up to them and I said, are you on this ship? And they said, yes, I am. Yes, we are. And I said, I think that I'm just gonna hang out with you guys. I've been lost, and can we just go back to the ship together? And they're like, yeah, of course. And so they just like their wing, and then I just didn't even bother looking for anybody. I just went back to the ship with them in the evening, and everyone was like not worried about me. And this couple was really worried. They're like, "Oh, your family's going to be so worried." They weren't. They were not worried at all. They weren't worried at all. I also that's the firefighter trip where I met the firefighter from Boston.
Have you ever been to Turkey before? Well, I have, and I really enjoyed it. It's a really cool place. There's lots of really, really ancient stuff there. Really
Yeah,
interesting. The food's terrific.
I
Um,
try those if I ever if I ever get a chance to go.
okay. When are you guys thinking about going?
That'd be what do you
Oh,
think?
we have to ask permission to the court first to see if they're gonna let him go or not.
Well, before I can give you permission, I need to know when it
Oh,
is and what the plans are.
yeah,
Like
but
like how many days or
oh,
when it
about
is
10, 12 days.
and
10,
when
12 days.
do you
And
think?
when are you thinking about doing this?
I'm not 100% sure yet. I gotta talk with the boss when my wife she's the one
But are you thinking yet this summer, or are you thinking
before
over
school.
okay. You guys have your passports?
Oh yeah. Oh no, he
Mine
doesn't. His
mine
expired
expired.
already.
Mine expired.
Uh-oh. It's pretty tough to get passports right
I
now.
know.
I mean,
That's why.
So,
I'd rather. I mean, since I'm working, I'd be
Or he
willing.
can just stay. I don't know and have somebody.
oh, okay. Well, if he did that, do you have a plan for somebody to supervise him? Family member or somebody?
Yeah, family member.
Okay, who would that be?
It's her niece, right? Your niece.
Huh?
Her niece that would be coming from Dominican Republic.
No, my cousin.
Cousin, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
we're
it
not-
sounds like you don't have any firm plans yet, so
No, no,
certainly
no.
something that the team can talk with you about as you firm those up.
Yes.
So, but yeah, if he doesn't have a passport right now, that's probably not going to happen for him.
Yeah.
At least not this summer, because I've heard people have been waiting since February and January and still don't have their passports.
I mean, I'm willing to buy it with my own money.
Well, actually, you can get your passport if you have a ticket. You go
Yeah.
to, you make an appointment to the Chicago. That's how I.
Yes, sir. You go ahead and tell the judge how to get the passport. I'm sure she is not more knowledgeable about this than you are. She's right. It is hard to get passports around here. My sister just had to get hers renewed. I got a 10-year passport last time. I look like a criminal in my passport. It's probably not safe to show my passport. Maybe I'll show the picture.
Got mine was about to expire, and I got it the same day. In a couple of hours, they gave it to me.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying what I've heard on the news. It's really bad right now, and the delays are really bad. So,
I mean, I'm willing to pay for it since
yeah.
you know.
Well, like I said, once you guys get your plans a little
Yeah,
more
they're-
firmed up, then
yeah.
we can look at it. All right.
But another question. So, if he is to get his passport, will you give him permission to go, or
That depends.
or no?
Well, like I said, I would need to hear more. We would need to have more specific plans before I would approve anything right now, but I'm not saying no.
Oh, okay.
It's more, it's just we need to know more specifics. Okay.
When it is, or like
Yeah.
how we're gonna like
Yeah.
when it is, or how many days, or like
Yep.
how
And your
long-
specific plans, when you're leaving, when you're coming back, supervision plans, all that kind of stuff. So, but the team can work with you on that.
Oh, okay.
So Francis, tell me what you're learning about in therapy about yourself.
What do you mean?
Well, how is it helping you? I mean, you're doing much better than you were. So how is it helping you? What have you learned about yourself and how to manage your big emotions when you have them?
I use my coping skills like my therapist suggested.
Okay. And what are those?
Probably like exercise and spend time with family, or maybe like do something productive.
Okay, well, you're working, so that's productive, right? Does that seem to be helping?
It actually is.
Yeah, okay. Filling your time with something at least somewhat enjoyable. At least you like getting a paycheck, right? Okay.
I recently bought a typewriter, and then my therapist wanted me to write a letter to myself about, like a letter, a kind letter to myself about, hey, you don't always have.
He bought a typewriter? That's so sweet. I love typewriters. I have a weird thing for typewriters. I don't know why. It's the clickety clackety sound. That was me blonde, folks, by the way. Blonde-ish. Yeah, I have other more blonde photos, but yes. That was in 2017.
To feel depressed all the time. Everyone is depressed nowadays, but
Yep.
she kind of
It's okay not to be okay or to have those feelings. We all have them. So
she gave me an assignment to write a letter to myself, and I
all
did.
right. Okay.
I've been going to therapy, taking my meds. We recently went to the psychiatrist.
Oh, actually, yes, I told, what's her name? I forget.
Nikidra.
Yeah, that same day we had the appointment for the pills to check on his meds. So she says she's not gonna change anything. Everything's gonna be the same.
It's mostly my eating habit because I keep
Yeah.
waking up at night to eat, but she says more of a choice rather than the meds.
Yeah, the meds is not doing the gaining weight. It's his habits of eating junk food.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. And how are you addressing that? I mean, what do you have a plan for avoiding doing that?
Well, instead of eating junk food, maybe I could just, like, if I'm ever hungry at middle of the night, I could just eat something healthy, or,
Okay.
or just drink water because I know water
I,
can.
I was gonna say water is probably your better choice, especially if you're trying to watch your weight. Because yeah, that middle of the night eating for whatever reason, it seems like they pack on the extra pounds faster than if you're eating during the day. I don't know how that works because it can be the same amount of calories, but and it interrupts your sleep cycle too. So maybe do you keep water by the bed?
Yes, I do.
Sorry?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. So it's right there. So okay. Have you struggled with anything this week?
Nothing at all.
Okay. All right. Well, we've heard that you're really invested in your treatment. So we're going to give you a bin draw because you're doing a great job with that. And Mr. Martinez, anything you'd like to say?
Oh no, everything's been really good with those meds that he's taken. We haven't seen any how do you call those?
Outbursts,
Yeah, like when he used to get mad and yell
or like
not-
swear or anything.
Yeah, not anymore. It's everything's been really good. Probably
Okay.
it's helping a lot because he's working. It's right across the street, McDonald's. So I see
Okay.
that he gets his mind off things. It's and it's productive for him. Meeting other people, talking to other people,
working with new employees.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, it's not just the meds. I mean, he's working real hard in therapy and it's not easy. It's hard work. So definitely want to give him credit for that.
Yeah.
Well, it's mostly me that, like, the meds help, but I also have to put my part into it.
That's right. That's right. It's like the meds are like a hammer, but you have to pick it up and you're the one that actually has to do the work. So yeah. All right. Well, have a great week.
Okay, you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no tokens?
Let's see. Did he get a token? Yes, he did get a token. Yes, yes. You got a token for submitting your log and meeting expectations.
Yay, tokens! That's awesome. I love it. Chris Farley in the bottom right. Hector, you're hilarious.
Thank you for catching that.
Do I get a token? No. All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
So we're
All
good.
right. Yeah, but you need to hang on.
Sure.
You don't get he's not on the rocket docket quite yet. He's got to get four
okay.
weeks. Yeah.
He even has a question about that rocket dock.
Oh yeah, what is a rocket docket? I forgot to ask. I don't know.
do tell us when the Rocket Docket is, what the Rocket Docket is. My apologies. Please do. Just know that all of us are on the Rocket Docket. Nana, I'm speaking and you're trying to talk to me. I'm speaking. My mouth is moving.
What that is.
Oh, well, if logs are turned in and expectations are met for 4 straight weeks, then you get on the Rocket Docket, which means you get to go first, or at least, in the top part of the line, so to speak, and then you get to leave as soon as your review is done.
Oh, okay.
So he's not on the Rocket Docket quite yet. So
Wait,
got to
is it
stick around till the end today.
4 more weeks?
Between each face to face. So I think it's 2 more weeks after this week,
Oh, okay.
or 3.
Okay.
2.
All right.
2?
I think it's 2. Yeah.
I don't have a calendar in front of me.
Yeah. It's from like, what's today? Starting this week, 3 more weeks until we see each other face to face again.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. Brendan's up next.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. Tell me about your week.
I completed my phase work and been taking my meds on time, and I went to therapy yesterday.
Good. Well, you got a token for submitting your log and meeting expectations. And have you struggled with anything this week?
Not really. Just waking up on time.
All right. And what are you doing to help yourself with that challenge?
Setting my alarm. Because sometimes when I go to bed at like 11, I'll lay in bed and I just can't fall asleep. So I'll sit there for a minute. And then I will fall asleep eventually, but I'll still be tired in the morning.
Brendan, welcome to adulthood. That is basically adulthood. I should go to sleep. I don't want to. I'm not gonna hang out at KCC. All of a sudden, it's the next day, and you just gotta roll with it, my man. Learn to roll with it.
Okay. What is your routine before you go to bed?
I have to take a shower, brush my teeth, basically all the hygiene stuff. That's what I do before. I don't like doing.
Also, I watch Court. This lady in her kitchen. We hang out there. It's a little weird, but it's okay.
In the morning.
Okay. Is that how you wind down? I mean, does it
Yeah,
help you relax to do those
it
things?
does. Yeah.
Okay. And then what happens when you go to bed? You just your mind's going, or
Yeah,
what's
I
keeping you awake?
my mind.
Okay.
I think I like what I could have done earlier and what I like. My mind just keeps going.
Okay. Do you have a pad and pencil by your bed where you could write some of those thoughts down?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Does that help?
I haven't tried it yet.
Oh.
I didn't think about it.
Fucking brutal honesty. I love it so much. Oh, wow. That's great. I'm so glad for that. I don't write anything down in the middle of the night. I just get up. I don't go to bed till very late. It's fine. We don't sleep shame around here. Reminder.
Okay. Well, that's a good idea. At least I found that helpful. If I can't I call it turning my mind off, turning my brain off. I can write it down, and then when I write it down, it's like, okay, I don't have to think about that anymore. It's on the piece of paper. I can look at it tomorrow and think about it tomorrow, and now I can go to sleep.
All right. I'm gonna try that.
So give that a try.
All right.
And
wow.
Do you go to bed every night about the same time?
Yeah, because 11 by the routine.
Okay.
Then I gotta wake up at like 10:30, 10.
All right. Well, those
You gotta
routines
wake
are
up
real
by 10.
important,
Hold
and they
on.
really.
Hold on. Did he just say he has to wake up by 10:30? Shit, son. Oh my God. You can go to bed at like 6 a.m. if you have to wake up at 10:30. Like that's seriously when I would go to bed if I had to wake up at 10:30.
Help. Okay. Have you thought about getting a job?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Are there any barriers or anything in your way that we could help with to
Uh,
eliminate that?
no, just have to find out where I want to work because I don't want to work in fast food. I want to work at like some retail store, but it's
Okay.
kind of
Well,
hard.
there's
I was thinking about like Pet Supplies Plus or something like that.
all right. Well, let's see.
I heard there was really, really good money in monkeys, and I am working on getting a job at a pet supply store where I can get my hands on monkeys. If you know, you know.
16, so you ought to be able
Yeah.
to get a job in a place like that. Have you? I mean, I see help wanted signs of just about everywhere I go. So
Yeah, I got to get a permit though
okay,
because I had one, but that's for like when I was 15.
okay,
They change it. It's like 16, 17 now. They have to get one.
okay. I don't think you have to have a permit though before
I
you
don't.
start looking. Well, you do before you start working, but you
Oh, all
don't
right.
before you start looking.
Oh,
So I
okay.
think you can apply and you can interview and all of that. You just need the permit before you actually start on your first day of the job.
All right.
So you said, would you say PetSmart or Pet Supplies
Uh,
Plus?
Pet supplies. I like working with animals.
Okay,
It's relaxing.
okay. Do you have one of those close to you?
Yeah, there's fairly close. There's a couple.
All right. Do you know if they're hiring right now?
I'd have to call them. I'm not sure.
Yep. Sounds like that's what your next step might be, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And what are the most helpful things you're learning in treatment?
Um, how to cope because I don't really use coping skills. Well, I do every day, but I just don't notice. So I listen to music all the time. I just don't really notice though.
Okay.
I'm going to be learning new coping skills.
All right.
We
What's
just
the
started.
most, sorry?
We were just getting into coping today.
Okay.
Well, yesterday.
Okay. So you said you were already using music?
Yeah, I do that every day.
Okay.
Try
So
to
have
force
you learned a
myself.
new one yet or no?
Not yet. We're just getting into it. That was just a setup for like a meeting in person because we're doing it virtual at first.
Okay. Have you learned anything about yourself? I mean, I know you're just starting out, but have you learned anything that might help you improve your school attendance going into the fall?
Just pushing forward, basically. I haven't really learned much though, because we just started.
Okay. All right. And what are your plans for the future? Do you have any ideas about what you might want to do after high school?
Yeah. I wanted to be a game warden.
Okay. Have you looked into what do you need to do to reach that goal?
Uh,
Hold on, did he just say he wants to be a Game Boy? I may have been on the deck. Did he just say he wants to be a Game Boy? Even working at Game Boy is not really feasible at this point, son. Um, a game warden? A game warden? Okay. Well, I heard he wants to be a Game Boy, but that's how it came through to Canada, folks. He wants to be a game warden. It sounds like you might want to get out of court and back into the bush, son. Also, guys, please clock in for your shifts. It's really helpful with YouTube, Daddy.
we did a project about it in English class at school. You have to go through like this. It's like a training course, what police do too, and you have to, I think, a little bit of college. You have to do college to make it easier, but you can do it with high school, but it's harder, a lot harder.
Okay. But to start with, you at least need a high school diploma, right?
Yeah.
And you might need some college.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you feel like you're preparing yourself to fulfill that goal at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you doing that?
Just staying focused on what I need to do. So I would like that job. It'd be fun.
All right. And you understand the importance of school?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything the team can do to help you reach that goal at this point? The baby steps, at least.
Not that I can think of. I just got to make sure I attend, and I do what I have to do.
Okay. All right. Well, You're getting a bend draw today because we've seen growth and progress with your community service follow through and the fact that you're a hard worker. You've put effort into your paperwork for your promotion and you've been attending group and our face-to-face review last week. So you'll be getting a bend draw.
All right.
All right. And I don't know if I said before, but you are also getting a token this
Oh,
week for having
right.
submitted a log and met expectations. So you're on the road to being on the Rocket Docket. Just got to do that 3 more times.
All right.
Okay.
I plan on it.
All right. Ms. Smith.
Hi, hon.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah,
Anything
Brenda's
you'd like?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna start up. He's doing really well. The meds are doing awesome for him, and yeah, started a new therapist yesterday, so I pray that goes good.
Okay.
The virtual with her.
All right. I'm sorry, he was talking to me at the same time.
Okay. Were you done with what you were
Yeah.
saying?
Yes, honey.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And tell me about the release of information for the therapist. My understanding is that you wouldn't sign that. Why not?
Oh, to have
Oh, shit just got real. Okay. Yes, Judge. Yes, we're here for that. She wouldn't sign the release for the therapist. Probably neither would I. Why would I want the frickin' therapist? Anyways, regardless. Hi, Hector. Nice to see you too. Jonathan asked earlier, is this an 8-hour stream? I don't know, Jonathan. 8-hour streams just come naturally. You can't force them.
everybody involved? That particular paper?
It's a paper for the team to be able to for the therapist.
Yes, honey. Yes.
Okay. All right. And tell me about the release of information for the therapist. My understanding is that you wouldn't sign that. Why not?
Oh, to have everybody involved? That particular paper?
It's a paper for the team to be able to receive the reports from the therapist on how it's going.
I guess I don't recall. Maybe we're just. I'll have to talk to her about that.
All right. We've talked about this before, but one of the requirements of JTask is those releases be signed.
Okay.
Do you have some fears about signing it?
I guess I do.
Okay.
Just everybody's hands are out. You know what I'm saying? That's what it feels like. It's everybody's right there.
All right. Well, again, that was what you agreed to, and that's part of this program.
Okay.
Everybody has to work together as a team, and we've all got to be rowing in the same direction. And in order to do that, the left hand has to know what the right hand is doing.
Right. Understand. All right.
So, are you willing to sign that release of information at the next meeting with Ms. Kedra?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, plan on that then.
That or the therapist Tuesday. I don't know when Kedra's coming over, so.
Okay.
We gotta see her next week.
Yeah.
Okay. And what are you learning in MST?
Just learning how to cope with things myself too, and just there isn't a whole lot. She wants me to get a friend involved with this for me and
for support.
Yes.
Okay. We can never have too much support.
I know that's right. That is so true.
And how about the trauma-informed parenting class? How's that going?
You know what? I forgot about it last week. So it's today, isn't it? Wednesday?
Okay, want to talk about, guys, have we got our bingo cards out for parent makes it worse because we've hit that like 5 times in this court. Also, I do have this time magic wand that I can make time go by. I have a lot of court for us to watch tonight. Don't worry. Nana's been looking at me like I'm crazy. She really thinks I'm crazy. So we might just do an all-nighter. Thank you so much, Hector, for saying that you like my dress. I like my dress too. Um, Lisa, I hate to tell you, I'm working right now, so we all got to work. No, I'm just joking. The thing is about the all-nighters is that what happens is the in-jokes get very, very, very specific. It gets to be like, 3 a.m. Pacific time, and then like Mikey wakes up and he gets up like all early, like a fucking adult, and starts recording court and all this stuff. And they're like, "Are you guys up still?" And we're like, "Oh, we don't sleep shame over here." But like we've had multiple nights like that. And then the problem is the next day I get like a little bit done. I still go live. I've looked at my live record. Um, let's just watch a little bit more of this. I am 100% convinced that Chris Burgess is in a grow room. Um, I won't guarantee 8 hours tonight, but I'll probably guarantee like 3.5/4. Nana's just droning on, so yeah, absolutely for a couple hours more for sure.
Yes, it is. I have to get back on that, girl.
Okay. And what have you learned so far in that class?
Oh, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed everybody able to speak their minds and help each other out per se.
Okay, is there anything that you learned in that class that you've started to use at home?
No, not as of yet.
Any reason why not? You said that it was enjoyable and helpful. So how has
Well,
it been helpful?
That time that
I'm on the ground laughing. She can't even lie. Oh my God. How would you not have come prepared with one fake thing? Is that the deviousness of me? Because I would just lie. I mean, oh, maybe that just says something about me. Maybe that just says something about me. I would just lie. I would just lie.
I was there, we were just kind of giving each other stories. What was been going on with our home and everything, everyday life.
Okay.
Yeah.
But did they give you some tips?
I don't recall so.
Let's be clear, Jonathan. I would not perjure myself. I would utilize my vast imaginative and communication skills in order to create a situation that I didn't sound like this lady. Also, MB, thank you so much for the great clips. This could have been a win or a bust. I feel like Rocket Docket is a win so far. We are 100% incorporating Rocket Docket into the future here. Thank you so much for the super chat. This has just been the weirdest court today. This judge is also like not a judge. She's like a therapist who has to be a judge, but she really wants to be a therapist. Like, have you ever heard such a nice judge? Even when she just got mad at her for not, she's like, "Well, what are you scared of?" It's like, okay, lady, you get paid by the hour.
Judge, if I could.
Sure.
Miss Smith, have you been since the first one?
No, I haven't. That's what I'm saying. I completely forgot about it.
You might want to check to make sure, because I don't know if that's kind of one of those anyone can come any week or you have to be there. So maybe check before you travel out.
Okay. All right. I definitely
And then
will.
my other question for you is, are you learning anything in MST, or are you just hesitant in practicing something new? Like, yeah, I've learned some new things, but I just haven't put them into play yet.
I can honestly say I haven't learned nothing yet.
Okay.
And then we heard that you wanted to discontinue MST.
Well, no, that the therapist and I were talking about that yesterday. She says, I thought she was a therapist also. I didn't know what the difference was between the MST and the therapist. So yeah, she said, well, they're not gonna pay both of us, so it's gonna be one or the other. And I said, oh, okay. All right, gotcha.
Well,
So we're just gonna do both.
she said insurance won't cover both.
Insurance won't cover both, exactly. If she was a therapist. But she's MST and I don't even know what the difference is. So am I talking too fast?
No, I'm just a little confused because that's not the report we got.
No.
Oh, wow. Okay.
No, you're not talking too fast. Your words are confusing me. I don't think they're talking about Mountain Standard Time, Hector. I don't think so. The judge and I are like on the same page right now. But I can imagine the judge is extremely much less stoned than I am, so probably hitting her a bit harder than it's hitting me. Jesus Christ, like systemic. I mean, seriously, sometimes it's like, do people making it worse? Like, seriously, she forgot to go to the class for 3 weeks or something like that. And then she has the fucking balls to claim that she hasn't learned anything. That's insane to me. I mean, is that the self-preservation of like not, is it bad that I would just create something? I mean, I've done the dark triad test, and let's just say they told me don't reveal my scores.
Ms. Clark, are you able to help at all with that?
I am not, unfortunately. We're going to have to, that would be news to me, but Lisa might, because she's in the system.
Okay.
As far as your outpatient therapy for Brendan, currently there is no they are not billing insurances, so that would not be difficult or cause any difficulty there.
Okay.
There is an authorization already for MST, so that should not be an issue either. So
okay.
Nothing to do with insurance.
And both of them should be happening.
Okay, awesome. That's what I needed to know.
All right.
All right. Yeah, it was so confusing when she's throwing this at me. It's like, I'm not sure.
Okay.
You know, I don't have nothing to do with that part. So.
Okay, well, again, it's important that you do both, that Brendan does the counseling and that you both do the MST.
All right, because I was just confused. What is MST and what's
Oh, she's going to ask the question for us. CRD is here. Mayor has made it home. Harmony, everybody's here. Jonathan, Hector, Sashina, Cellulite, Yoga Pants, Lisa Figueroa, whose name I say correctly. CRD, we've missed you. I think, have you been here? I don't know. The time blurs together. I was talking earlier about I've made a lot of videos. I'm working very hard, and it's not that I forget anybody. Hayden's here. It's not that I forget anybody. It's that I don't subscribe to the same timeline that everybody else does. I work on a different timeline. That's how we do.
a therapist? You know what I thought they're the same thing at first. I really didn't know.
No.
So.
Okay.
MST is actually a modality of therapy. When Morgan does come to the home, she is providing therapeutic services and support. So, and then TME will be Brendan's individual mental health therapist.
Gotcha. All right, honey. Sounds good.
Thank
Makes
you.
sense to me now.
Okay, have a good week.
You too, hon. Thank you.
All right,
That
we're
didn't
all
make sense to
set.
me.
I think he's it, right? We don't have any others. So everybody have a great week.
You as well.
Okay, everybody wave. That is end of the. I'm not going to show you what it goes to. I'm going to pull the curtain. Let's just say that it recorded for another hour and 45 minutes. Yes, it was a safari. A safari. I'm laughing so hard. Okay, I'm just going to flash this up on the screen as proof. It was a safari. Here we go with another weird safari shot. YouTube Daddy, he knows me so well. So the next thing we're gonna go see now, guys, is hold on. We're not going anywhere except deep into court. Oh God, I tried to explain to my neighbor about the YouTube channel. It's very difficult. Can somebody help me explain that? He was like perplexed. He's like, which court? And I'm like, well, lots of different courts. Oh, okay. And so the people are going to court? I'm like, no, the people are not going to court. They're more like zooming into court. And they're like, and you just, they just were not able to comprehend it. I mean, maybe I should just stop like bragging to my neighbors about my weird YouTube channel. That's what I should do. Oh, you dumbass. Well, he gets like what I'm doing. He's like, I don't understand how you would make money off that. I'm like, I don't get that part exactly yet either. I'm working on it. I'm learning. I did explain that it's all mostly Americans, and I did talk about how I am planning to go to Florida in September for the meetup. Not my channel meetup, by the way. And just like piggyback onto that meetup. But he was just like, okay, like very perplexed. So, uh, Jonathan, that's so sweet. I know, Polly. I already shouldn't, but I'm already going. It's already happening. It's happening. Um, Hayden, we're glad that you have the internet back as well. I have a funny song I want to talk to you about, Hayden, that is called White Girls, White Wine, and Adderall a little bit later. Yeah, good song. Folks, this is the self-represented family law docket. These people are mad at each other. They haven't even gotten themselves a lawyer. They're just hanging out in court willy-nilly. So let's see what happens. Have I gotten my vaccines yet? I think so. What kind of vaccines do I need? I have an IUD.
Yeah, some roaster is driving 100 miles a day. Literally, they're gonna stuff and everything. On the city side, I think you need to go 2 or 3 days at the most. Don't into the route. So since you're new, the first thing you should do is probably just gas it up, and that way you have a nice little tank of gas. Okay, here's another
So I'm fairly positive this dude does not know that he is unmuted. This is probably like the prep moment of the of court here. Oh gosh. Let's continue. The cat wants in. I'm gonna go let her in. Let's continue listening to this. Francisco Who wants to know what Francisco looks like, you guys?
Properly adjusting your hair will give you an almost 360-degree view around you. Make sure you take advantage of this before you hit the street.
Was that adjusting your hair properly and dirty hair? They get dirty. I wipe them off. Rapidly, 15 seconds. Just go. And that was clean. Especially on the rural side. You guys go down those gravel driveways this time of year, dust. Like, horrible. No truck's gonna be selling dust within the end of the day. When you halfway through the day, wipe off those minutes, you can see that. You'd be surprised how much more you can see by just taking a little bit of dust off. But you want to see as much as humanly possible. So I keep a rag with me. Wipe it off. Take a few seconds. You gotta walk around your truck anyways, deliver the package, come back. You want to be able to see.
Did he finally mute himself? Nope. Nobody else is saying anything. This is the weird Zoom etiquette that we have where nobody's like, hey, Francisco. And I'm sorry, guys. We have to ride this one out. I am not skipping ahead. I want to see what happens. Also, I thought that just said Cassandra's arm.
I need to fix this. Sure if that. I don't know why it's over here, actually. I'm gonna move it. I think that might be the problem. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right, good morning. We are here for the self-represented family law docket. If you're intending on having some other matter heard, you might be in the wrong courtroom. So double check. Sometimes we have people who inadvertently miss their hearing because they've logged on to the wrong session. So this is family law represented, self-represented, excuse me. Admitting a few other folks into the Zoom courtroom. If I have not called your case, please stay muted. There's a Tessana's iPhone that keeps unmuting. You are creating an echo in the courtroom when you do that. I see your message that you have sent. We'll get to your case as soon as we can. I first want to call a matter that looks like might have attorney representation. So we're going to need to move you to the represented docket. This is Annette Jackson and Eliezer Jackson. Are both of you present?
Eliezer? I'm sorry, Eliezer? You're gonna have to spell that shit for me. God, I'm such a bitch. Why is this happening? You guys, I don't watch these first, and yet they're just gold. It's like gold.
I'm present. Annette Jackson is present.
Good morning, Ms. Jackson.
Good morning.
Is Mr. Jackson present?
I don't know.
Do we have Ivan Culbertson on that matter? Okay, ma'am, we'll give that just a couple minutes, but since there isn't a...
Okay, also, I'm calling it right now, Haley and Shane together. Also, this is going to be a weird call. I'm going to call Samsung and Tay together. Samsung and Tay together.
Attorney who has appeared on it. We may need to move you over to a different docket.
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead and unmute and I'll recall your case in a minute, okay?
Okay.
I'm just getting another message. Hold tight, folks.
Get your guesses in right now, folks, in the chat. Tell me who you think has banged each other. I'm seeing Samsung and Cassandra. Judges in is fair game too.
I'm going to go to number 1 on our docket. This is 113-001-002. Kyla Cook, are you present?
Yes, and it's Kayla Coffelt, sorry.
Kayla. Oh, okay. Tell me how to pronounce your last name.
Coffelt.
Coffelt. Okay.
If you were to cast a Francisco who chatted and then came into the frame, that is who you would have cast with his blue hoodie and his gold chain and his hat in court. Good night, Cellulite Yoga Pants. Thank you for catching the rest with the replay crew. I appreciate all of the replay crew and leaving comments. It makes such a big difference to YouTube Daddy. I appreciate it so much. Seriously, did anybody guess that Francisco would look any different than that? I didn't. I thought that was exactly what Francisco would look like.
Okay, I think this case has been going on for quite some time. So I think we have
Yes, it has.
married name. I'll make a note of that. And then do we have John Cook present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are either of you able to turn on your cameras?
I gotta figure it out.
Okay.
Not yet, Susie. We'll need more numbers from the future again. Oh my God, we got a tank top in court. He's coming from a workbench, a workout bench, folks. He is appearing from a workout bench.
Okay. Thank you. So what I have in front of me, folks, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is Ms. Coffelt, you have initially filed, well, it looks like you guys have final parenting plans in place, but you have filed a motion or notice initially to relocate with the 2 minor children to Wyoming. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Cook, I have received your objection and request that this court temporarily prevent the move pending trial. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll tell the folks how we will move forward today then. So ultimately, kind of big picture is Ms. Coffelt will need to get you on what's called a trial assignment docket so that you can have a trial on the actual permanent decision on relocation. Those types of trials do take priority, so I can work with you to get a docket scheduled that both of you can get a trial date on your motion. Today, what I will be going forward on is brief argument on whether or not I can issue a temporary order, either preventing or allowing relocation pending trial. Okay. So that's what we'll be deciding today. So what I want to do.
Oh, that sounds juicy. Yes. That's fucking great. Okay, Judge, we're in for it. Everyone go make your popcorn, get your drinks and stuff. Name your strain. Get a few reps in. Don't forget leg day.
I'm just going to swear you both in at the same time if you both want to raise your right hands. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Coffelt, what I'll have you do first is go ahead and just state your name for the record.
Kayla Coffelt.
Okay. And Ms. Coffelt, you have filed a motion to relocate with the children to Wyoming. You have asked this court to allow the move pending trial. So tell me a little bit more about the request for the move and the reason for the move out of state.
So my dad and sister are over there. They're the only family that I actually have contact with. They're my main support group. I do have family here, but toxic is toxic. My dad's health, I mean, he's getting up there in age. He is possibly going to have hip replacement surgery.
Did she just say toxic is toxic? Oh my God. Here we go.
So just kind of being out there to help him out. And the reason why we're trying to do it sooner rather than later is because the house that we live in currently, we rent from the church, and it's actually designated for the pastor. Well, they're hiring a new pastor. And so we think that instead of just moving to move again next summer when we actually intended on moving, we just figured that we would do it now. And school over there starts August 22nd.
Okay. And then what is the current, I did review the final parenting plan in this case, and it looked like at that time there were requests for reunification counseling to take place before any visitation. Where is the family at as far as where the children, are the children doing any visitation with Mr. Cook at this time?
No.
Okay. Since the entry of the final parenting plan, has there been reunification counseling?
No.
Okay. So one of the things I have to look at is whether I think the move would cause more harm to the children than good to the children. What can you tell me about your take and opinion on that?
Well, I know that they haven't had like any contact with John in about 2.5 years. The little bit of contact that has happened has been unorthodox. Like they heard a conversation that part like took place between him and his sister. There's just been minor over the phone through a third person type communication, but very minimal. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, the Xander, he's still super angry about things. Logan doesn't process emotions in the normal sense. So when he is having big emotions, he has a tendency to act out.
And then I think I saw in the orders previously that the two of you have not had any prior agreements about staying in state with the children.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any sort of texting or video communication between the kiddos and dad right now either?
No, I know that there was a little bit between Xander and John. I also know that Xander, he's asked me, hey, should I text my dad, happy Father's Day? I'm like, that's up to you, and I tell him any communication that happens, I need to know about it. But that's about it.
And then if this move were to be approved ultimately at trial, how would you foresee any future abilities to engage in reunification counseling taking place?
Well, I actually did submit a new parenting plan upon John's objection, which would accommodate things as him and the children's relationship grew with the input of the reunification counselor. But I also know that those kind of counseling sessions can be done over like telehealth platforms.
Okay. And then would you anticipate any visits back to the state?
Yes, I put that also in there along with the original requirements of having to do the assessment, the strengthening for families class and reunification counseling. And then it would phase into visitations and then extended visitations.
And how old are the two minor boys now?
Xander is 17. He will be 18 in December, and Logan is 14.
Okay. And again, kind of playing through potential outcomes if the boys were to relocate to Wyoming with you, but ultimately reunification counseling was successful, are they at an age and maturity level where you would be comfortable with them perhaps flying, by themselves back to Washington for visitation and those sorts of things?
I think when the time came to it, I believe so, but I also know with Xander turning 18, it'll kind of like be up to him. I mean, he's already talked about making the drive out here to see his friends. So,
okay. And does the 17-year-old have a driver's license?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you want the court to know about your request for the relocation?
No, not really.
Okay. So, Mr. Cook, I'll have you go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is John Cook.
Okay. And Mr. Cook, you have objected to, for purposes of today's hearing, allowing the relocation to temporarily happen before trial. I just want to get your kind of in your own words. I do have your objection. I have reviewed it. I have your proposed order preventing the move. So tell me in your own words why you think this relocation would do more harm than good for the children.
Because I was led to believe up until, well, to start off with, I was under the impression that I could not contact my children. And I had contact with Kayla in the past. And she informed me that the children did not want to build a relationship with me at that time. And I had left it up to her to let me know when that changed. And I just found out a few weeks ago that my children are angry with me because I have not been in contact with them, because I haven't been trying to pursue a relationship with them. And I was never informed by their mother that that was what they wanted. I left it up to her to reach out to me when the status quo changed. And I believe she was a real advocate for reunification with my children. And it just turns out that did not happen. And as
Wow, that might be the best line I've ever heard used in family court like that. I was just about to rail on him and say, oh, you know what, buddy? That's your responsibility. You got to take that under your own power. And then he just said, I thought she was an advocate for reunification. What a great line. That's a great line. She looked ashamed when he said that too. Her shoulders like dropped.
soon as I found out, then I started the process of what I need to do. I've called multiple counselors. Most of them will not see anyone under the age of 18. I finally found one that is communicating with me now. Her name is Barbara Broadhurst, and I'm working on the steps needed to start that reunification. But to my knowledge, Xander and Logan did not want to do it or participate. It was what I was under the impression of.
Anything else you want the court to know about why you think that this relocation should be denied? Oh, you're muted still, sir. Sorry.
I feel that it would strongly hinder rebuilding a bond with my children, them being all the way in Wyoming. And things weren't perfect. I made mistakes, and I've spent a lot of time working on myself to re-become who I was. I was in a toxic relationship at the time, and I let it affect my parenting, and I've worked very hard to become who I am again. And I have built a business and an empire to help pass on to my children and help them have more opportunities in life. Yes, Kayla I feel is a great mother when it comes to feelings and all of that, but I do not feel on that side of things that there's actual, it is instilled to grow and be whatever you can be, and to, like, I want my children to do great. I was hard on my children because I wanted them to have a better life than me. And I have worked very hard to be able to provide that for them. And I feel that I can provide much more opportunity for them with having a connection with them than they can receive over there.
All right. Anything else from either party?
Well, I just know that the reunification process and the counseling, it's not going to be a overnight thing. I mean, there was a lot of trauma that needs to be addressed and that should be addressed. So I know that, like I said, I know it's not going to be an overnight process.
All right. Thank you both. I appreciate both of you supplying written material.
What do we think? You guys know as much as I do what we've seen right here. What do we think is going to happen? Is the judge going to allow the move, or is she going to block it temporarily? Get your votes in the chat. I can't be bothered saying the numbers, so just say blocked or allowed. I think she'll block it. I'm thinking block. He's come through pretty smart, I'm thinking.
I appreciate your testimony today. What I have to look at in making my decision about whether to allow the move or prevent the move pending trial are 11 factors listed in RCW 26.09.520. Those are the factors that include the nature of the children's relationship with each party, prior agreements between the party, detrimental impact that the move could potentially have, whether either parent is entitled to residential time or subject to limitations under the parenting plan, the reason for seeking relocation. I do have to take into account the age and needs of the child, quality of life and resources available to the relocating party currently and in the proposed location, availability of alternatives, financial impacts. And I also have to look at the amount of time before a final decision could be made at trial. Ultimately, what the court looks at is there is a rebuttable presumption that the relocation of the child will be permitted. However, that can be rebutted by the objecting party showing that the detrimental impact of relocation outweighs the benefit to relocating the child or children in this case. My review of the written materials and hearing your testimony today, I am convinced that the ultimate move will likely be approved at trial based on the factors in RCW 26.09.520. It appears that, in my opinion, based on the evidence in front of me, that the objecting person will not be able to prove that the move would cause more harm to the children than good to the children and the relocating person. I find that the request for the move is made in good faith. I take into account the testimony today that up until now, the children have not been having in-person contact with Mr. Cook. So I don't see a detrimental impact to them living in a different state. I also take into account the testimony from the mother that she is going to continue to work on reunification with the children and the father through telehealth or other remote methods, which I think should absolutely occur, and I fully support that. I also take into account that one of these children is almost aging out of being a minor and certainly can make his own decisions about visitation with father soon. The other child will soon be in that position as well and have a driver's license. And I think both of these boys are an age where they probably could get on a plane to visit their father on their own without mother having to coordinate that. So what I'm going to do, I don't think, Ms. Koffelt, that you sent a proposed order temporarily approving the move. So I'll create one after docket today, and I will get it signed and filed with the court later today. You both can get a copy of that from the clerk's office. What I'm going to do is then also give you a date for trial assignment. That'll be any Wednesday that works for you. That'll be Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. You both would log on via Zoom to the universal trial assignment docket. And you would let the judge know at that time how long you expect the trial to take. You are given some preference as far as quick trial dates. I just can't promise how quick that would actually be. So what would work for the parties as far as a Wednesday to get you a trial date?
I'm open to whenever.
Okay. Would next Wednesday, July 9th, do we still have room next Wednesday, July 19th?
I believe she's already filed paperwork and we have another hearing on the 19th.
We have the parenting plan modification next Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Okay, so you'll be back on this docket. My gut instinct tells me they'll probably hold off on that until the trial on the relocation, but don't quote me on that. We do? Okay. So I think what we should do, since you already have a 9 a.m. back on this docket for the parenting plan, so go ahead and keep that for now. They may bump you out, but then you'll re-log back in next Wednesday, July 19th at 1 o'clock. That will be a very quick hearing to set a trial date for you on the final decision on relocation.
Okay.
But my order today will allow the relocation to occur pending that trial. Any questions for me before I let you all go?
How long out does the trial take, like for scheduling and stuff like that?
It's hard for me to say. I don't know. You'll have to ask the judge who is doing the trial assignment docket. It could be several months, but if it's minimal testimony and you think it's going to take a half a day, they might be able to squeeze you in sooner.
Not to be a nitpicker here, but was that not one of the 11 things that she had to examine in order to make her decision appropriately? Was the length of time before the trial docket? So when you say you don't know, that tells me either like, what did you do with that part of that calculation? You went so far as to explain about the 11 ones that you have to talk about. That was one of them. Now she's asked you what you used and you're not able to tell. That's confusing. Even though the lady won, so of course she shouldn't complain, but that's how my mind works. Also, Cha, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for clocking in for your shift and hitting that like button. Georgia Peach, thank you for reminding me. I don't like this. I don't like this at all, to be honest with you. Does that not say that smacks weird to me? Smacks weird.
Okay. Mr. Cook, any questions?
Yes, I'm curious, is Xander of age that he could choose whether or not he wanted to go with his mother or stay here?
So I'm not going to give any legal advice on that issue for you. I really only can address my ruling today. What I would say is until he's 18, he is subject to the parenting plan that's in place. Okay. Well, thank you both for your time. You're free to log out and I'll get this order filed with the clerk later today.
Just wanted to know, it does say that he's not back. A temporary.
It was his preventing. Yeah. So I'll do one allowing, but thank you. Okay, you
Thank
both
you.
are free to log out. Thank you for your time.
Another reason, get yourself a lawyer, folks. The
I'm just going to
self-represented
check back in. Do we have an attorney representing parties on this docket? Ivan Culbertson. Do we have Mr. Eliezer Jackson?
Sorry, CRD, I don't know that you missed it or that I just didn't tell, but this is in Cowlitz County, I think. Cowlitz County, Washington.
Okay. We'll call that case again. We have. Okay. And do we have GAL Keith Lawrence with us?
Oh, Keith Lawrence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Lawrence. I'm going to go ahead and call the Burkett and Llewellyn matter. This will be okay. Okay. So Ms. Burkett, every time you unmute, there is an echo. Are you streaming this on two different devices? Well, I muted you because of the echo, so you're going to have to figure out how to fix that. We can't hear from you with that occurring. Do you have two applications open? One where
No, I do not, Your Honor. I just have.
So every time I talk, there's an echo, which leads me to believe that you're also live streaming YouTube on either an application on your phone or another device.
In fact, if that's the case, maybe that's the case. But in my experience, which is vast in watching these cases, that echo usually buffs itself out within the first like 17 seconds of the judge talking to the person. I don't know why it happens, but it just seems to happen. But if you just talk through it, it seems to be okay. If you pay attention to it, it lasts longer for some reason. It's like it needs a certain amount of words for you to get through before it will be like, bam, we're in.
Do we have Mr. Llewellyn, Shane Llewellyn present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to pull up your digital file while she works on that tech issue. Yeah.
Mr. Jackson is going to be in the waiting room.
He must be logged on to a different docket because he is not in the waiting room. I just see her and there's no one in the waiting room.
Is that better, Your Honor?
That is. Oh, no, still there.
Just keep going. Come on. Power through, folks.
So, well, maybe it's gone now. Okay, we'll see how far we can get. All right, give me just a second to get back into your digital file.
Oh yeah, I remember this lady calls it a digital file, which is not even close to as cool as an internet chat room.
All right. So previously, I think you folks were in front of Commissioner Nelson back in June, and he did a bench order at that time modifying supervision. My understanding is we're here for a review on that because there were some concerns about the modification. But obviously I'm kind of stepping into this long-standing case here several years later. So maybe Mr. Lawrence, I'll first turn to you to kind of get me up to speed on where we're at.
Yes, Your Honor. This has been going on for several years. The primary issue was Shane suffers from bipolar disorder, and he was untreated initially, and he did some bizarre behaviors that not only scared Tasana, but scared Shane's family as well. He was running through the neighborhood in just his underwear, jumping up and down on his own car. He assaulted a couple of workers that came to inspect his foundation. And ultimately, Shane got his medication straightened out. And for about the last year, he has been pretty stable. One of Shane's issues was smoking marijuana, and that seems to be under control as well. We were before the court a few weeks ago, and the concern was whether or not Shane has been taking his medication as approved or as prescribed. He supplied me with a blood workup from May 19th of this year, indicating that he was current and doing well. Shane is working full time, has a place of his own now, and stabilized quite a bit. Tasana was involved in a car crash, I believe last summer, and she had been drinking and under the influence of marijuana at the time, and she was charged criminally over that. And my review of the Odyssey documents indicates that recently she accepted a plea agreement and is to be sentenced on August, I think, the 13th. And she is looking at a potential sentence of 12 to 16 months in prison. The question then became, what happens to Abel, who is about, I think, 5 or 6 now, because Shane had not been stable for a long time. There was concern as to whether or not Shane could actually provide for him while Tasana was incarcerated. Tasana had asked about a year ago to move to Hillsboro, Oregon, to relocate with her boyfriend, and that apparently did not happen. And she is currently still living with her parents in Woodland. And I have spoken to her mother, Sandra Burkett, who indicates that they are more than willing to care for Abel throughout her incarceration. But we still could continue with visitation with Shane, and potentially, as he maintains his stable situation, we could consider maybe increasing some of that visitation with Abel. And so that's kind of where we're at this point. And I haven't spoken to Tasana since her plea agreement, so I don't know further than just what I read in Odyssey. And I haven't spoken to Shane in the last week or so either. And so I don't know his position yet either.
Okay. That does get me up to speed. I appreciate that. So maybe I'll check in with the parties. Well, first, I guess, Mr. Lawrence, let me ask you, so I'm trying to make sense of whether we have a parent. The last thing I see was in 2022, a motion to change the parenting plan, or a motion for adequate cause to change the parenting plan. An adequate cause was found, but then I'm not seeing whether there was ever a full hearing or trial on changing the parenting plan. Are we still kind of in that setting?
There was no trial, Your Honor.
Okay. So I think for my purposes, just procedurally, I see essentially we have an unaddressed modification to a parenting plan hanging out there. But if this is going to be a situation where one or both parents can't be full-time parents, my thought is that there might need to be an emergency minor guardianship case started if there are other adults that are going to be taking over that role.
we initially thought that if Tasana was in Hillsborough and went into jail, that there would be nobody available to care for Abel. However, she did not move to Hillsborough. She remains living with her parents, who she has lived with for a number of years, and Abel considers that his home. So if she were to go to prison, then Abel could continue staying with his grandparents, and Shane could continue with his visitation.
Okay. So, Ms. Burkett, let me turn to you. What is your, I guess, status? You've heard some of the testimony or statements from Mr. Lawrence about an upcoming potential sentence. Do you have any more information to give the court about that so we can kind of craft how to best take care of the child in the interim?
Yes. First, I just wanted to address, I believe Keith said the accident happened last summer. It was actually 2.5 years ago that it happened. And I have been 100% clean and sober ever since. I just had a hair follicle test and everything came back negative. And we are going forth with a plea deal with a parental sentencing act. I qualify for all of the things that were needed on that list for the parental sentencing, which would prevent me from going to prison. So that's what the defense is going forth towards at this moment.
So then would that be more like electronic home monitoring or something where you would still be at home?
Yes, it would be probation from home.
Okay. Yeah. And when does the sentencing take place?
August 16th.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Llewellyn, I'll hear from you. I mean, we're on essentially for review. My initial thought was we were reviewing the visitation that had been changed back in June, but it sounds more like we might be doing kind of some future planning for the child. What do you want the court to know about how things are going right now?
So I haven't seen Abel in about a month. It would be a month by the time I next see him. I was allotted 40 hours with him, but then we switched it to 36 because Tess wanted weekends with him. And I didn't get every Wednesday. Instead, I got every other Wednesday, so I lost the 4 hours. Last time I saw Abel was some Saturday, June 10th for 4 hours, and then Sunday, June 11th for 4 hours. I'm supposed to get 8 hours each day with those. And then the 24th of June and the 25th of June, I got 0 hours, as well as this last Wednesday, I got 0 hours. Saturday, the 8th, 0 hours I'm getting, or I guess that's today, sorry. Today I get 0 hours. No, I'm a little lost. I've lost a lot of time with him, like a lot of time. And it's like a month since I've last seen him. So it's Wednesday, June 21st was the last time seeing him. And 1 month time will be passed by the time I get to see him again because I missed my last weekend. And since it's every other weekend, I'm missing this weekend too. So I'm proposing that I get to see Abel today and this Saturday and that we reset the schedule because it'll be a month without him or I seeing each other.
Yeah. So what's the reason?
Sorry.
Hold on one sec. What's the reason? You said you missed visitation last weekend. What was the reason for that?
The supervisor has been a difficult one, not her herself, but just her supervision. She does bartending gigs over the weekend, and she has her own life going on with all kinds of stuff. But this last weekend, her mom had passed away, so I missed my Wednesday, the Saturday, and the Sunday. And then, like I say, the weekend before, I only got half my time, and it's typically I get either half or none of my time. Like I was allotted 40, and I'm getting like 10 to 15. Well, I guess 36 now, but I'm not getting nearly as much as I was told the court that I could have. I would like to see if we can go about getting the unsupervised visitation with everything that Tess has going on, whether it goes to where she ends up in prison or whatnot, or if she does the FOSA, which is what I was told by the court. Family Alternative Sentencing Act or something. If that would be the case, then I would be able to take Abel anywhere, do anything at our times, and get my full allotted time. And it just doesn't really seem to make any sense to me, because if whatever ends up happening, she has got a restraining order on me, and she's the one that's been doing the pickups and drop-offs. And with the restraining order, I can't really necessarily go pick him up or drop him off. Plus the fact that her parents really don't care for me. So they're not going to want to do the pickups or drop-offs, and they're not going to want me to go there to pick up or drop off either. So if I could just get my unsupervised visitation, like I've been doing extremely well. I'm actually nearing or at the 2-year mark, not 1 year of stability. I've jumped through all the hoops that they wanted me to. I went through reconnecting families. There was not a single bad note said about me. I take my regular urinalysis for showing that I've taken my medication and have no THC, and it's a like multi-panel. Like I was impressed with how many different drugs it goes through, and all of them come back negative except for my medication. And I've just been doing everything that I can in the best interest of Abel and wanting to see my son more, and it hasn't worked out that way.
I'm impressed with how many drugs they tested me for. That's a new one, guys. That is a new one. Um, they don't drug test you when you come across the border, right? No, they don't. But I will have to buy new luggage.
As was told by the court.
So here's where the court stands. I do show back on October 31, 2022, you all were in front of Judge Basher, a Superior Court judge in this county, who did conduct a non-jury trial on visitation and did set the every other week schedule at that time. Absent a request for a new trial on that, I would not be inclined to change it. I do note you have somewhat of a modification here that adds in every other Wednesdays from 5:30 to 7:30. Today, what I'm going to do is keep that visitation as scheduled. I believe Judge Basher's findings are appropriate based on the fact that he was able to actually take evidence on this and set the appropriate visitation. Looks like Commissioner Nelson took into account some additional information to do a slight modification of that. So for now, the June 8, 2023 modification of visitation will stand. What I would like to do is set a review date just after August 16th. So the parties can come back and we will know for sure what Ms. Burkett's sentence is. I think that is going to be instrumental in determining whether we need to take any further steps for custodial parentage of the child, or if she is going to be essentially home and able to maintain that role. So let me get my calendar. August 16th is a Wednesday. So, and that's when we'd be doing, do we have self-represented docket on any day other than Wednesdays? No, it's just Wednesdays. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. So let's set you all to Wednesday, August 23rd at 9 a.m. back on this docket. And that will be to review whether we need to address any parenting plan changes if Ms. Burkett is unable to be primary parent for a temporary, a 12 to 16 month period or whatever that may be, or whether she is able to remain at her home.
Your Honor.
Yes.
So do I just lose out like on an entire month of not seeing my son? And not only that, but during one of the last like 3 court dates ago, we had spoken, I don't remember which judge it was. I want to say Basher. but he was talking about getting unsupervised visits as well as overnight stays. And I know that that changed the last like 2 ago, but that was something that was already talked about. And I feel like this is just kind of just getting beat around the bush kind of thing. And it's just been very hectic with the supervision. I mean, the supervisor for the visitation. So if we could try to speed that along, or if I could at least get to where I can see him without waiting an entire month, since I'm supposed to see him 36 hours a month, that just doesn't really seem fair to him or myself.
Yeah. What I can say at this point is I'm going to follow the visitation that is currently in place that was set by both Judge Basher and Commissioner Nelson. If you want a change to that, I would request that you file a motion to change that. So I think what's happened, and this is through no fault of your own, I know the parties are unrepresented, but essentially it looks to me like this case, there was a trial, visitation was decided. Typically that is the new parenting plan. But in your case, just review dates were set where a commissioner would review the case and decide whether to make modifications. But truly, if we're wanting to change a parenting plan, we would need to go through a new fact finding. There would need to be new evidence that this is in the best interest of the child. So I'm not inclined on this hearing without any further evidence in front of me to make changes to that visitation schedule. But if that is a motion that you want this court to decide, please bring it forward with the evidence you have to show that that change would be in the best interest of the child.
May I ask, Your Honor, if it were to be worked out with Tessana, could we not switch it like indefinitely, but like just to where I get my visitation with him, and then we could go get back on track again with the one that's already proposed by the courts, even if it's just like partial time that I could see him and then we continue with the regular schedule, or if I could see him this Wednesday and weekend as well as next to make up for lost time, or something that would work best for both parties as well as April's interest.
I understand your request. I think my hand, all I can tell you is from the court's perspective, there's an order in place that needs to be followed. If the parties come to an agreement that is different than that, I'm not going to say one way or the other whether that's court approved or not. Certainly no one's going to be held in contempt over an arrangement like that. But as it stands now, all I have authority to do is to tell you that the order for as currently filed with the court is going to stay in effect.
Yes, Your Honor. May we voice that over here to see if the other party is okay with it? If we could work something out, even if we don't work it out here.
Yeah, I've got many other cases I have to call. If the two of you want to work on that through a third party, I have no problem with that. But I think we've set your review date. So I'm going to end your case here today. The two of you will be free to log out. We'll see you back on August 23rd, primarily to discuss the Ms. Burkett's sentence. If you want the court to look at a motion with further evidence about visitation at that time, please go ahead and file that. Okay.
Okay. May I just ask, Your Honor, I don't mean to be pushy, but could you just ask?
I've got to move on to the next case, sir.
Like
So I can't give legal advice.
No, it's not legal advice. I was just asking, would you be willing to ask Tess if that's something she would do? Just a yes or a no answer, so it can be stated here on the courts.
Ms. Burkett, did you hear what his question was? I think it's about making up visitation time that he's missed.
Yes, and I normally would, but we had made plans this weekend to be out of town, Abel and I. I tried to make things, plan things ahead for weekends that I know I'll have him.
All right.
So,
okay. So that is the answer for Ms. Burkett. So the two of you are free to log out. We'll see you back on August 23rd. Mr. Lawrence, anything else you need from the court?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Lawrence, do I have you on another case today?
You have two more.
I do. Okay, let's go ahead and take care of those.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I appreciate you asking her that.
Thank you.
Before we go on, let's just say hello to everybody who's just joined us. Loud Elvis, welcome. This is a late live court, if you will. Susie needs motivation. She's in the future, you guys. Okay, motivation to the future for Susie. Susie, you're fucking incredible. You are amazing and you can do anything you need to do. And even if you don't want to do it, I'm going to challenge you to just stand up and take one step towards doing it. And I know you can do it. And if you do one step, you can do the next step and the next and the next. I promise you. That's my motivation for you, Susie. Loud Elvis is here. MB is here. Poor guy, I know. This is just a sad. You need to clean your kitchen. Oh, dude. Preaching to the choir. People are like, why don't you cook anymore on your channel? It's like, first of all, food is expensive. Do you want me to make food for nothing? I make food on order. When people order it, I make it. It's not for fucking show. Let's continue watching. I'm gonna fit myself on the screen here somehow. I hope you guys are having a great evening. We're watching quite a bit of different court. We've gone from child support docket to the rocket docket, kids docket, and now we are at the family law self-represented docket in Washington state, folks. If you're just getting here, please go ahead and clock in for your shift. YouTube Daddy loves those likes just like I do. And I appreciate it. It's a free way you can help your girl out.
All right. So we'll go. Do we have Elisa Gutierrez present?
Order in for tamales.
Do we have Francisco Gutierrez present? Okay, and I do see Alyssa there. Ma'am, are you able to unmute and turn your camera on?
Folks, we've been waiting for San Francisco. It's time, baby. My
Ms.
brain can't say
Gutierrez,
Francisco.
can you hear the court?
Ma'am, you're so loud.
here.
Can you just stop for a second? Sometimes these judges just don't get like flow of YouTube shows. It's frustrating. We've been waiting all day to hear what all day? Actually, it's been almost 3 hours. Who said that I was a time shifter? Because that's sort of true. Because I was like, oh, it's only been almost 3 hours, which is actually quite a long period of time. Also, I just noticed that I didn't put all my makeup on. I only put the top layer of my eyeliner on. I didn't put the bottoms on. I just noticed when I looked in a mirror. It's so funny. Okay. Yeah, let me just sort of who are we talking about? Is it Haley Lawrence that we're talking about? I'll get out of her way. I'll just hang out over here. Um, we'll continue. Yeah. Actually, just like wait. This is how stoned I am. Just zoom in. Look at the judge's face right now. Just look how looking horrified she looks. She looks so scared. She looks like she's like, I didn't want to be a judge. I did not sign up for that.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. So this is case 223-000-9608. By my notes, and again, this is a case I recognize I am stepping into after many things have occurred. But the last item I see is Commissioner Nelson suspended visitation for Mr. Gutierrez and ordered that you obtain a drug and alcohol evaluation we were gonna wait for some collateral input from Mr. Lawrence on that. And then we would discuss future visitation. So first, I guess, Mr. Lawrence, similar to the last case, I'll turn it over to you to fill in any gaps I may be missing, or let me know if that's your understanding of why we're here today as well.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. To kind of brief report, on Memorial Day weekend, Mr. Gutierrez had the children on a visit.
Okay, hold on one, just sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Gutierrez, there's a lot of background noise happening on your end. Can you just mute until I take testimony from you?
Okay.
And Ms. Gutierrez, I'll have you do the same. Just keep your camera on, but just mute it until we have you testify.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
There was some miscommunication. Mr. Gutierrez lives with his sister in Vancouver, and they share an apartment together, and the kids came down for a visit, and Alyssa was aware that Mr. Gutierrez goes by Julian, his middle name. She was aware that Julian was going to be working some during that Memorial Day weekend, but she didn't know the exact days. And the same thing with his sister, knew that he was going to be working, but again, didn't know all of the days he was going to be working. So what happened was the kids woke up on Saturday and Mr. Gutierrez wasn't there. And so they were concerned as to where he went, and he came back in the afternoon, and the one child, Carson, indicated that he thought that his dad was drunk. And Mr. Gutierrez's sister indicated that no, she didn't think he was drunk when he returned from work, but that he did have 2 or 3 beers after he got home. And again, Mr. Gutierrez was gone on Sunday, and his sister went to watch her husband play soccer. And so the kids got up and there was nobody there, and Carson called his mother, and Ms. Gutierrez then requested a welfare check from the police, and ultimately it all got straightened out, but there was allegations of drinking. There was allegations of leaving the kids unattended due to poor communication. And the reason that we're even here, why the divorce was based on an incident in which Mr. Gutierrez became intoxicated on a New Year's Eve. Anyway,
I'm sorry, but who amongst us does not get intoxicated on a New Year's Eve? Even I, your Canadian bad girl who doesn't often get intoxicated, might imbibe on a New Year's Eve, Keith Lawrence. When you're gonna tell me that somebody's being a badass, it ain't on fucking New Year's Eve, okay? Everybody's fucking drunk on New Year's Eve. That's just not. I'm probably more drunk right now, and I'm not drunk. Am I?
Ms. Gutierrez then was able to find a.
Also, first of all, did he just say fight? I'm gonna have to back that up. Second of all, that reminds me, this is Christmas in July, which means we are having August Eve, New August Eve. We're having a Y2K party at the end of this month to celebrate the coming of August, the coming of August.
Position in Ellensburg, Washington as an apprentice dental assistant. And at the last hearing, we were addressing whether that move should occur. And we also then addressed the visitation by Mr. Gutierrez, and Ms. Gutierrez has wanted him to undergo a substance abuse evaluation, which he was not obtaining. So I had recommended that the visitation be suspended until he obtains this evaluation with Alyssa and my input. I checked Odyssey yesterday. I did not see any evaluations filed in Odyssey. I also did not receive any kind of a request.
Blah, 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 Keith. We're not listening. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31 except for February. It'll be on the 31st. That's the best I can do. If it's a fucking Wednesday or a Thursday, it's going to be a Wednesday or a Thursday. I don't plan ahead. I just think ahead. Y'all know? What did Elvis say? Divorce is after hookers and coke and getting busted by wife on New Year's Eve. Just drunk is a non-issue. I mean, sort of. I mean, like, I'm really, although, are we talking about Francisco? I'm sort of forgetting. Let's keep going. We're at 3 hours now. I'm making coffee, though.
From any evaluation agency requesting my input on his evaluation. So my assumption is that he has not done that yet.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, let me, on that specific point, if you want to unmute, have you been able to comply with the commissioner's order to obtain a drug and alcohol evaluation yet?
No, I have not, because I don't know where to go or number to call. I honestly, I don't know exactly what that is. All I did was I did do a drug test and I screenshot pictures of the results and I emailed it to Mr. Lawrence, and that's all I've done. But as far as an evaluation, I haven't done it because I mean, if I could have some sort of a paper of instructions or something, a number to call so I can go do it, or maybe I get more time to get on it, I have no problem doing it.
Yeah, and Mr. Lawrence, I don't know if part of your resources include facilities that do these kind of services where Mr. Gutierrez is located?
I can find out, Your Honor, and make that information available to him.
Okay, let's do that. And my thought is we'll set a review date. Now, typically I would just do a 30-day review date so that we can, address visitation sooner than later. Mr. Gutierrez, I'll somewhat leave it up to you. I know the first step is that you'll have to call and get the appointment. I do know that getting the appointments can take some time. I doubt that you'll get in and have a report within 30 days. But I'm happy to do a 30-day review date if that's the party's request. Otherwise, I would propose 60 days, which I think is more realistic. What would be the party's preference on a return date? Mr. Gutierrez, since it's your visitation kind of on the line here, are you comfortable with a 60-day review date to get that done and come back to court?
I could do 30 days. I could do 60 days. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, then maybe we'll split the difference and do about 45 days. So that would put us at 30. Let's look at Wednesday, September 13 at 9 a.m. Will that work for the parties?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
That
Mr.
will work
Lawrence,
for
does that
me.
work for you since we'll be looking for your input again?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
As if we care about what Keith Lawrence says. No offense, Keith Lawrence. Come to my kitchen and explain yourself. We have a lot to talk about. Steven, you're so sweet. I am not hotter than normal. Maybe I am. I don't know. Maybe it's my hot time of month. I don't know. What I just realized is she's just set out. I'm about to start seeing trial dates that are set out past the time that I'm going to be traveling, which means, oh man, it's like time to get your shit together. I have my shit together, sort of, but not really. Also, guys, thank you for being here. We're probably having a late night tonight because I am like a green stoplight when somebody is like doing a bad idea. I'm just like, yeah, no, you should definitely not keep going and like having fun.
And Alyssa, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize, Ms. Gutierrez, I didn't come to you for any input. Is there anything else you want the court to know for today's purposes?
No, I think that he's capable of getting it done within 30 days. I reached out to Kaiser. We both still have the same health plan, and they got back to me and told me that his drug and alcohol counselor that he had tried to see before would be willing to do the assessment. He just has to call.
Okay. And what I'll say is if both parties want this.
Goodbye, Hector. Have a great night. Susie from the future created something amazing tonight. She did half of her kitchen, which is way more than I did. So great job, Susie. We're so proud of you. Good job, girl. And in the future, no less. Also, Hector, have a great evening. Thank you for reminding me about working out. I'm working on those videos. My coffee better be ready soon. I'm getting a little crazy. Oh, that's a good time for a med check, folks. Take your meds if you have them. If you don't have them, who are you kidding? What are you doing here if you don't take meds?
Matter heard sooner than September 13th, let's say the report does come back and you want me to take a look at it to review any modifications to visitation on, if the case is truly ready for me to review sooner, you can certainly note it on earlier than September 13th.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Otherwise, I'll see the parties back on September 13th and we'll address the review of the evaluation, any input from Mr. Lawrence, and talk about future visitation schedules. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're both.
Oh my God, Susie, I was not being sarcastic at all. I hope you know that. I was being fucking 100% wholehearted. Shit. I have resting bitch face and I have like natural sarcastic voice, but I was being serious, honey. When I say honey, I know it. It comes across wrong. It's not how I mean to be. I'm so proud of you.
Free to log out.
All right, thanks.
Okay. And then Mr. Lawrence, I'm going to take your next case, but I do see we have Mr. Culbertson with us now, the attorney matter I was waiting for. I think Mr. Culbertson, you might have found our Zoom link somewhat confusing. So apologies for that. I think you might have been in a different courtroom, but this is on Annette Jackson and Eliezer Jackson, 233-00244408. And Mr. Culbertson, I understand you represent the respondent in this matter. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And Ms. Jackson, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So what I need to do on this case, this docket, the folks got set on this unrepresented docket because we at that time didn't have notice of representation for respondent. I do need to set you over. I need to move you guys now permanently to our represented docket. And what would be the next date we could get them on the represented docket on this?
That I can stay in the house at this point because we had that's on Monday we had
correct place from the criminal case and that you were all
with the response personally on
it looks like
Okay, I was skipping ahead because I thought they were just gonna freaking do scheduling and then it was like criminal docket and all this kind of stuff, but we're not going back. That person's voice was weird. My coffee's done. Yay.
we were discussing visitation and vacations potentially at that time. The commissioner set this review hearing it looks like to continue that because there was not, I don't see any formal order issued out of that hearing. So again, Mr. Lawrence, much appreciation to you. If you want to fill in any gaps for me, the court would appreciate it.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Utter goes by Stevie. Stevie and Kirby had this child.
Stevie and Kirby, are you joking me right now? I'm like getting a coffee. I put hot blonde me up on the screen to take a little bit of pressure off, and we got Stevie and Kirby come up. You joking?
Parker. And at the time that Parker was born, Mr. Utter was married to a woman named Autumn. And Autumn became very upset about this child and threatened to kill Ms. Young and the child.
What the fuck is happening? I'm gonna have to. Sorry. Wow. Do not. Let's not put those up together side by side, okay? It's the same person, I promise. What the fuck is happening in this court? I didn't even watch this. We're going back a couple minutes. Well, no, we're gonna go back 30 seconds. Look at Steven's face down here at the bottom. Oh my gosh. He's as shook as I am.
Goes by Stevie. Stevie and Kirby had this child, Parker. And at the time that Parker was born, Mr. Utter was married to a woman named Autumn. And Autumn became very upset about this child and threatened to kill Ms. Young and the child. And so Mr. Utter decided to essentially stay out of Parker's life for the past 10 years. And Parker then discovered that Mr. Utter was his biological dad. And so we've been talking about how to reunify these two and have a father-son relationship. Parker is a rather reserved young man. He doesn't like to be pushed, and he has some definite ideas about how this reunification should take place. We initially discussed reunification counseling. I don't think truly anybody really wanted that. And so Commissioner Nelson at the time decided to start just having Mr. Utter have visitation with Parker while Ms. Young was in their presence, essentially a supervised visit by her. That went well. There were phone calls, and those went well. And so we decided then to move to the next level, where Ms. Young has Parker involved in horseback riding lessons and other activities, and the commissioner wanted Mr. Utter to be included in those activities with Ms. Young being present. And those went very well. And so we were talking about essentially ratcheting up the amount of time that Mr. Utter could spend with Parker. And as Parker becomes more comfortable with him, then Ms. Young could kind of fade into the woodwork and leave Mr. Utter and Parker together. And that's where we were at the last hearing. That very evening, I got a call from Mr. Utter.
What happened that very evening, you guys? What happened that very evening? Please put it in the chat right now. I am pouring coffee. I love you all so much. This is crazy. How does this even happen? I think that Mr. Utter called and explained that he had gotten back with his ex who hated them and he was worried about the reunification. I don't know. That's my guess.
Indicating that Ms. Young's boyfriend, a gentleman by the name of Jeff McDonald, who has an extensive criminal history and is apparently physically abusive, was at Ms. Young's house that evening. And the police got called. So I asked Mr. Utter if he could get a copy of that police report for me. I spoke to Ms. Young about it, and her indication was that she came home, had Parker in the car, and saw Mr. McDonald's car in her driveway or out on the street near her home. And so she just continued on past her home and called the police to have him removed. She denies any kind of involvement or contact with Mr. McDonald, and that there was no contact between Parker and Mr. McDonald. I still have not received the police report, and so we're here, I guess, to address that issue and to see where we go from here as far as the visits.
Okay. And I will turn it over to the parties here in a minute. I'll just say, Mr. Lawrence, thank you once again. And my review procedurally on this case
difficult. Yeah, so I'm trying to do it too. So
is that we have some bench orders addressing bits and pieces of this case, but unless I'm missing it, I see there was a motion filed back in February of this year to get a temporary parenting plan put into place. But I don't see that a judge or commissioner has ever signed a temporary order establishing a parenting plan or child support or anything like that. Does that meet with the parties' understanding?
To an extent.
Okay. Go ahead, sir, and let me know your perspective on this.
So Mr. Lawrence, though his telling of events is pretty accurate, it is pretty vague.
Pretty vague, dude. He just spilled a bunch of tea. What more do you want in court? Also, guys, we know we know how many sugars I take in my coffee, which is like 17. Seriously, it's like 34 grams of sugar. But that's what keeps me going. That's what keeps us getting 300 videos.
There's a lot more to that. We could be here for a long time.
Oh, no, sure. So, sir, what I'm asking for right now is procedurally, has a judge issued a decision on a temporary parenting plan for you all? Other than received bench orders, kind of addressing bits and pieces of visitation. But I know, like Ms. Young she filed a motion back in February saying, I would like the court to adopt my parenting plan. There was a hearing held, but no order signed, except little kind of bench orders. Does that meet with your understanding, Ms. Young?
Yeah, they were kind of doing the visits like what we've been doing, so they can kind of get to know each other is what the judge, but that was it.
I have been paying, Your Honor. Sorry.
No, I see that. And is that the $150 a month?
No, weekly.
A week.
Weekly. Okay. And that's interesting too, because that's not a child support order. It really is just a bench order. So I think procedurally what I need to do is set this for an actual hearing on presentation of temporary orders. Given some of the things I'm hearing, I think we will want input from Mr. Lawrence upon further investigation on some of those items. You all will be, it's kind of like a mini hearing in front of me where you do present testimony to me about why your proposed parenting plan is the one the court should adopt. So what I want to do is set a date for you all to have presented to me your own proposed parenting plans. So that these are forms you fill out and submit to the court, and it's just called a temporary parenting plan. And you tell me, you both submit to me what you want and what you're asking for and why. And then we'll have a hearing. Mr. Lawrence will be a part of that. If you want to submit any declarations in support of why you're requesting those things, like family members or other people who know what is happening in this family dynamic, you can submit that testimony by declaration. And then I will have a hearing with you all, and we will actually sign and craft a formal, full temporary parenting plan. Then the next step would be you all would set a trial date for a permanent parenting plan once you're ready for that.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay. Does that, I think that kind of, I know there are some major issues we need to address. So I'd like to get this set sooner than later, but procedurally, I need to get all of these kind of piecemeal bench orders put into one formal temporary parenting plan for you all.
And that's why I brought this to the court, Your Honor, for that reason, for the help to get us together and facilitate a relationship. And that's exactly since February. I've submitted that parenting plan, temporary and stuff like that already. So thank you.
Okay, perfect. So how much time, now things have changed maybe since this case was first filed. So I want to give the parties opportunity to file new proposed parenting plans. Unless what you've already filed with the court is still what you are requesting, that's fine. But I'm guessing there might be some changes to what you originally wanted in February. Does that sound correct?
Probably. I don't remember now, but.
Okay.
I don't think we need any changes on my end, but.
On your end? Okay. Let me make sure I have something from you just before we.
Yeah, I'm the one who's brought this to the courts and submitted it, so I don't know.
Okay, I do see yours back from February 3rd. I do see your proposed parenting plan. Oh, that's a temporary family law order. Let's see if you gave me a parenting plan too.
I think 10 years old, Elvis. 10 for how old Parker is?
You did petition for a parenting plan, and there's a motion for a family law order. And you have a declaration in support of your parenting plan. But what oh, no, hold on. I had to go back further.
Okay. I know we spent a lot of money and did a lot of papers.
Yeah, there's a lot here. So Ms. Young, what I do have from you is a February 10th proposed parenting plan. And that's the one, Mr. Utter, you would want to actually file with the court. You have filed all the other paperwork except that one document.
Okay.
So what it's called is a parenting plan. And it is, you can find it online. It's a family law form 140.
Oh, family law form 140. Of course, that's my favorite family law form. The Troyalty podcast in the house. You prefer to be serenuded, but serenaded is good too. I love it. I was muted most of the time, first of all. I'm all defensive because everyone hates my singing, except for me in my head. I sing all the time. I feel like it's very sad for me that I can't play music with you guys because most of my thing, like my life, I'm like, hear a court case and I'm like, that song. And then I play that song. And so it makes me sad that I can't share that. Tin Man waiting for family law form 420. You might be waiting for a while, my friend. They do not care for us 420 people. Mayor, you feel like a poster child for abstinence. I don't know if that is really what we want as the poster child for abstinence, like a tiny little gnome abstaining in a gnome key. Like, I just don't think it's really relatable for most people. If you're just getting here, this is a weird place to be on YouTube at night. But come and tell us your problems and we'll help you. Also, if you listen closely, you'll notice that these people on the screen, me, them, we all have worse problems. Well, maybe not me. We'll see.
You can get that on, if you Google Washington State Court Forms, it'll take you to the Office of Administrative Courts. And if you go to Family Law document 140, that's the document that you're going to be filling out for me.
Okay.
It's your request that's going to include what you want holidays to look like, what you want school schedules to look like, what you want summer schedules to look like. That's the only thing I'm missing from you, but you filed all the other things.
Okay. I'll get right on that.
Okay. So how much time do the parties want before we come back and have a hearing on temporary parenting plan?
So I have a question. So for the paperwork, do we, for having like, people, witnessing or whatever, that all gets submitted to?
Correct.
before-
If you want to submit declarations, you can. Just know that there are some local rules on how long those declarations can be. If you want to look those up, it's Cowlitz County Local Rule 88.
Okay.
So you may want to take a look at that. My general advice is,
First of all, great year. I was born in 1988. That is a great year. I'm sure that Rule 88 is a good rule because it has a great name. Stephen Rosen, you're abstaining on purpose. Women broke you. I'm sorry on behalf of women. Sometimes we do things we shouldn't. And a lot of the times we do things we should. Rule 88. The rule that I know most is Rule 34 on the internet. The first person to put that rule in the chat gets 1,000,000 KCC points.
is the shorter, the better. Kind of, we generally want to see those under 4 pages long.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how much time do the parties want? Do we want to set this out like 3 weeks or 4 weeks?
Let's do 4 weeks.
No objection.
Okay, that would be August 9th, Wednesday, August 9th at 9 a.m. Mr. Lawrence, would that work for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I know there were some, so let's do that. We're gonna schedule this August 9th at 9 a.m. for presentation and decision on a temporary parenting plan. Do we, Mr. Lawrence, in your opinion, need to address, I guess, anything on an emergent basis in the interim?
The way that I always remember Rule 34 is if you can conceive it, somebody else will beaver it. No, seriously, if you can conceive of it, it has been made into a porn, which means any cartoon you've ever watched, any video you've ever thought of, once you think of it, immediately it becomes a corn episode. Also, guys, just like as a public service announcement, please learn about Boolean searching, okay? Boolean searching is where you like remove things and like add things based on keywords, okay? You can do that on porn websites, okay? So that you can have a much better experience there. So, like, take away whatever you don't like. I'm not even gonna kink shame at all by putting one single category, because the one person that loves that category is gonna be like, oh my God, she doesn't like that. She thinks that's the one to remove. So I'm literally gonna do nothing, but you know what I mean. Oh, here, I'll do this one. Take away kitchen court cases. There you go. Although don't, because I need to be in whatever algorithms I can be in. If Stephen Rosen, that exists. That exists. That's the whole point of it. Also, actually, you guys, here's actually a very, very big, hi, Jerry, welcome. One of my $1 million ideas. If you're here at this point in time, you're willing to listen to me, is my theory. And if you're not, bye. Idea for a television show. It's like, maybe we call it memory lane or something like that, and you like go back to a place that you remember from your childhood but you can't quite place. And so like they do a lot of research, sort of like the ancestry.com research, except like really weirdly specific into this one memory that you have, and then they take you back to that place. I have a few memories that I need to have helped with. And then also the other idea for a television show is like, you know how everyone says everything you put on the internet is there forever? Like, well, then fucking can you find it for me? Because I've been looking for some of my old shit and I can't find it. So I would like that. Shout out to Rex Ryan. How about those KCC feet? You can only wonder. You're hilarious, Elvis. The feet would be part of the OnlyFans, I'm assuming. Seriously though, here's my last thing before we get finishing on the court. I once read an online story that has stuck in my mind forever that I still cannot find, okay? And it was a story that purported the internet came to life. So it had like people going to the Reddit cafe or to Facebook, the like a store. And like it was written in that format where like people were what they were on the internet, but in real life. I've read it. I didn't create it. I'm well aware of that, but I cannot find it on the internet for the life of me. I've searched so hard, so long. There used to be a book I searched for a long time, and I finally found it after like 4 years on a web forum. Somebody finally responded to me and told me what the book was, and I was like, "Oh, you're right. That is the book," and it was a glorious moment. So go at it, friends.
As far as visitation.
The only thing is Mr. McDonald should not have a presence in Ms. Young's home. He's got an extensive history. Ms. Young has indicated they are not seeing each other, that he is not living at her home. And whatever, if Mr. McDonald shows up, Ms. Young take all appropriate action to have him removed.
So yeah, Ms. Young, let me ask you about that. Is this gentleman physically present in your home either permanently, temporarily, or any part of the day?
Not at all.
Okay. If I issue an oral ruling today, essentially adopting Mr. Lawrence's recommendation that this individual not in any way be physically present in your home permanently or temporarily, and certainly not around the minor child, can you abide by that?
Yep.
Okay. I think that likely will become a formal written order in our temporary parenting plan, just given the concerns the court would have about criminal history. But please know that is the court's ruling today, and we just, urge you for the safety of the child to take that seriously.
Yep.
And it sounds like you are.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else the parties need from me? Otherwise, we'll be back on August 9th and start working towards some resolution of these issues for you all.
Okay.
I would actually, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Can we get some more? Our visitations have been very, very good. Parker's really coming out of his shell. He's had time alone with me without her present. He's come into my home to get his football cleats. I asked him if his mom knew he was there. He jokingly said no with this big smile and said, Parker, let me know. And so I called Kirby and I said, hey, Kirby, Parker's here. Just want to make you aware. And she was. My son had went over and got him. She had said she would be there in 20 minutes to pick him up. So I relayed that to Parker. We went to this pool to go swimming, and he was pretty upset. He only had 20 minutes. It ended up being longer than that. Thankfully, it was a little over an hour. But he was still upset that he had to go. He wants to have more time. So I was wondering if the courts would kind of ensure that our visitations are doing really well. Our communication doesn't seem to be doing the greatest.
You mean the communication between you and Ms. Young, or you and the child?
Miss Young.
Okay. So what
sorry.
What are you asking of the court today?
So right now we're supposed to have, I mean, it's pretty lax, which is nice because our schedules are so busy. But there has been times where if I know a day we can see each other, a date he might be come over, I can rearrange scheduling a little better that way, instead of being, oh, this works here. Oh, wait, it's not going to work this day, or something along those lines. More structured.
Yeah, and here's what I would say, that's my goal in the hearing we're going to have in 4 weeks. Okay. So certainly I think that will definitely should be a part of your proposed parenting plan, kind of making sure that you're requesting what works for you and the child, and Ms. Young is requesting what works for her and the child, and then we'll come together, make that decision. So I probably am not going to make any sort of ruling on that today, but certainly that is the goal for getting you guys some real structure in this case, which I don't think you've had yet. So, okay. Ms. Young, if you want to add anything, or are you satisfied with that?
Nope, that sounds good. And just to clarify, like they're supposed to do 2 calls a week, which those have not been happening. And I think Stevie knows those are on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I think those are really important. Those kind of help Parker kind of in between the visits, but those have really almost come to a complete halt. So I just ask that, because I think Stevie's out of town for this whole week. So no visits this week, and the rest of the visits have been, like he said, our schedules are kind of crazy. So I just don't want there to be so much time in between the visits, I've noticed with Parker. So those phone calls, especially this week, are obviously very important. And I seem to reach out to Stevie a lot of, hey, what's your schedule? Call, so I just want those to continue, if at all.
This is where the miscommunications are coming.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would say right now, all I can do is say, follow what is in place under those bench orders, do the best you can. Let's regroup in 4 weeks and give you guys some more structure to this, because it sounds like both parties are requesting that. So,
okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Can until then.
Your Honor, my phone is open all the time. He can call anytime he wants, and vice versa. So there's no worries on the phone calls on my end.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you guys working on that. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else we need? Otherwise, we'll see all the parties back on August 9th.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you all. And Mr. Lawrence, is that the last matter?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
That can't be it.
Okay. Do we have other GALs on any cases this morning?
Not block, Charles.
All right. I'm just going to go. We have a couple more cases to call. I'm going to go first to, do we have Ms. Larson with us? Okay. I'm going to call that matter. I guess we'll see where we're at. Stephanie Lakey Jones, I see you there. Thank you. Kenton Lakey, are you with us?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Okay, good morning. This is 17-300-73708. Get my computer to cooperate and I'll see what we're doing here.
Oh, seriously, Tin Man, if you're going to do edibles, I have a few rules. I used to manage a dispensary and I'm quite well versed. What you should start with, if you're using it for sleep, if that's your goal, then you should start with tell me what the dosage is, and I'll tell you how much of that dosage you should take, depending on your regular THC consumption. So from 0 to whatever. Also, Nana's now decided to talk to me, so take your time getting those. Charles, that's way too high, 50,000 milligrams. Nana, what do you need? Yes. And yeah, so get those and then we'll figure it out. Also, we're going to continue on with the docket here. Don't you worry about that. We still have a lot of people to go. But basically, if you're taking it for sleep, and you'll come back and let us know. We'll pick it back up there.
I did have a guardian ad litem noted on this case. Is she still involved to the best of your knowledge?
No, she's not, Your Honor. She had a conflict and had to withdraw.
Ah, okay.
Another guardian was ordered but has never been assigned because there wasn't one available to assign to us.
Okay. Let me just get there.
Let me just get there too, Judge.
Has it been quite some time since you've had a GAL on this case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, let's talk about what I see from the last hearing. So back on June 7th, you were before Commissioner Nelson. It looked like reunification counseling was the primary topic of review. Ms. Lakey Jones, at that time, it sounded like perhaps you might be making a motion based on how those things were going. I haven't seen that yet, but certainly you still can file whatever you would like to file for future dates. So what's the party's understanding of what you're asking of the court today? Or did the commissioner simply set this on for a review of reunification counseling update?
It's my understanding that it was just set for a review. And
Okay.
honestly, at this time, if Mr. Lakey's in agreement, I think we just need to be set over again for another review in 2 to 3 months. His DV treatment is ongoing and reunification counseling is ongoing.
Mr. Lakey, is that your request and understanding as well, or what are you asking of the court today?
That sounds fine, Your Honor. It's
Okay.
been going good. Group has been going good and everything.
And then I'll just say kind of procedurally, what I see is that you guys have temporary orders that a judge has signed, and those.
Okay. They're 100 milligrams per package, 10 pieces, 1-to-1 CBD. So that means you're not going to get high at all, Tin Man, because CBD and THC are basically counter indicating. So basically, you can take as many of those as you want, and you're not going to feel a huge impact. It probably will help you sleep, absolutely, if you also incorporate that into a good sleep routine. But at a 1-to-1 CBD to THC level, you'll have virtually no psychoactive effect on THC because the CBD will counteract that. In naturally occurring, so it's probably based off of an indica, and it's a sour gummy. In naturally occurring marijuana plants, the CBD and THC are quite close together, but over the years, because of people wanting to get high, which is handled by the THC. It's naturally become something that they've bred out of marijuana plants. And so basically what you get is high THC and lower CBD. But as soon as you bring those up to a 1-to-1 level, you're virtually knocking each other out in terms of the psychoactivity effect. And so you can be pretty safe in taking almost that whole package, and you're not going to be very highly affected, even if you don't take a lot of THC. Now, if those were THC alone without the CBD to counter it, then I would be saying something different. I would be advising you to probably take a tenth of that package if it was if it was THC alone. But at a 1-to-1 level, it's almost there's almost no concern there. So your normal THC intake would be 0. So if you're trying it for sleep, Tim Man, then I would say, yeah, a 5 milligram dose, Charles. That's probably a good idea. So what that means is a tiny, tiny bite of that candy. If it is, 100 milligrams, that means that 10 pieces would be 10 milligrams each. So if it's like a Lego brick or whatever type of candy it is, that's a good way to think about it. Like I said, I used to manage a dispensary. And so also here's the rule. Although this level of THC and CBD, again, like I said, is quite innocuous in the sense. So my rule doesn't quite apply to this situation. However, what my edible taking rule is that the first night, once you've talked to somebody like me and you figure out what the dosage will be, 5 milligrams, 10 milligrams, whatever, you take that, you wait 45 minutes. If nothing happens, you don't get to take any more. You just go to sleep that night and you deal with it. And the next night, you can double that dose if it didn't work for you the night before. But people get very messed up when they take edibles because they overdose. And so basically you need to, just one will be totally fine. Tin Man, if you're concerned, if you ever need to sort of come back, honestly, you shouldn't be, because you're at a 1-to-1 level of CBD THC, you're not actually going to get high. But if you were concerned about it, having some orange juice on hand would be very helpful. That can help you come down from a strong high. And also pepper. If you smell pepper, it really helps you. So those are all things that you can use. Also, having a buddy or somebody that you can talk to who isn't high, who can help you calm down, is really important. So that's important to remember for anybody going on any trips. If you can't drink any OJ or grapefruit juice, no problem. Water is helpful as well. Just stay hydrated. And if you're normally doing a 0 intake of THC, again, at the 1-to-1 level, I'm not as concerned about it for you. However, if you were just doing THC, I would advocate doing an afternoon session where you planned on staying awake but being high, so that you got to know what that felt like. Because oftentimes people that are using it for sleep, if, for example, you never practice what that feels like during the day and you have to wake up at night for an emergency, you might be discombobulated. And so I think that is the best way to do it. So even if you have older people in your life that are taking marijuana for the first time, plan a funny afternoon where they get to feel what it's like to be high, and that's sort of the name of the game. But that's really important, so that when they wake up and they need to have their faculties around them, they don't get overwhelmed. Being high for the first time can absolutely be overwhelming, and so it's something that you should do with people that you trust in a safe environment. If you ever have any questions, you guys let me know. You know I'm here for you. Legal in Canada.
Have been in place since October of 2022. Ultimately, the goal is to get you all final orders and you can get the court out of your hair, so to speak, at some point. Do you folks feel like you are ready? I guess maybe after the next review, we can make that decision, but ultimately the goal would be either there are agreements on the permanent family law orders, or
Elvis, I'm going to be Okay, Oklahoma for Tin Man. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not saying that orange juice or grapefruit juice gets you off of a THC high. Um, Speaking with somebody like me ahead of getting high and having somebody load you with a few different techniques in order to ground yourself is really what's happening there. It's not as much about the orange juice or the tea or the grapefruit juice. Um, Really, it's about imparting a knowledge and a calmness to people that allows them to just sort of go with their feelings and then just chill out. Yeah, of course, Tin Man will be here. Don't worry, we'll be here. I have dealt with people in various stages of highness, but I've also dealt with people who, have had really bad highs. And that is sad for me. I don't like that. I don't like to hear that at all. Most marijuana, reacts with people because of the terpenes in the system and what they have in their system already. So, I think, what am I thinking here? What am I thinking? I'm thinking that, oh yeah, but edibles, that's the problem. The edibles is like, it takes long to activate. And so most people get really like sort of anxious for it to start. And then all of a sudden you'll be like, oh, are we high? No, let's take some more. And then you take some more. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I'm really high. And if you're not used to that, that can be a pretty overwhelming high. Again, THC is different for everybody. Some people find they're really anxious with it. I find that that is mostly people that are not prepared for the type of THC that they're about to ingest. So everything's on a spectrum of hybrid. Really, there's no actual indica sativa landrace strains. If you want to challenge me on that, go ahead and send me your landrace and we'll talk about it after you've done that. But I gotta get off my high horse.
You both can't quite agree on every little detail, so we would set you for a trial to finalize this case and the final orders. Where are you all at in wanting resolution with final orders?
I would love to have resolution for final orders, and I would really welcome the opportunity to sit down with Mr. Lakey and try to do that together. But I don't know if we will be able to do that or not.
Okay. Mr. Lakey, what's your perspective?
I'm open to it, and everything, so.
So let's do this. Let's set you for a review on the reunification counseling, because I think you'll both want that done before this went to trial. But then I'm going to make a note for myself, assuming it's me or whatever judicial officer is at your next review. We can discuss whether to set your case on for a mandatory settlement conference, which is where you would meet with a mediator and discuss whether, see if you could come up with resolution.
Night, Jonathan. Thank you so much for just poking and prodding me into an 8-hour stream and then going to bed. No, I'm just joking. We don't sleep shame, even when you want to sleep. Even though I want to shame you, but I won't. Elvis, yes, I could talk a day and a half about marijuana. I try not to. I try to like put those into weed streams because I get on my high horse. It's like when I get talking about breastfeeding. It's like dangerous. There's like 4 subjects with me. Oh God. Well, one of them I've made a YouTube channel around. It's court, Scientology, breastfeeding, and whatever we were just talking about. Oh, marijuana. Right.
Okay. And so you said you're asking for about 2 months review?
I think that would be fair, 2 or 3 months. Yeah.
Okay. So let's put you to September 13th at 9 a.m. as your review date. We'll specifically review reunification counseling. And then I'll check in with the parties about whether we need to get you set on a trial assignment docket or.
No, I'm an anti-Scientologist. Jesus fucking Christ. Charles, don't even start that rumor. I'm absolutely not a Scientologist. I went through this really, really, really weird phase where I'm not even going to talk about it, but I spent many an evening. Okay, I will talk about it. Here's what happened. It was back in the day when Anonymous was like trying to take down Scientology, and I was like, maybe I'm a part of Anonymous. I don't know. And so I got like obsessed with Scientology, but I knew it was dangerous. I was like, you can't get involved in that. But it perplexed me. I was like, why are these people involved in this? What are they doing? And so I started getting into it, and then I started realizing like, oh, this is a cult. And these poor people, actually, we'll watch a YouTube channel after this that I'll show you guys. But anyways, it was what convinced me. And I started, this sounds so weird. I created a database that took all the phone numbers of all the orgs throughout the United States and Canada, and it basically kept a list of all the phone numbers because they would post Craigslist ads that were misleading. And they'd be like, are you lonely? Do you want to talk to somebody? And then they would put the phone number, but they wouldn't tell that it was Scientology. And they're just trying to prey upon people that were like sad. And so I would spend my evenings going through fucking Craigslist ads, flagging Scientology Craigslist ads. And I had like a zone of the country that I had to do every night, and I would spend my nights doing that. I did. I fucking totally did that. Oh God. Yeah, no, I was not a Scientologist. I was an anti-Scientologist.
Scheduled for mandatory mediation.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, anything else you need from the court?
No, not that I can think of, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing for me.
Oh, sorry. September 13, 9 a.m. Hopefully that's a Wednesday. It is. So we are good. All right. You two are free to.
And here's the thing also, guys, I've been looking my entire life since I found out about this for a real Scientologist. None of them in my area. I can't find any. I've been looking. If you can find any, I'd love to be introduced to one. I need to talk to one. Oh, Elvis, yeah. They took away the good part of Craigslist around here where all the hookers were. I'm an advocate for legalizing fucking sex. You all know that. I've already figured out a workaround. You realize as soon as you webcam it or stream it or videotape it, it's no longer prostitution, it's porn. So as long as you set up a brothel that has cameras in it, it's not illegal.
Log out.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, let's see who I have left here. Do I have Taylor Bondurant? Is it Taylor?
Oh, I'm aware of Clearwater, Florida, CRD. Let's just say if somebody pops up and they're like, "Oh, I'm in Clearwater." I'm like, "Well, we have something to talk about because there's only two kinds of people that are in Clearwater, Florida."
Taylor Flick now? Okay. And do I have Isaac present?
He is currently held in Columbia County Jail.
Okay, so let me pull up that case. This is 213-0019408. So this was on, ma'am, on your motion for an order to show cause for a contempt hearing.
Yes.
And you said, excuse me, that I think the basis for that order was He had the children back on June 25th and had not returned them when he was supposed to. Is that correct?
Yes, because he gets them every other weekend. He didn't pick up Friday or Saturday. He picked up Sunday, and I told him they had to be back by 5:30 due to a court order. And then he didn't return them until July 2nd, so the following Sunday.
Okay. Certainly, I understand the basis for your motion. I would like him present to address the contempt order. So the child is back with you, correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when he may be released? Is he under sentence or is he awaiting pretrial?
Well, he got another DUI charge and some charge for his warrants that he could face up to a year. So I'm not really sure. He doesn't have an actual court date or anything yet. Just
he's being held.
Yes.
Okay. So here's what I would like to do is that you guys already have your final parenting plan. Has that been signed by a judge? It has. Okay. So really it's just the contempt on this issue right now as your primary issue?
Yes.
Okay.
We are going to court again, like sometime next month. Like I have a meeting with the lawyer and stuff, but this was the main concern, that he just sometimes will take them and keep them longer just to do it.
And you said you have another court date is it in this matter or a different matter?
I see the lawyer August 16th, so we don't have the actual court date yet, but it's about our parenting plan. Yes.
Okay. And is that, and it like you're thinking of hiring an attorney to change the parenting plan?
Yes.
I see. Okay. Let's do this. Let's set over right now your contempt hearing. I'm not going to deny the motion. Go ahead.
We need an order so that he can be served with that. He's not.
Set over Washington, though, we should call this place.
He hasn't been served with the motion to show cause. Okay. Do we have an address for him? Or would we just use the last one we have on file? Okay. So you'll just need an order from me setting the court date. Okay.
Why does it feel like I'm in a training session for judges with this judge? It's like she's got a trainer there and she's like, you have neighbors from Clearwater, you got to be careful. The other thing is when there's like a what is it called? It's been a long time. I had to remove myself. I had to remove myself from the anti-Scientology world because, well, firstly, my ex-husband was very weirded out. He was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, I mean, now he understands a lot more about me. He's actually very supportive of my YouTube channel and the hopes that I will one day become rich and he won't have to pay me any money. But he, at the time, was perplexed with how I was dealing with like my spare time. He's like, "Why are you doing?" I'm like, "It's very serious." I'm like showing him overhead images of like these circle tracks that they're making people run on. He's like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "You wouldn't understand." And yes, we are divorced now. I'm technically single. Technically.
Oh, she hasn't served. Oh. Okay. So Ms. Flick, I'm getting to the bottom of what we may need to do here with some help from the court. Okay. So it doesn't look like from our
in ADHD they call it hyperfocus, Jerry. No, seriously, yeah, it's absolutely obsession. Here's the problem. What happened was at first I was like absolutely drawn in by the Scientology fucking propaganda. I was like, yes, I want all of those things, but I want to know how you accomplish all of those things. And then I started looking into it and I was like I can tell you fucking a lot of shit about Scientology. I could tell you about the rundown test that they do for the children. Oh, with the tin can. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. I've been smart enough not to subject myself to going into an org, even though I walked past one like 5 times once. I was like, oh my God.
Records that you served him a copy of the motion and order to show cause on the contempt. Is that right?
Yeah, when I turned in the paperwork.
Charles, I've already admitted that.
Records that you served him a copy of the motion and order to show cause on the contempt. Is that right?
Yeah, when I turned in the paperwork for the court, they just said it was like done. So I didn't know I had to be the one to serve him.
Yeah, so he does need to be served with this. And there should be the instructions on the.
Basically, Stephen, but it's not that it'll cancel itself out. What did you take it for? To sleep? You'll probably still get good sleep out of it. 1-to-1 ratio in THC and CBD is not bad at all, especially for people that don't use THC very often. That's actually good. That's where we want it to be. Because the psychoactivity of THC is difficult for some people. So, yeah. Causes a little short-term memory loss in my brain sometimes.
On that page 2 of the document you submitted on the order to show cause, it does state that if you want the court to consider your side, you must. And then number 3 is have a copy of your papers served on all other parties.
Okay.
So what we should do right now is strike today's hearing since he hasn't been served.
Okay.
And then when you can have him served in jail.
Okay.
That's an easy way to know where someone is. Once you have him served with whatever new hearing date you're wanting this heard on.
Okay.
Preferably when we know he's going to be available, but you know, I'll leave that up to you. So what I'm going to do today is strike today's hearing. I'm going to have you renote it for a new Wednesday at 9 a.m. and have him served. File that with the court. Then we know that he's been served and we can continue with the case.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And then, nope, that's fine. And then the other thing I would say is if you do retain an attorney, they can do that process for you. So, and then that would be on a different represented docket. Okay. So I'm not denying the motion today. I'm just striking the hearing to allow you additional time to serve and set a new date.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You are free to log out.
Thank you.
Okay. And then number 5 on my docket, I think that's Haley Lawrence. I see you present. And do we have Louis Kozar present?
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay. So this is 213-0056608. This, what I have in front of me is a motion and order for contempt. And it does look like I have an affidavit of service. And sir, since you're here, I presume you've been.
CRD friend, thank you for being here. We miss you. I love you. Have a wonderful evening. My 1-to-1 ratio of THC to CBD would be 110 pounds, probably Sashina. But most 1-to-1s are not like that. Aw, Prissy, you feel better too, my friend. Please get better. You guys all need to be healing. Tin Man, you doing okay? we don't have Methodists in this part of Canada that I know of, but we do have Jehovah Witnesses that come by the house. They don't come by my house anymore, let's just say that.
Served with the motion in order.
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
And then I'm just gonna look and see in my.
Honestly, Stephen, the thing about THC edibles is that a lot of people that aren't aware don't understand that you absolutely require what's called decarbotulation, which is heating THC in order to activate it. That's why we smoke joints, or we vaporize shatter, or we heat and the weed and then impart it into the oils. You need to decarbotulate your marijuana in order to activate that THC. So a lot of people don't really understand that, and they may not basically heat it long enough in order to activate the THC. And so a lot of edibles in the past have been very hit and miss, because maybe part of the batch was actually decarboxylated properly, part of it wasn't, maybe none of it was, maybe some of it got there, maybe your body is metabolizing some of that. But again, so that is why there's been a lot of hit and miss, especially with people that don't necessarily know. Like maybe they're like, oh, somebody gave me this bag of weed and I decided to make weed butter with it, but they don't really understand. Decarboxylation, probably, Tin Man. What did I say? Decarboxylation? Probably. That's what I mean. What I mean is you gotta heat up your fucking weed and start getting it to the temperature. I used to have a volcano, well, I still have a volcano vaporizer, and people think they get high when they can see the smoke, but in reality, that's not when you get high. A lot of people just equate smoke with high, and so if you don't see the smoke, then it's, you know, they're not as high. But in reality, that's not the thing, not the same thing. Regardless, what I mean to say is when you are using edibles, if you're buying them from a regulated place, you would hope that they would know that, but really, I mean, you don't know. The thing is, with the psychoactive effects of THC, you can bypass that because that happens and is basically processed in the liver. So if you use an anal method of absorption, you actually bypass that. So that's why when I have patients who are on a cancer regimen for THC and CBD, ideally, what they take is very, very high dose suppositories of THC, and then oral doses of CBD to whichever they can afford. The general, THC is what you want to get into the body when you're dealing with a cancer, the Rick Simpson oil treatment. But the issue is that most people can't be flat out high all the time. However, if you go the suppository route, you absolutely avoid that. So you don't get high at all. However, you do get the benefits of the high dose THC. So, but be careful, if you're a woman and you go in the front door, not the back door, you will definitely get high. Be careful with that. So Sheena's like, okay, I'm going. Bye now.
Okay, I do have a proposed contempt hearing order. Ms. Lawrence, is it still your plan to move forward on your request for a finding of contempt?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't hear you. You might need to speak up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. And it looks like your video's freezing. Since I have seen you, if you want to go ahead and turn off your video, I think that'll give you some more bandwidth. Okay.
Hear me?
Sorry, try that again.
Are you able to hear me?
I am. Just make sure you speak loudly. It is a little bit low. But go ahead and tell the court, it looks like you're requesting contempt based on failure to follow a parenting plan by withholding the child. So tell me anything else you want the court to know.
I would just like my son to be returned to me. He will only allow me to see our son under his terms. He wants to be present anytime I see our son, which isn't what our parenting plan states. He won't allow me to have my son in my own home. And I had met with an advocate because I was previously represented by an attorney, and I had thought that our proposed final parenting plan was in place, and I just recently learned that it was not. So
correct. Yeah. The last thing I see is the temporary one from last February of 2022.
yeah, so I was told that we might have to do a mediation hearing since we both can't agree on a parenting plan.
Okay.
But, and I would like to do that, but I would like to have time with my son.
Yeah, and I'm just the last thing in place, but I'm just going to make sure I'm not missing anything. The temporary parenting plan that's in effect, and I don't see any orders that supersede that, give custody to you, ma'am, and fathers only to have professionally supervised visitation once a week for 2 hours. So has that changed? And I'm just trying to figure out why he would have the child at all, given that order. That is the most recent thing I see signed by any judge.
So we did try to work things out and get back together, but it didn't work out. Nothing changed. The behaviors were still the same. So I got my own place and I'm trying to do better for me and my son, but he is withholding my son from me now.
So, sir, let me turn to you. The only judicial order in effect precludes you from having anything other than professionally supervised visitation. So what's going on?
Yeah, I'm actually a bit confused as well. I recently actually went to legal financial aid to get a better understanding as well, because we were together for a while now. It's she actually just recently.
Neither of these people are on the screen, folks, just letting you know. Also, I just got an order in the kitchen, late order in the kitchen from my daughter, who's asked for mozzarella sticks. Mozzarella sticks, folks, going in the oven. Courtney, if I had the air fryer, I do have an air fryer. If I liked my air fryer, I would use it. But I remember you got one recently. How's it going?
Left about a month ago, and even then she didn't have her own place. She just was it's been a constant stress and issue since the beginning of her leaving, coming home, and she would never take Jackson ever with her, which I thought was weird. She would just always leave him at home, which was with me. And we've been together fixing all this. She is still actually currently on my lease right now where we're living at. So it's just a little weird that she gets to choose and pick when the parenting plan goes in place, because I was told there was never one. And then she just recently is trying to kind of use that against me. I don't know. She's using our son as kind of like revenge or whatnot. But Jackson's been with me every day for, I would say probably it's been like definitely 6 or over months.
Sir, The judge just said that the parenting plan currently states that you're not supposed to have anything but supervised visits. I'm not sure if it's in your best interest to be talking about how you've had the child unsupervised for the last 6 months. I don't know how that reflects on either parent at this point, to be honest. I don't know if anybody's still here. I know you guys are. I'm just joking.
She was also with us in the house. She just herself decided to leave. And actually, just the other day, we had a phone call that was about almost 2 hours long, talking about even then she was wanting to fix things and all this, and she was confused, wasn't sure what she's wanting.
So sounds like this needs to go on for lengthier fact finding. There's a lot of moving parts here. I mean, technically, sir, you are absolutely in violation of the temporary parenting plan, but it sounds as if since the temporary parenting plan was put into place, Ms. Lawrence may have agreed to allow direct contact with the child and herself by moving back in. So I'm not sure anyone is following the temporary parenting plan. Have you folks had a guardian ad litem on your case before?
No.
Okay. I'm going to appoint a guardian ad litem to be involved in this case.
It's going to be Keith Lawrence, Karen Lawrence, or Beth Fellows. Calling it now. Calling it now. Also, I am now on my 3rd cup of coffee, rounding out 11 o'clock at night. Recipe for success.
And then I think that we need to start moving this towards resolution, which could be referring you for mandatory mediation or setting of a trial date. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to appoint a guardian ad litem. Tell me, what's the current, Ms. Lawrence, I'll start with you. What's your current income monthly?
Like 2,000.
Okay. And then how many dependents do you support on that income?
2. I have 2 children.
2 children? Okay. And then, sir, what's your monthly income?
It's about 40, it's about 4,000 to 4,500 a month.
And then how many dependents do you support on that?
Just me and Jackson.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do, since the court is requesting this GAL, I'm going to allow county pay on this case. But sir, since your income is a little more significant and probably wouldn't technically qualify, but I'm just going to need more information about that. What I'm going to put in the order is I'm going to reserve on father's portion of reimbursement to the county once we can establish your actual gross monthly wage and debts and those sorts of things. But for now, it'll be 100% county pay. Who are the next 3? So folks, what I'm going to do is give you a list of the next 3 GALs that we have available. And if you know them or you have reason to object to them, let me know, and then we'll assign one to you. Oh, you don't? Okay. Oh, yeah, no problem. Just hold tight with us for a minute, and then I can start filling out the order if I have it here.
I already told them the GAL names,
absolutely.
Judge. Also, Harmony's here. Woo! Somebody's still here.
Oh, gosh, you're fine.
Watching me dance in the kitchen. That's 6 mozzarella sticks. That's how many you get in KCC's kitchen.
We're just getting that information about the GAL, so just hold tight with us.
So tight, it's like we do Kegels all day. You have a 3D printer, Tin Man? Oh my gosh, we have to talk.
Next three names are Amy Turnbull,
Amy Turnbull,
Ann Height,
Ann Height,
and Twyla Corey.
and Twyla Corey.
Wow, I was
Do you
one
folks
three.
object to any of those folks being your GAL?
No, I do not.
And on behalf of respondent, Mr. Kozar?
No objection.
Okay, was Amy Turnbull the first one? Okay, so we will assign Amy Turnbull.
Still here too, lovely. You're trying to install an automatic bed leveler. It's being difficult. Listen, I've been trying to be an automatic bed leveler my whole life. It's always been difficult. I actually have an art piece that I really want to get replicated, but it's big. That's the problem. But I don't need it to be heavy. Like, I just want it to be the exact same because my mother thinks it's hers, but it's actually mine. And I want to replace her version with a 3D printed version and take the original myself. Jessica, you're here. You've been listening while you redo the bathroom in your son and I's home, painted the walls, build the medicine cabinet. It's 2 a.m. You have to work at 8 a.m., but projects. I love it. Tin Man, okay, your printer's only 200 millimeters wide. That's what she said.
So what we'll do is we're going to set a 30-day review. The hope is that the GAL has had some contact with the two of you by that time. So let's set that for August 9 at 9 a.m.
I need a reference point. Banana for scale.
And then how far out do they usually set the interim and final GAL? Or
I believe it's 30, 60, and 120.
okay. So then we'll go out so you'll have a couple review dates and you all will get this paperwork or you have access to it at the clerk's office. So your first review date will be August 9th. And then we'll set a review date for September 6th at 9 a.m. And then our 120 days, I'll have to calculate that. Give me a second.
I haven't used a banana phone in a long time. I'm going to tell you guys, feels very comfortable, smells a little weird.
Will be November 8 at 9 a.m.
Banana copy? What I wish is that the judge could see me. That's what I wish. I'm not kidding you guys. This feels better than a cradling of a house phone that you can slam down in anger.
Okay. And then at this time, I am putting a note in here under other orders that until our next review date, parties to abide by the 2/8/2022 temporary parenting plan in effect.
I have 2 bananas and 1 nana. Also, Jessica, I'm so sorry to hear. Oh my God. Okay.
And then are the two of you in agreement for me to indicate your agreement to this appointment via Zoom on behalf, Ms. Lawrence, on your behalf?
It's 2 bananas, Georgia, and I'm always happy to see you. Also, Jessica, I also agree. One da at a time. One da at a time is a Scottish way of going through life. You guys, the smell of the bananas gets me. Phones don't really smell.
Ms. Lawrence, can you still hear the court? We can't hear you.
Oh, I can hear you.
Sorry. Oh, there you are. Do you approve this order via Zoom? We still can't hear you. Mr. Kozar, do you approve this order via Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Lawrence, I'm going to try and hear from you again. Do you approve this order via Zoom? Okay. Having not heard anything different, I am going to indicate your agreement via Zoom.
Sorry, I wasn't able.
I'm sorry. Even the banana phones are saying, "Excuse me, ma'am. I don't think that nothing means yes." Like, that's not the default. Court lady. Court lady. Jesus. Far gone am I? I'm just like calling her court lady. I'm thankful that this lady started speaking, but seriously, Judge, your glasses are too big. Your Zoom angles are fucked up, and I don't think that that's cool. This is the kind of shit that probably was cool when you had a courtroom that people in Canada weren't recording and talking about on bananas in their kitchen.
Able to hear.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay. I'm going to get this signed and filed with the court today. And so your next review date will be August 9 at 9 a.m. And we'll formulate a plan from there. In the interim, I think because I do find that the temporary parenting plan is not being followed. However, I don't find that that was a willful failure to file it or to follow it. It sounds as if the parties may have worked on reconnecting and that has not worked out. And so,
Ma'am, am I confusing the court that we've just heard? Did she not just say that he's had the child for 6 months when she wants the child back and he won't give the child back? And then the judge just said, yes, you're right. You're not supposed to have the child. And now she's like, but that wasn't willful. What is going on? This is why, what is the advice that we always say, folks? Get yourself an attorney. Please get yourself a fucking attorney. There's a mosquito in here. I'm going to have to kill it. And also Elvis and glasses match her ass. Yeah, I don't think that her butt is that perky. Shit, here we go.
I'm going to deny for now the contempt motion. However, Mr. Kozar, since my order today does include language that the February 8, 2022 parenting plan remains in effect until the order issues the court orders issues a further order, you do need to abide by that. And right now that would not allow you to have custody of the child. So I just want to make that clear on the record to you today. We'll readdress that on August 9th. Any other questions of the parties?
So when is he supposed to be returned to me? Because I haven't seen him for over a month.
Yeah, I would say immediately. Otherwise, I think, sir, you risk another contempt motion that likely would be a.
Judge, fucking, are you joking me right now? You just denied the contempt motion. That's bothersome to me. That's really frustrating to me. If you're saying that if he continues his current behavior, which she's just told you has been going on for a month, he'll find himself in contempt, except you just happen to not find him in contempt for the same thing, that's confusing to me. And I'm holding a hot plate of mozzarella sticks right now, lady, and a banana phone.
Approved at that time.
Okay.
Okay.
So my only question would be, Your Honor, I'm just back to supervised visits after I was supporting my son now again?
That is the last thing you all asked the court to sign. That's the last thing that the court has signed. That is the order that is in effect. Certainly that's an issue that this court will be addressing when we issue any further orders. But for now, that is the standing order of this court. It sounds like it was issued in the hopes that there would be some evaluations taking place and treatment, and the court would want to see some progress on those before changing any of the prior orders. Okay. All right. We'll see the folks back on August 9th. Please, when the GAL reaches out to you, make sure.
Okay. No, not okay. Just because you say okay in that fucking tone does not make it okay. You guys, we've been going for almost 5 hours, but this is not okay. This is why we need to watch the judiciary. Even though I'm Canadian, I have nothing to say about this except all my weird things that I say. This is fucked up. Why is she even bothering? Like, seriously, that's okay. Okay, the sticks are done.
Sure you promptly return their calls.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. You're both free to log out. Okay. And then I think I have Cassandra Davenport present and Gregory Reeves. This is 233-000-3408. Good afternoon.
Good night, Elvis. Thank you so much. We had a fun night. I will see you tomorrow, I'm sure, over at the boys' house. The world's most dangerous chat. If you know, you know. Hello, Shalom D. Welcome, my friend, from around the corner, we'll say. Also, guys, here's the mozzarella sticks. One of them is like empty now. All the mozzarella went. Yeah, let's see what we have. A few minutes left of this, and then we'll see how we do.
Thanks for your patience. Okay, so the last thing I have is a review hearing you had on May 8, 2023 that addresses who the primary custodial parent is. Looks like there was some modifications to visitation. And then the court set this review date, presumably to see how those modifications on visitation are going. What can you folks tell me?
I think that they've been going really well. And, you know, we've talked about it and we would just kind of like to move forward to the 50-50. And I myself personally would like to just extend the time that she has from Saturday instead of ending at Monday at 6 and Tuesday at 8. I think to make it exactly 50-50, she'd probably have to have her a little bit earlier on Saturday than 6. But, I mean,
so so your proposed parenting plan had last been filed February of this year, it looks like. Are you, sir, still sticking with your request from that proposed parenting plan, or are you wanting something different?
I'm wanting something different. Things are going a lot better than what I expected, and I think that we both could be happy with the 50-50, no child support from either one of us, and I think that we could just work this out.
And okay, that's really good to hear. On the mother's end, does that comport with kind of your hopes for this case?
Yeah, originally I wanted to do 1 week on, 1 week off, but him and I both agreed that that's just too long without seeing our daughter. She's only 4, so.
Okay. So what I see here procedurally is that we don't even have temporary orders in place, an actual temporary parenting plan. We just have some bench orders addressing kind of small pieces of this. So if you folks, what I think we should do is set a new date for you. We could do that even 2 weeks out if you think you could get something to the court by then. What I would want is your new proposed parenting plan. If it's agreed, if the two of you are working together and presenting an agreed temporary parenting plan to me, certainly makes everyone's life easy. But if there's small pieces that you want me to decide, that's fine too. I would just ask that what we'll do is we'll set a new date. You guys can tell me how much time you want, submit a new proposed parenting plan, and then we'll go ahead and enter that, hear any argument on small sticking points, and then get you guys that order.
So that works for me. If there's any way we can set this out quite a ways out, I'm kind of getting in a lot of trouble for my work, having to take this much time off. So it would actually work out a lot better for me if it could be moved out. And I don't have a problem with, if she was to have more time during the week until that court date. For work purposes, it would work better for me if it was set out a lot more than 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, and that's fine. How much time do you guys want?
Whatever works best for him.
Do you want a month, or do you need more than that?
Maybe a little bit more than that.
Okay. Let's do let's see, we're here on July. So it's July 12th. You want to do September 6th?
Yeah, I think that should work fine.
Okay. So let's set this on for September 6th at 9 a.m. What my notes will reflect is that my assumption, and if things change, that's fine too, but my assumption at that time is we'll be entering a temporary parenting plan for you all. And then we can discuss how you want this case to resolve for permanent parenting plans. Okay. The other thing is you asked for the bench order right now. It allows mother Saturdays to Mondays. What are you wanting? Are you wanting the visitation to have specific days in it pending the next hearing, or what are you asking for?
I would ask that maybe it go till Tuesday at 8. So she'd have another overnight. She'd have Saturday overnight, Sunday overnight, Monday overnight, and then at 8, we can arrange for a place to meet to pick up, and that's how I'd like to do it.
Would that work for you, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. And certainly what I'll say is, because we're not doing an actual temporary order or a parenting plan, I mean, if, this is allowing you those dates, if the parties find that doesn't work, this is not mandatorily the child must be with you during these days, but we are allowing that visitation. So I will issue a new bench order today, extending that Saturday at 6 to Tuesday at 8. Otherwise, all other, visitation remaining unchanged, or custody remaining unchanged. And then we'll address all of those new issues when you submit me a new parenting plan and we come back on September 6th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else you need from the court?
I just, first time I submitted a parenting plan, I had a heck of a time. I got the wrong form and stuff. I just want to make sure what's the right form so I make sure I submit the right.
Oh, who was paying attention? It is the Form 140. Oh God, please let me be right. Please let me be right. I sound so righteous in myself. Oh fuck, please let it be a Form 140. Oh my God. This is more important to me than a lot of things in my life right now.
One and don't have confusions again.
Yes, so it is the family law form 140, and it's called parenting plan on the top.
140.
Yep.
And it's family. All right.
Okay, we can have a great week now, folks. Is she? Oh, I thought she was smoking a joint. She's Form 140. Yes. Oh my gosh. Why certain things stick, but yet I failed school. I don't know. I just don't know.
All right. That sounds good.
Oh, he can. Oh, so they do have blank forms for those at the Superior Court Clerk's office if you'd like to pick it up here.
Okay.
Yeah, I learn something new every day. Yes, you can grab those here apparently. All right, you both are free to log off and we'll see you back September 6th.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think my last case is Kendra Despain. I see you there. Thank you for being patient. And do we have Jacob? Is it Weand or Wyand?
It's Wyand.
Okay. Let me get there. This is 233-000-9408. And then Ms. Looney, you are here on this matter. Is that correct?
The state's involved only as to child support, Your Honor. I'm just observing today.
Okay, great. I see, and what I have from the parties is a request for a restraining order. I have reviewed that request, and so I'll just first ask the moving party, ma'am. Oops.
We got it. I can't even find my mute button. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. If you're new here, hit the like button. It really helps me.
Looks like you might be having a bandwidth issue, ma'am. Just go ahead and turn your camera off.
This is Cowlitz County, Washington.
Better. Can you hear me now?
I can, and I can, there we go. Yes. So are you still asking the court to move forward with the restraining order?
Yes, please. On the 31st of May, I had one set aside to try to work things out and allow him to see Lincoln, and that did not work out. So he said that I could put that back in place if I needed to, and then I did.
Okay.
I requested a new one.
Okay. And sir, are you objecting to this restraining order being put into place?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Okay. So let me go ahead. Give me just a second.
Dish the tea.
So my concern with moving forward, I'm looking, when you last brought this, ma'am, it was May 31, 2023. And it does address the statement that you were going to be working with respondent at that time. So it was dropped, but the court's ruling actually was that it was denied without prejudice because we were concerned about jurisdiction over the child.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just wondering what the folks can tell me about that.
the folks, ma'am, you're the judge. Do you think that they came here expecting to tell you about that? Who are the folks that you're talking about? I've been trying to get them on the line and they are not answering.
Honor, this
So
is
my
Ms. Looney. I may be
Hold
able
on.
to help. I may be able to help with that.
Yeah, I'm going to let Ms. Looney give the court some insight here. Thank you.
Yeah, the state was the one who brought that concern forward, so I thought it might be helpful if I laid that out.
Absolutely.
Initially, this was brought regarding a parenting plan. The child had only been living in Washington with the mother since February. But the real question at this time was that we did not have parentage established for the child legally. So the state's concern with doing a parenting plan was that we did not have parentage established, so we could not move forward with child custody or child support matters at that time.
And has anything changed since May 31st?
Not to the state's understanding, Your Honor.
Yeah, looks like the last thing the court did on jurisdiction was in June, noting that a UCC JEA conference was needed. It does not look like that's been held. So what I see, ma'am, is I won't be able to enter this order for you today. I can put in a request for this court to hold what's called a Uniform Child Custody Jurisdiction Enforcement Act conference, where I would, likely me or some other judicial officer, would be working with a judicial officer in Oregon to determine who has more substantial contacts and therefore could exercise jurisdiction over the child. And that's the best I can do for you today would be to, I could set this matter over about 30 days. And then when I can get the UCC JEA conference scheduled, I would notify both parties so that you can be present, because the Oregon judicial officer and I would be asking questions to determine who has more substantial contacts with the child.
All right, that is fine. Is there anything I need to do except wait for that court date from you?
No, let's set a 30-day review date on this matter, though, just so this doesn't get lost in the shuffle somehow. And I'll just tell you, sometimes getting these UCC JEA conferences can take some time. There's a lot of coordination with schedules, but let's reschedule a review on the jurisdiction issue to August 9, 2023 at 9 a.m.
I also wanted to clarify something that Ms. Looney said. He is not returned to my legal custody in Washington on April 24th, not February.
Yep, and those are issues that we'll be addressing when we do the UCC JEA conference. So again, this court will reach out to you when that date is set so that you both can participate. So for now, I'm going to deny, again, without prejudice, which allows you to bring this back at any time if jurisdiction is established. I'm going to deny without prejudice the restraining order based on lack of what I believe is jurisdiction at this point and the need for a UCC JEA conference. And then, did I say September 9th? We'll see you back, or August 9th, excuse me. We'll see you back on August 9th at 9 a.m. to this docket.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else, sir, on your behalf?
Yeah, last time I saw my son in the flesh was April 19th. That's the last time I saw him. And then this is the third restraining order I get. See, I get last time I talked to the judge, it was on last time I saw that was last time I saw Lincoln. Last time I talked to him was on June.
I'll just yeah, and I understand the position you're in. I can't, until I can establish jurisdiction over the child, I cannot make any rulings, decisions, or otherwise regarding your visitation, a parenting plan, a restraining order, any of it. So unfortunately, I understand your position. I just won't be too much help for you today until we have that conference.
Okay. What could I do to be able to see my son? Because I can't see my son at all. Like, I mean, we got restraining orders, but like, how do I get in contact with him? Like, just his mother's made it very clear that she wants me to have nothing to do with my son's life at all.
All right, sir. So what I just said is I can't address anything that has to do with visitation right now until I establish what state has jurisdiction over the child. I understand the position you're in. If you want legal advice, please reach out to a legal aid clinic or an attorney. Perhaps they could give you some guidance, okay? Otherwise, we'll see you back here on this docket August 9th. And you should hear from the court before then about this jurisdiction conference, okay?
Okay, all right.
All right. Thank you both. You're free to log out. Thank you, Ms. Looney. There were no matters I haven't called, correct? Okay.
Yeah, no, finally you fucking dealt with it all, Judge. Shockingly. It took you for a long time. I could have gotten through that docket faster than you could have. We're not quite done yet. We have one more that I will show tonight before we end. Well, I say one more. Actually, in the chat, you get to vote Webster or Hagen. They're both equally short. So, Webster or Hagen? Webster or Hagen? I've used all my cream up now, guys, and I have coffee left. I'm gonna have to put milk in it. Webster or Hagen, tell me what you think would be the best for us to watch now. If you don't know what I'm talking about, well, you need to spend more time with us. Webster, Webster, Webster. I'm here in Webster. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. I spilled ranch dressing on the ground. Hi, Carrie Silveri. Webster, for you, my friend. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Where is it? It's right here.
This court's going to call cause number 36837. This is in the District Court of Jasper County, Texas, and it's in the interest of Oakley Craig. Miss Audra Lowe, I need you to raise your right hand and tell me that your hand is in the air.
Yes, sir. My hand's in the air.
Audra Lowe, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You can put your hand down. Jamie Craig, please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Jamie Craig, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. Ms. Simone, does the state have any other witnesses besides the parties?
It should be just the parties.
All right. For the record, this is the lawsuit filed by the state of Texas back in February of 2022, Ms. Simone.
Yes, Your Honor.
My file indicates that neither Mr. Craig nor Ms. Lowe has been served at this time. Is that also correct, Ms. Simone?
That is my understanding.
Ms. Lowe, before we went on the record today, I explained to you what your rights were in regards to the service of citation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you willing to waive that service of citation and go forward today without being served?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Same question, Mr. Craig. Did I explain to you before we went on the record today your right to service of citation?
Yes, sir.
Are you willing to go forward today without being served?
Yes, sir.
The court will admonish and has admonished the parties to the right to service, and I find that they both voluntarily and freely waived their service of citation. Ms. Simone, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. I'd ask the court to take judicial notice of the prior order in this case.
The court will take judicial notice of its own file, including the controlling support order.
Okay. And at this time, the state will call Ms. Lowe. Ms. Lowe, Yes, will you state your full name for the court's record, please? Yes, ma'am. I'm listed underneath Audra Jean Lowe, but I was recently married, so my last name has changed on my driver's license, but not my social security card yet. So okay. And what is your that to be known too. What is your new last name? It's Lazarine. It's Lazarine. Okay. And do you have any safety concerns with your personal information being in today's court order? No, Okay. no, ma'am. Okay. And are you the mother of Oakley Craig? Yes, ma'am. And she's actually Oakley Lowe. Oh, okay. Oakley Lowe. Yes, she was born. He wasn't there when she was born, and she has my maiden name.
Okay. How old is Oakley?
She's 8. She just turned 8 June the 9th.
Okay, and you currently have an order in your case from 2018 where Mr. Craig is ordered to pay you $629.
Mom, we
Yes,
need
sir.
to stop for a second.
Yes, sir.
Miss Lowe, I'm looking at the paternity order that was signed by this court back in January of 2018 that legally changes this child's last name.
I didn't know that her name was changed. Her Social Security card has been listed underneath Lowe. I didn't know that was changed.
What you did with the information after it was done was one thing, but this is actually an agreed order that was signed by you and Mr. Craig back on January the 3rd of 2018 that changes the child's life.
Not to speak for him, but not to speak for him or not.
This is hilarious. Oakley, low down. Oh, it's getting real late. Look at me, 5 hours streaming. I'm getting all rowdy. Look at Judge Webster's face right now. Judge Webster's like, listen, bitch, I just told you that his name is different. And the fact that you don't know your child's name is a problem for Judge Webster. Do you see the straight line across his face right now? Do you know how hard it is to accomplish a straight line like that across your face? That is a frown, a furrowed disappointment frown. Also, it's not Jamie. I'm going to move myself here because it's Jammy. His name is Jammy. I got to get rid of this title too. His name is Jammy.
Nothing, but neither one of us knew that.
Okay.
So
and
this is the first I've heard of it.
I'm just telling you for the record, Miss Lowe, the child's name was legally changed in 2018.
I'm just telling you for the record, ma'am, your child's name. That's what just happened there.
Okay, so I need to change her Social Security card now then, huh?
Miss Lowe, actually, you don't have to do anything. There's nothing that has to be done from this point forward, but any new records that were on the child after 2018 should have been changed. So she should be listed.
Okay, like as far as school records and stuff, can she keep that Low? Because that's all she's known as Low.
No, ma'am, it's legally Craig. But if Mr. Craig is not complaining about it, then I don't see any reason to. But the child's last name is legally Craig.
Okay.
This poor child, they don't even know its name. What in the hell is happening here? Jammy down here is not saying anything. Itchy now.
Go ahead, Miss Simone.
Yes, sir. Okay, and you currently have an order from 2018 where Mr. Craig is ordered to pay you $629.90 a month in child support. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, has Mr. Craig fallen behind some with his child support payments?
A lot. He has not been so consistent, which I know that he's told me. I don't know how true it is, but he's had numerous health issues, and he has quit multiple jobs throughout the years, on and off. So I don't know what's going on with that situation, but he has not paid consistently. Okay. It's been months since he's paid. He'll go periodically with paying a couple months and then not paying for 3 or 4 months, or I mean, I just don't never know when he's going to pay.
At this time, the state will move to admit the pay record for Mr. Craig as State's Exhibit A.
Wow, you don't need a long pay record when you don't pay nothing.
Ms. Lowe, I've just placed on the record a copy of the pay record between you and Mr. Craig. Is it okay if I look at the pay record?
Of course.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Craig, before I ask you, please remove your cap in my courtroom.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My bad. Yes, sir.
Mr. Craig, is it okay if I look at this pay record?
Yeah, that's correct. You're more than welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. State's Exhibit A is admitted into evidence.
Okay, and the pay record shows that Mr. Craig is behind in child support by $12,172.79 as of June 30th. Have you ever received any direct payments from Mr. Craig that were not through the child support office?
No, ma'am. Nothing other than like a birthday, like $20, $30 for a birthday gift, whatever. But that's been years.
Okay. And do you want Mr. Craig to pay you the amounts that are owed to you?
Yes, ma'am. I sure do.
Okay. And can you tell me, how is Oakley covered for health insurance?
Medicaid.
Okay.
And actually, I just got paperwork about a week ago for her Medicaid renewal. But as far as her doing her renewal, I don't know how I need to go about doing that. So I wanted to wait till court today. I just didn't know what to do in that case.
Okay.
Because she doesn't need to go without insurance right now because she's having some health issues and she wears a CPAP machine.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pass this witness.
Okay, you can call your next witness.
I will call Mr. Craig.
Yes.
Yeah, before you speak up there, Mr. Craig, I'd just like to say I have a theory about Miss Simone that her last name is actually Simon, but Judge Webster said it's Simone like the first day and she never corrected him. And so now she's adopted Simone as her last name because I feel like it's Simon. Also, guys, if you're just getting here, please clock in for your shift. It really helps me with YouTube Daddy. He doesn't understand why I do these long live streams. Sometimes people are like, are you trying to get your YouTube watch hours? And I'm like, bitch, I've got lots of YouTube watch hours, okay? I don't need to worry about that. That's not my problem. I'm just here for the people. My people.
Mr. Craig, would you please state your full name for the court's record?
Jamie Lee Craig.
Okay, and you're the father of Oakley Craig, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
Right now I'm unemployed. I've never quit a job, ma'am. I have been a trucker for 30 years, and I'll wait for your further questions.
Okay, when is the last time that you worked?
First of all, great screenshot or spot for pausing, Kitch. Secondly, I know you love the long nights, Grammy Rita. Scott McCrae, yes, Simone is the French pronunciation. I am Canadian. My daughter actually has been in French immersion for almost, well, actually, she's in the going into the 10th grade. So she's been in French immersion for that many grades. And so while I don't speak French, I can read French, and I know Simone is an totally accepted pronunciation. I just create these little stories in my head about different things. C'est très bon. Ne parlez-vous français? That's all I know how to say pretty much. I took Spanish in high school. I also failed that. When my daughter was born, I made, are they really? Shalom, that's crazy. My daughter's going into the 10th grade. When she started school, she see, I can read it. Moi aussi, mon français est devenu terrible. Like, I can do a fake, fucking, like, good fake French. We should, Shalom. Here, hit, exclamation mark email in the chat, and it will pull my email up. Shoot me an email. We will definitely chat. But anyway, so here's the funny story. But when I got my daughter into French immersion, she like came home the first day and she was like, Mom, they are not speaking English at school. And I was like, oh, I know. That's what school is. It's where you learn another language. That's just what school is. And it took about 6 months before she came home and she was like, there's another kindergarten class where the kids are learning English. And I was like, oh, weird. And I mean, now she's in the 10th grade and she's lasted this long. So my theory is that was the best thing I could do for her. If I had been taught a language at that age, I probably would still remember it, but absolutely. Anybody shoot me an email if you want to. Shalom, I'd love to hear from you. I'm not great at checking my email. I try like 3 times a week to sort of power down into that.
I got laid off in June the 11th of 2023. And before that, I've been a trucker, and like COVID hit, I got laid off, and I still pay my unemployment through the insurance of unemployment of Indiana. So I've always been looking for jobs, always been consistent, but I have never quit a job, ma'am.
Okay. So who was your previous employer?
SAV out of Minnesota.
Okay. And how long did you work for them?
I started around December the 11th of 2022. No, excuse me. It's 2021. And I worked there till about the end of April, the 1st of May, because of medical reasons, ma'am.
Okay. And was that April of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you haven't been employed since April, is that correct?
No, ma'am. I went in for orientation with another company, but
I start Monday. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so mean. It's just a common thread where we hear people saying they're starting a job on Monday. Folks, you want to be impressive in court? Don't say you're starting on Monday. Say you started last Monday and you've been working a whole fucking week.
didn't work out too well.
So
Steven, you're so great. You know, I've been told that I'm very expressive with my face, so maybe I could be a silent movie star.
you've not had work since April.
No, I did work for like a week, but I never got paid.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
It was like an orientation sign-on deal that I never got paid like I was supposed to get paid.
Sounds like
and
scam,
what were you
sir.
paid when you were working for that company?
For SAV?
Yes, sir.
Well, it was by mileage, ma'am. I did coast to coast OTR trucking. So
Okay.
of course I was never home. I am home now. Pretty much I made, I don't know if you want weekly, monthly, or
Monthly would be fine.
well, gross or net.
Gross.
Okay, I would say $4,000, $3,500 average. Worked up.
I'm sorry, isn't that sort of shitty for a truck driver? Also, thank you so much saying that I have a great voice. It's so funny because people say that often in the comments now, like, wow, you have a really soothing voice. And part of me wonders if it's just the mic settings that I've figured out somehow, but um I'm really looking for a copyright free book that I can read for you guys as like a going to sleep thing. I'll read the whole book. I love reading aloud, so lots of fun. Um, isn't that shitty for like an over the road trucker? Like, shouldn't you be getting paid more than $4,000? But I guess that's 4,000 US, so which is probably like 6,000 Canadian, maybe? I don't know. Scott, no worries. I'm here for the people to please them, so don't be worried about being creepy. I'll let you know.
Up north a lot in the snow and ice, so it was kind of a hit and miss on the weather. We did get paid. We did get paid. We did not get paid if we did not drive. We were not
Okay.
hourly. Our money come through mileage.
And are you presently looking for work?
Yes, ma'am, I sure am. I got interviews I'm in Nacogdoches, Texas at the moment. I mean, I got interviews with Walmart, people local, but as far as the over the truck jobs, I don't know right now. I'm looking for something local.
Also, it is 20. Hold on. Currently, because I'm on the west coast of Canada, it's not yet midnight, but it is Wednesday, the 12th of July, 2023, guys. And what that means is there's still an absolute shortage of truck drivers, if I'm to be understanding. These are in Texas, let's hear, guys. I would love to read some books. Honestly, I've written a few short stories that I could narrate myself, but if anybody, Sashina, who's not here yet, maybe she left. I'll narrate your novel. I should be careful what I say. I'll narrate Sashina's novel, which is like a 10 book giant novel. But seriously, I have aphantasia, which means that I have no visual imagery in my mind. I've grown up that way. I never thought that was anything unusual. I've only just recently, like in the last year, found out that people actually see images in their mind. But I think that that helps me when I'm reading out loud because there's no image ever. I sort of see the words as they come by. And like, I don't see the words, I just sort of read the words. But like, there's never anything distraction in that. And absolutely, Scott, I am 100% available for voiceover work. No, but seriously, absolutely, I'd love to do that. Aphantasia, Aphantasia, no visual imagery in the mind. I have a friend who also has this. She's a teacher. She's started doing a little bit of a experiment with her class every year now. She'll do a visualization exercise where she leads people through sort of a meditation or a visualization exercise. And at the end, she asks a very non-judgmental way, so how many of you didn't actually see anything? And she says now about 5% of the kids raise their hand, which would have been me. Like anytime I close my eyes, it is completely black. And what that means is that anything I see in my mind, memory wise, or like I don't have any visual images as memory. So, my daughter, for example, who I love very much, when I think of her, there's not an image that pops into my mind. There's feelings and sort of memory experiences, but never any images. And so, even though I have ADHD and that correlates with poor driving, I think that my aphantasia helps me on that because, like, I never thought about daydreaming like a real thing, but people are seeing shit in their head. It's hard to explain to people that have aphantasia that people actually have imagery in their minds. I've grown up my whole life thinking imagination was pure imagination, something you had to create. Um, I've never, like, people often say, wow, you think outside the box. How do you come up with that idea? How do you say, like, how do you find those ideas? And that's because there is no box in my head. I can think just as well with my eyes open or closed. Um, if you have a child and you're trying to identify if this is how they learn, you might find that that child doesn't react well to like meditation or like when people would tell me to meditate all the time, I used to be perplexed. Like, why wouldn't they just say, think of a black room instead of a white room? Because to me, every time I close my eyes, it's always black. And I always thought, like, why wouldn't that, work? Um, to be clear, I've taken DMT before and had visual hallucinations, and I've also taken mushrooms before and had visual hallucinations. So I'm aware of visual imagery when you are not in charge of it, let's say. But I don't have a difficulty extrapolating from the description. It's just, so for example, I would say this, Scott, like when they often will say, like, picture an apple to do this test. For me, when you say picture an apple, my brain isn't thinking of an apple. It's thinking, what do you need to know about an apple? What kind of apple? Like it's prefacing your next comment and it's just waiting for the next input of information. There's never an image that ever pops up. It will never pop up. If my eyes are closed, if I'm concentrating, if my eyes are open, there's never going to be a difference in what I think. So, for example, when people say, I can't unsee that, I can unsee everything. However, my mind is very good at remembering things. So I can describe things to you very well, but there's never a visual image that I get to rely on. It's all a different type of memory. No, I never see words, although I'm excellent at spelling. But no, I never see words. I never see anything. And it's also why I believe I can fall asleep very simply. So as soon as I close my eyes, I can just fall asleep because I don't dream in images at all. But again, until recently, I didn't think that was anything abnormal. I thought that's how everybody was. And until recently, if you had said, imagine an apple, my brain would have imagined an apple. There would never be a picture, but I would be thinking about apples and thinking about what you wanted me to think about for the apple and why you were asking me about an apple. And so when you're trying to determine if somebody has this, the question usually you shouldn't ask is, what can you imagine? Because in fact, people without visual imagery might be more imaginative. It's what you have to differentiate between visual imagery versus just like how my brain works, I guess. It's hard to explain. There's another chatter, Gracie T, who comes in here who has the same thing. Harmony, are you saying the same thing, that you see nothing as well? It honestly is hard to explain. And my dad, recently I tried to explain it to my dad and he was like, listen, I think you're a little confused. Like they do not have pictures in their brain. Like he literally thought I was insane thinking that people had pictures in their brain. And I'm like, "No, Dad, I swear to God, they do. They do." It's very hard to explain because basically you just grow up and you compensate automatically. So you don't think that anything's wrong, but if teachers or people in my past would explain like I have very outside of the box thinking. You're able to grasp large concepts very easily and translate them into easily digestible little tidbits for people because that's what I have to do all day long, right? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just different. What happens is like when you realize though that the most people in the world are able to draw an image of a person they love in their mind when they think about them. I felt a little bit of sorrow when I realized that that's not how my mind works, that I would never see my daughter in my mind the same way. I feel her when I think of her, but there's never an image. Um, and to describe somebody, I would have a very difficult time describing them to you. Um, I would be able to talk about the experience a lot, but the description of them would be very difficult for me to come up with. It's just not how I see people. Well, let's continue with court.
Okay. And what's the longest period you've gone without unemployment? Without employment?
Without employment, the year
Yes.
I got laid off, my company was Celadon out of Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay.
That was a company that I worked for almost 2 years, and the company unfortunately went bankrupt.
Just before we move on, Scott, you've said of a good question here. You're trying to think of something, how this would give you an advantage. I can unsee anything. So, for example, I don't I don't dwell on images. I might dwell on words and experiences and ruminate, but I don't dwell on images. And so, for example, a job that I once explored taking would be for a 911 operator because, and even watching court daily and hearing about really serious things, it doesn't bother me. Those types of things don't trigger me in the same way that they might for some other people. But I do find that other senses are very strong for me. So, for example, one of the things that I've sort of worked on is whenever I go on vacation, I buy a new perfume and I wear that perfume when I'm on vacation. And then whenever I smell that perfume, I'm just taken immediately back to that vacation. So scent is a very strong sense for me. But the other thing that I found out is that this sounds so weird, but like what people hear in their minds Like if you were to see like beep beep on the screen, you might actually be able to hear like beep beep, like the sound effect. Every sound effect that goes through my mind is in my voice. I didn't realize this until recently when I was trying to read something out loud, like in my head out loud. And I was like, oh my God, it's all in my voice. None of this is like better. It's just funny. So, like, other people hear songs, I just hear me singing the song. Also, I recently did a study about aphantasia in England, and I've been selected to do a further study about it. So I'll let you guys know how that goes. But they're studying me.
That was about December of 2020. And when the COVID hit at the March after that, it was hard for me to even get a physical, to get into a doctor's office, anything, to even find a job with a CDL, man. So I was pretty much unemployed for a year. And at that time, I was getting $285. I think it was like 285 or five, something like that a week. And she still got my unemployment, what she was supposed to get, her child support out of that unemployment.
Okay, how are you currently supporting yourself?
Right now, I'm trying to find a job, man.
Okay. Are you
Yes.
paying any type of rent?
Right now, me and my fiance are paying rent, but right now at the moment, we're just trying to work things out, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have any other biological children under the age of 18?
Yes, I do, ma'am. I have my oldest son's 28, he lives in California, but I have a daughter that's 16.
Okay. Are you paying child support for her?
No, ma'am. I kind of had to go to court over that because being a mother had to leave. But other than that, I don't pay child support. No, ma'am.
Okay. I will go ahead and pass this witness.
Call your next witness.
I'll call Miss Green. Can we swear her in? I maybe get a better picture of his wage history.
I'm sorry, did he say he had a 28-year-old? Did I miss that? I walked away for 2 seconds. I was just about to say, I'm 28. No, I'm not. I'm not even close to 28. I'm closer to 38. No, I'm 35. But still, wow.
I'm so sorry that I'm not on video, guys. I tried to do it and it wouldn't bring it up.
I just tried to do something and it wouldn't bring it up either, honey. Don't worry. That was my fault, too. Shit. There we go.
Sorry.
Hey, Miss Lowe.
I didn't even realize that y'all would all be on video.
It's okay. Sometimes phones don't work real well for video anyway. So, and it's much more important for me, Miss Lowe, if I can hear you than it is to see you. Okay.
Okay.
If I have problems hearing you, then I really have issues in regards to the case. So you're okay about the video part. Raven Green, please unmute.
I apologize. I don't actually need Miss Green. I apologize.
Okay. Never mind then. Call your next witness, Miss Simone.
I don't have any further witnesses.
So what you want to do?
This is a tough one.
What the fuck are you talking about, Miss Simone? Judge is not impressed, and neither am I. This is a tough one. This is not a math test, ma'am. You're a lawyer. You work for the Attorney General's office. This should not be a toughie.
Miss Simone?
I don't have any further witnesses.
So what you want to do?
This is a tough one.
Not for me.
Can I speak? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am. I just want to see the state's position and then I'll.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Don't ever be sorry for trying to speak up for yourself. I'll get to you though.
Okay.
Go ahead, Miss Simone. What's your position?
1 second.
Unknown position. Assume doggy style when unknown.
I mean, at the moment, it testified that he has no income. So
It wasn't that in 2022 though, when you filed it, was it?
that's correct.
That's the reason why you really shouldn't let these cases linger for this long.
I do understand.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's get back to that. I'll make it easier for you. Miss Lowe, was there something else that you think I needed to know about this case before I made a ruling?
Yes, sir, please. I just want it known that Jamie has only seen Oakley physically 4 times.
Okay.
And like I said, he wasn't there for her birth.
Right.
And he's never went to any school events.
Right.
Which I've invited him to numerous times, even gave him directions and times. The 4 times that he has seen her, I've went out of my way to go out of town to meet up with him.
Miss
I
Lowe,
physically didn't even know that he lived in that.
Miss Lowe,
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to
Yes, sir.
interrupt you, and I don't want to stop you, but I need you to understand something. The only issue
Yes, sir.
before me is child support. I can't make or not make Mr. Craig be a good dad, but I can make him pay child support. Okay?
Yes, sir. I understand.
So his contact with the child, while it's very important for the child and the child's well-being, is absolutely no relevance to me today. Okay. I mean, as a judge, I'd like to think that all parents are great parents and spend equal amount of time with their kids, but I can't make that happen in lawsuits that are filed in my court because they're never issues before me. Okay.
Yes, sir. I just want it known that I'm doing my part, doing my best to raise my kiddos. And I feel like that's the least he can do is to help support her.
Okay.
I mean, but that's all I had to say.
Well, and I will say in Mr. Craig's defense that while he was working for those 2 years, he was paying. So, that was working the way it was supposed to. But I do admit that for the last 4 months or 3 months since Mr. Craig's been unemployed, there has been no support paid, and that's what needs to change. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Craig, I have your undivided attention at this time.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you how these things go. I'm old. I'm an old man.
Oh my God, I love it already. This is becoming a fucking classic moment. Yes, I said doggy style. That's my favorite. Um, uh, Judge Webster, I love him so much. Did he just say I'm an old man? He did.
And one of the things that I believe in is that you have an obligation to support your child. Now, I do understand that sometimes times get tough and it's hard to find a job. But the last thing I'm going to do in your case, Mr. Craig, is reduce your child support based on the fact that you don't have a job. You understand?
Yes, okay.
So I got 2 options today. The first option is I just deny the motion and you keep being ordered to pay $629 a month. That's the first option. That's the one I'm leaning. That's the one I'm leaning toward.
Yes, sir.
The second option is I can reset this case. You can go get a job and you can send your paycheck stubs to the Attorney General's office so they verify that you have a job and what you're making. And then when we come back here, I'll set the child support based on your new job.
That's correct. I understand that, sir.
All right. So we understand what floor we're on at this time. I want you to know when I come back to court on this case, if you either don't show up, okay, or you don't have a job, then I'm going to deny the motion at that time. Okay.
I understand that, sir.
So
and can I say something, sir? Oh, my bad.
It's okay, Mr. Craig. The last thing I want to do is get into some type of
I understand
a dirt throwing match between you and
I don't throw dirt.
This is all about the child support.
Yes, sir. I understand.
But it's also about you showing to me that you're going to do what you need to do to make sure the money is going through my court.
I always have, and I've been through a rough patch the last 4 months.
That's why I'm giving you this chance.
Yes, sir.
But I'm putting the pressure. I'm putting the pressure on you, Mr. Craig. It's going to be your responsibility to go get a job, show proof of that job to the Attorney General's office, and then show back up in my court.
That's fine. Yes, sir.
If you don't do all 3 of those things, when we come back here in my court, then I'm just going to relieve the child support at $629 a month.
That's fine, sir.
And that way it's because I want, if your child support is not right, Mr. Craig, I want to fix it.
I understand that.
You should only be paying child support based on your income.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. So I need you to go get the job and then
Yeah.
show that proof to the AG's office so they can show me. And when we
Yes,
come
sir.
back to court, whether the child support stays the same, goes down or goes up, you've got a job and I'm gonna be able to have the good information in front of me to set the right child support for Oakland.
That's fine, sir.
All right. Does everybody understand what's gonna happen when we come back?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you one more question?
You
Sorry.
can ask, Ms. Lowe. I may not be able to answer it, but you can ask.
As far as her medical, with that renewal coming up for Medicaid, with my income and my new husband's income, I don't know if she would still be eligible to get Medicaid. And I just want to make sure and Jamie's supposed to be doing the insurance part.
Right.
And I was supposed to be, I guess, paying the prescriptions out of pocket myself. But I don't know how to go about doing that because, like I said, she doesn't need a lapse in insurance right now. And I know that he's not working.
Ms. Lowe, the problem is that there's not a whole lot of opportunities for you in this state in order to make sure that your child's insurance is maintained. Obviously, Mr. Craig is not going to be able to provide insurance because he's not working this time. Whether or not you continue to qualify for Medicaid is between you and Medicaid, and there's nothing that I can do about that. That's a federal agency, and I certainly don't have any control over what they do.
Yes, sir.
So you're just going to have to do the best that you can in the meantime until we come back to court. If you don't qualify for Medicaid anymore, then you need to go out and find some health insurance. And when we come back to court, I'm going to order Mr. Craig to pay you for it.
Okay, that's all I was concerned about. That's what I was wondering.
Now, if Oakley's medical premiums are $600 a month, I may not be able to order Mr. Craig to pay you $600 a month, but he will be paying something if that's what you're required to do.
Yeah, that's all I'm concerned about right now.
$600 a month? Is that possible? You guys got to remember that I'm Canadian, so none of this is familiar to me at all. $600 a month? I would hope that would get you a lot of insurance. Bitches against bullshit. Friend here. Welcome. Clock in for your shift, my friend. I guess it's possible. You know, I just claim Canadian ignorance on a lot of these things and say, thank you, Jesus, for putting me in Canada.
Is because she's having thyroid issues and, like I said, breathing issues, and I don't want her to have her CPAP machine taken away, and that's things that she relies on daily. So
Miss
Who is going to take away a child's CPAP machine? What kind of heartless shit could you possibly have going on that it's $600 a month, you're not covering a child's CPAP machine? Fight me on that, bro. That's ridiculous. That's out of control. She's being dramatic, I guess. I mean, once the machine's been issued, they're not going to take it back.
Low, please.
That was my main concern.
Believe it or not, people don't always believe me, but the medical needs of the children in my court are always the most important thing to me.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Because good
All
parent,
right.
bad parent, not paying parent, paying parent, those are things that I always try to address. But a child that doesn't get their medical care looked after, that's more important because that's the most tragic.
Judge Webster ain't standing for that. And neither am I. As a Canadian. Listen, I'm an immigrant to Canada. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I'm a very thankful immigrant to Canada. I am so thankful to be here. Oh, Canada. This is insane to me, though, the insurance rates. Absolutely insane. I have to pay for my medicines, but I don't have to. I mean, it's nuts. If I was needing to go to the hospital, you guys have known I've gone to the hospital. They're cool. Nobody's charging me shit.
Yes, sir.
All right. You both, what's a reset date?
I was going to say, how much time did you want to give for a reset, Judge?
60 days.
Okay. Take us into September.
Whatever that date is, just man. Whatever the date is that you have there.
Do you want to say September 20th?
That sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Craig and Miss Lowe, they're going to send
If I registered for Fair Pharmacare, which I probably should, Shalom D, but I'm ADHD, so I can't do paperwork properly. Look at me holding the joint outside, which I'm not. I'm just like leaning in halfway and halfway leaning outside the house. Um, oh my God. She can't get a hysterectomy in Canada? That's crazy. Um, let's just keep going.
Send you a notice for September the 20th. Just make sure you come back into my court at that time, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Simone, I'm gonna make a note in my docket sheet that both parties appeared today in the waive service, so we won't have a service issue in the future.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, you're both free to go. I thank you for your patience today.
Oh shit. Okay, Judge. Well, let's find something else quick. I've got more, guys. Don't worry. I've got so much court, you wouldn't believe it. Seriously, now I'm smoking inside. Do not tell Nana. I'm gonna get myself in trouble.
This court's gonna call cause number 39956. This is in the District Court of Jasper County, Texas.
Hold
And it's in
on.
the interest of Olivia Thomas.
Hold on before we get going on that. Wait times are okay. Don't tell her bitches against bullshit. Hold on. Here's the thing. Wait times in Canada can be long for optional procedures. However, if you show up at the hospital and you need serious things, um, you're gonna get your treatment that you need. We are very good at immediate emergent care. Um, non-urgent care, no, that's not great to be dealt with here. If you have the money, I absolutely recommend going down into the States or into Mexico and going for a tannin scan or any of those things. But immediate problems, absolutely, you're gonna get taken care of. It will be dealt with. Sometimes advocacy is the biggest problem. Being your own medical and like advocate in a medical system is extremely difficult. So having somebody to do that for you is critical in the Canadian healthcare system. Sometimes if you don't have a family member there, you might not get the medicine that you need, or you might not get the care that you need. And that's not to be rude towards the people that are providing that care. They are overworked, but as an advocate, sometimes you have to force the issue. Luckily, I'm great at being mouthy for myself, but I'm also really good when I go to the hospital. My daughter had appendicitis last year and her appendix ruptured. We ended up having to get surgery and she was in the hospital for 3 days. And I was like buying those nurses fucking food every part of the day. I was like, breakfast time, ladies. What are we getting? And they're like, what? I'm like, I'm going to get breakfast, bitches. I'm fucking tired. I need a coffee. And then like tacos for dinner. And they were just like loving me. Whatever my daughter needed, we got it handled. Because I handled it.
Mr. Asa Thomas, I need you to raise your right hand and tell me that your hand is in the air.
Okay, it's in the air.
Mr. Thomas, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. Miss Barbara Davis, please raise your right hand. Barbara Davis, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You can put your hand down. Miss Simone, does the state have any other witnesses besides the parties?
It should just be the parties.
All right. The court is going to note that Miss Barbara Davis filed an answer in this case. It was filed in my court on May the 10th of 2022. However, Mr. Thomas has not been served. Mr. Thomas, before we started this record, I explained to you what your rights were in regards to the service of citation. Is that correct?
Talking to me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Thomas. Yeah, I did explain to you that your right to be served with papers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you understand what your rights are?
Yes.
Are you willing to go forward today with this lawsuit, even though you haven't been served at this time?
Yes.
Okay. I just a yes or no, please, Mr. Thomas. Yeah and nah, I don't really pick up that well, okay?
I
Well,
said yes.
okay, it didn't come across that way for me, Mr. Thomas, but I thank you. All right, Ms.
Yes,
Simone,
sir.
your case has been called.
Thank you. The state will call Miss Davis. Miss Davis, would you state your full name for the court's record, please?
Barbara Joanne Davis.
Okay, and do you have any safety concerns with your personal information being in today's court order?
No.
Okay. What is the name of the child we're here for today?
Olivia Michelle Thomas.
Hey, when was Olivia born?
July 9th, 2021.
And how old is Olivia?
Hold on. If we were going to guess between the lady on the screen right over there and me, between who had a child who was 2 years old and who had a child who's 15 years old, who would you guess? Do I look like I have a 15-year-old child? Sometimes I'm like, maybe I look good. I don't know. This is crazy to me. A 2-year-old? Oh, I couldn't have imagined having a 2-year-old right now. I have a 15-year-old.
She just turned 2.
Okay, do you and Olivia reside together in Jasper County?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Who is Olivia's father?
Asa Thomas.
Okay, at this time, the state will move for the admission of the acknowledgement of paternity for Olivia as State's Exhibit A.
Larry Beaver. Fucking Larry Beaver. It's so late. I'm gonna fire you, you little jerk. Ooh, I'm having a lot of fun tonight. If you're new here, this is Larry Beaver. He provides beaver buffer dams when we need them. This is a beaver buffer dam. Scott says his is 23. She can be annoying in her own way. Hey, listen, I am the oldest daughter of 4 for my dad. I'm sure I'm annoying for him, but I still feel like a little girl sometimes.
Ms. Davis, I've just placed on the screen a copy of the alleged acknowledgement of paternity for Olivia Thomas. Is it okay if I look at this document?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, let's be clear. I love kids and I love toddlers. I have been a nanny before and I really enjoy it. Also, I had my daughter when I was 19 years old, which I don't recommend for anybody. So there's a reason that I look so young when I've had a 15-year-old. Um, Also, I ran a mommy group when I was 20 years old. I started running this group. Actually, Shalom D, you might have heard of this, but I used to run a group called Awesome Mommies, and we had a spot on Check News every week called Parenting Minute, where I did this parenting sort of breakdown, which was hilarious to me because I was 20 years old with a baby, unmarried, not really, I didn't even graduate high school. And then all of a sudden, I become this parenting expert we had a group with over 500 local moms. Yeah. And we did events every day of the week, and I had a spot on Check News and all those different things as a young mom. And all these parents would, come to me and they'd be like 35, 40 years old. And I'd be like, I don't fucking know, but let me Google it quick while you're here. And I really enjoyed actually that working with parents. But I knew my limit was one child that I could give enough attention to.
Mr. Thomas, the same question. Is it okay if I look at this acknowledgement for Olivia?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. State's Exhibit A is admitted into evidence.
Okay, were you and Mr. Thomas ever in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay, when did that relationship end?
I don't know exactly. Prior to our daughter being born, we decided that we were not going to continue a relationship per se, but would just be her parents.
Okay. Has Mr. Thomas ever provided financial support for Olivia?
From the day she was born until now, he has provided $1,555 that were all submitted to me via Cash App.
Okay. Are you asking the court for any other back child support today?
Yes.
Okay. And who does Olivia live with?
Me.
And who makes the major life decisions for her?
Me.
And who makes the day-to-day decisions?
Me.
And when did Mr. Thomas last see Olivia?
May 2022, over a year and a half ago.
Okay. And what is his relationship like with Olivia?
She does not recognize him. She does not know who he is. He has refused to come see her. He will not call her. She does not know that he is her father.
Okay. And what safety concerns do you have with Mr. Thomas visiting Olivia?
At this time, I would like to ask that he only have supervised visitation. For one, because he has untreated mental health issues, that I do have messages stating proof that he is not taking his proper medication and has avoided being treated, for which he stated was financial reasons. But on top of the untreated mental health issues, she does not know him. He is a stranger to her.
Okay. If the court were to order a period of supervised visits, are you?
Hold on. If there was any judge that I had faith in issuing proper orders, it is Judge Webster from Texas. He will issue a phased in visitation schedule. I'm calling it at this point with 12 steps at each phase. That's what I'm guessing. 12 steps at each phase. We'll see what happens. You know how I know my judges. I know Judge Webster. I know him. He worries about the children. By the time this child's alone with this dad, it'll be 2 years from now. I'm calling it now.
Able to supervise those visits?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How is Olivia covered for health insurance?
She is on his health insurance.
Okay. And is she also on his dental insurance?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay.
And
Okay.
he's court. May I add something to that?
Go
He's
ahead.
court ordered.
No,
He has
Miss
court
Davis,
ordered.
Miss Davis. Miss
Yes.
Davis, just answer Miss Simone's questions, please, okay?
Look,
I'll
yes,
give
sir.
you, I'll give you a chance to expand, but right
There's-
now, I want to try to stay just on track.
Okay. So
Yes, sir.
she does not have dental insurance to your knowledge.
No.
Okay. I'll pass this witness.
Okay, call you next week.
I'll call Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, would you state your full name for the court's record, please?
Asa Matthew Thomas.
Okay. And you are Olivia Thomas's father, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you ever provided any financial support for Olivia?
None other than what was said already.
Okay.
Bad answer, sir. The answer should be yes, of course.
So you agree that you have given her, it was $1,055?
Yes.
Okay. And where does Olivia, or who does Olivia live with?
Her mother, Barbara.
Okay. And who makes the major life decisions for Olivia?
Her mother does.
And who makes the day-to-day decisions?
Her mother.
Okay. How often do you see her?
It's been over a year.
Okay. And are you a resident of Louisiana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you presently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who do you work for?
Clean Harbors.
Okay. And how long have you worked for them?
About 6 years.
Okay. And are you paid hourly or a salary?
Hourly.
And what are you paid per hour?
$20 an hour.
Okay. Do you work 40 hours per week?
Yes.
Do you work overtime?
Yes.
How much overtime do you typically work?
It varies from 40 to 60 on an average.
Is that an average per week or month?
Week.
Okay. And what is your hourly rate for overtime?
$30.
Okay. And did you have health insurance through your employer for Olivia?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what the cost of that health insurance is?
I believe it's around 50 a week.
Okay.
I don't really know the exact number.
And how many people?
I'm sorry, did he just say fucking $250 a week? Also, I was born in Scotland in Glasgow. I came to Canada as a wee baby, a wee babby, if you will, which is why I don't have an accent, but most of my family does have an accent, so I can understand Scottish, no problem. But I do not speak it. As a bairn, as a bairn. $50 a week? Okay, that would make more sense, Tin Man. Apparently you're more with it than I am. Ooh, we're coming on 6 hours, guys. We're gonna end after this one, just so y'all know. We have 11 minutes left, plus whatever I talk. So probably like
People are on that plan?
3.
3? Okay.
Yes.
And do you also have dental insurance available through your employer?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. And do you have any other biological children under the age?
Hi, Crystal. Welcome. And that's interesting, Scott. I've worked in many different jobs, many different jobs, and oftentimes people say that I sound like I'm from Minnesota. Eh? I sound like I'm from Minnesota. But I am from the west coast of British Columbia, but raised by Scottish people. So that's what you get.
Age of 18.
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pass this witness.
Call you next week.
No further witness. I have no further witnesses.
All right. So, y'all hold on for me 1 second. I got some questions, but I need to answer one of my own questions first. Just be patient with me.
No, we do not, Shalom. I'm trying not to cough because I was outside smoking weed. When I used to work for AT&T, hold on, Judge Webster, just hold on. When I used to work for AT&T, they had a rule that you were not allowed to say that you were Canadian. If people asked specifically, which they often did, you would say, "Oh, I'm just north of Seattle." And that was sort of the rule when I worked at that company. So they really didn't want you to extrapolate about your Canadianness for some reason. They were like, no. It was part of the training. They used to tell us, yeah. One year, I pulled a prank on one of the guys that I worked with at the call center. He had been on a very long call with this older lady who kept asking where he was from, and he wouldn't tell her because we're not allowed to tell her. But she kept saying, "I want to send you a gift. I want to send you a pie." And he kept deflecting it or whatever. And like 4 hours later, and of course, I'm sitting beside him listening to this conversation. I know, Nana, I'm fine. I'm sitting beside. You said she worked nights. You can't be quiet during the day and the night. And then anyways, so they sorry, Nana's getting mad at me because there's a lady downstairs that works night. I'm like, well, fuck, if she works night, why can't I be loud at night? Anyways, oh, she's coming back. Oh, Canadian. So, yeah, I can't remember. Let's keep watching and I'll remember. Nana distracted me. Judge Webster and Nana gonna beat me. Can you close those, Nana? Judge Webster's taking his time. Oh, the story about the guy at the call center. Oh, yeah. So he was talking to the lady on the phone for like a long time and she kept asking for his location and he kept refusing to give it to her. So, like, 4 days later, I I bought a pie and I got it delivered to the security department and addressed to him. And I made it so it seemed like it was from her and they delivered it for me. And so it was hilarious because he was like, what the fuck is this? And he opened it up and it was a pie. And the lady had been talking about giving him a pie. And it was really funny. He was like, how the hell did you figure it out? And I'm like laughing in the background, like, oh my God, this is great. Like the best $10 I've spent on a pie in a long time. And then the boss came out and was like freaking out because he had revealed the secret location of the call center and they were going to fire him. And I had to like crawl out from under my desk where I was laughing my ass off. And they're like, fucking
All right, I think
Sean's
you both can be.
hold on. Judge Webster, I'm not quite done yet. Sean's like in trouble. This lady found him. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, nobody found him. I sent the goddamn pie. Way to ruin the joke, Andy. But it was hilarious while it lasted. It was a great joke. That's a great practical joke to play. Nobody got hurt. People got pie. I mean, you want to talk about a well executed joke? That's a great joke. Execution. Yes, Judge Webster, if you'd like to speak now. Yeah, there's always that one, Andy. Honestly, Andy, okay, last story about the call center before I stop. That call center operated here and they had like 1,200 jobs at one point. But I worked there towards the end of the call center life. And as I am now, I was stoned most of the time when I was at that job. However, it did not impede my ability to do that job. I just happened to be stoned, just like I am now. And so one time they pulled me aside and they were like, we noticed the smell of weed around. And I was like, wow, yeah, I noticed that too. I wonder who's got the good weed. Like, we should get them to share. And they just did not find that funny, but they needed employees. So they just kept me working there. And like 3 weeks later, I remember being like, I'm going to quit this job. This fucking job sucks. I don't want to work here. And I went to Andy, the boss, and I was like, hey, Andy, I quit. And Andy was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Go into like T9 mode. I'm like, what? And it's like the mode where you're allowed to be where you're not like on the clock, but you're on the clock. And he like took me out for this walk down to the gas station and he bought me a pack of cigarettes. I smoked at the time. It was a long time ago. And he bought me a pack of cigarettes and he was like, I really see you going forward in this company, Kitch. And like you're gonna be a manager soon, Kitch. You can't quit. You're like on your way up the ladder. And like for a minute, I was taken by Andy and the cigarettes. You know, we smoked, we walked back along. I went back to work. I was like, wow, you know, okay, I'm gonna be a manager here. And it was like literally an hour and a half later when I was like, whoa, no, Andy, no, I don't want to work here at all. And I went up to Andy's desk and I like tossed the cigarettes on the desk and I was like, no, fucking Andy, I'm done. I'm out. And let me say, Scott, I've had multiple instances now with Andrews, and yeah, they are fucking trouble. But anyway, so I quit. I literally walked out. I got into my 1989 Toyota Corolla. I lit a cigarette that I purchased myself. I smoked my way back home, and I walked into my house, and I was quite happy that I had quit my job. I woke up the next morning, and I thought, I will find a new job. And I started doing that. And then a week later, everybody that worked at the place, all 1,200 people got laid off and they shut down the whole place. There was no more Andes. But I had a weak start on getting a new job. Okay, Scott, yeah, if your cousin is a pitcher for the Phillies, we'll give him a pass with his name Andrew. But I will tell you a story about a guy named Andrew later, another day.
My first question is, Mr. Thomas, you haven't seen Olivia in over a year. How come?
Before he answers that, no, I did not miss out on unemployment because I got a job immediately right after, and I like working better than I like unemployment, weirdly.
No excuse.
Okay. And I thank you for being honest, Mr. Thomas. I do. Okay. This next question is going to be personal, and I apologize. Miss Davis says that you might have some mental struggles. Are you currently ordered to, or not ordered, but are you currently under any type of doctor's care for any type of mental struggles?
Well, I'm bipolar schizophrenic.
Okay. Are you supposed to be taking medication for it?
Yes.
Are you taking your medication for it?
It's been a while.
Okay. And the people where you work, they're not having any problems with that?
No.
Okay. This is all important to me, Mr. Thomas, for no other reason than Olivia's safety. You understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. So, and I don't like asking people real personal questions like that, but I mean, I got a 2-year-old here and I got some concerns. Okay.
I understand.
All right. What city you live in, Mr. Thomas, in Louisiana?
Sulphur.
Okay. You're not that far away then.
No.
Okay.
Very diplomatic way to put it. MH issues, mental struggles. We are so close done, guys. After this hearing, we are done. It's been over 6 hours now. Somebody put me to it. I can't even remember who at this point.
Ms. Davis, is there anything else that you think I need to know about this case before I make a ruling?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Thomas, is there anything else that you think I need to know about this case before I make a ruling?
I don't believe.
Okay. Ms. Simone, is there anything further from the state?
No, sir.
Court's going to find the court has jurisdiction. The court's going to find that based on the testimony of the parties, it is not in Olivia's best interest to name the parties as joint managed conservator. Ms. Davis will be the sole managed conservator in this case. Mr. Thomas will be a possessory conservator. Mr. Thomas will have visitation with Olivia at any and all times mutually agreed to by the parties. If no mutual agreement, then Mr. Thomas is going to have a phased-in visitation schedule. And the only reason why I'm doing a phased-in visitation schedule, because there's been a lack of contact for the last year and because Olivia is very young. Otherwise, there wouldn't be as long a phase as what I'm going to order. The phased-in visitation will be 10 visits at each phase, Ms. Simone. That will be 10 supervised visits at the home of Miss Barbara Davis for 4 hours on the first, third, and fifth.
If we recall, my guess was 12 visits per phase. I was wrong. It is 10 visits per phase. I did think about that as an option as a guess, but I went with 12. I am wrong. We're almost done, guys.
Fifth Saturday of each month, followed by 10 unsupervised visits at the same times of the week and month, followed by 10 unsupervised visits for the day, where Mr. Thomas will have Olivia for the entire Saturday, followed by 10 one-night overnight visits, where Mr. Thomas will be able to pick up the child on Saturday, overnight, bring the child back on Sunday. All visitations will be on the first, third, and fifth Saturday of each month. Once that last phase is completed, then Mr. Thomas can have standard possession. I'm going to order Mr. Thomas to maintain the health and dental insurance that he has on the child at this time. I do understand that Mr. Thomas said that, and Ms. Davis said that the child did not have dental insurance. I'm ordering Mr. Thomas to carry that. I did actually give him some additional credit for that. I believe that if his current company has health insurance, they certainly have dental insurance under the new statutes. Based on Mr. Thomas's testimony, I'm going to set child support in this case at $625 per month, beginning August the 1st of 2023. Obviously, there's some retroactive child support in this case. I'm going to take into consideration where Mr. Thomas lives, as well as the age of the child, and order that retroactive child support will be $7,695. Mr. Thomas will pay that back at a rate of $50 a month, also beginning August 1st of 2023. There'll be no non-disclosure in this case. I did give credit to Mr. Thomas for the Louisiana state income taxes. That's one of the things that I was looking up before I started asking my questions. Court costs by Mr. Thomas, but I will give him until January 31st of 2024 to pay my court cost. Ms. Simone, does that take care of all the issues in this case?
Yes, sir. How much credit did you give for the health insurance and dental?
$250.
Okay, altogether.
Yeah, I'll just do 200 for the health insurance and 50 for the dental.
Okay.
And then I gave 3.5%, which is what it is currently for Mr. Thomas's income for the.
Isn't that $600 a year for dental? Shouldn't that get you a fucking dental cleaning? That's crazy. In Canada, we might have universal health care, but we do not have universal dental care.
State income taxes state income taxes in Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
All right. Miss Davis and Mr. Thomas, what's going to happen now is Miss Simone's office is going to send me a proposed order. If it matches what I said here today, I'm going to sign it and get it back to them. Then they're going to make a copy of it and send it to each of you. Miss Davis, you got any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions?
I do pay child support for another child.
Ah, see. How old is that child?
He's 18.
Okay. So you still have ongoing child support, or are you just paying off arrears?
I'm paying off arrears, and I think in Mississippi, I got to pay until he's 21.
I didn't figure that. Hold on one second, Miss Simone. Thank you for telling me that, Mr. Thomas. That makes a difference in my calculations. And I should have asked you that because I forgot.
You should have asked him that, and so should Miss Simone have asked that. Do you have any other children under the age of 18 that you're currently paying child support for? Is the question that is normally asked. That does change the calculation. I will guess by about $25. That's my guess. They don't really accurately guess that one. Let's see what it is. Guys, if you're just getting here or you've been here all night but you've decided not to, go ahead and hit that like button. YouTube Daddy and I, he's a fickle master. I got to figure out how to wrap him around my finger.
So that's on me.
Okay.
Yep. 5:45, Miss Simone.
5:45.
What was it before? 6:30? So I was off. Wow, that's almost $100. Wow. Imagine that, $100 per kid. I can do a really good fake Southern accent, but I am Canadian, I promise.
All right. I apologize for that, y'all. I actually have it written down on my note here to ask, and I forgot. Did you have something else, Miss Davis?
Yes, his health insurance cost him 0 for Olivia because she is the additional child on there.
Doesn't make any difference, Miss Davis. I have to give him
Okay.
credit based on a pro rata, but I do understand.
Okay.
If you think you can go out and get a better policy, Miss Davis, than the small amount of money that I gave him credit for that, you're welcome to go do so and then file a lawsuit and see if it needs to be adjusted.
Certainly not.
Okay.
Will that change his retro figure at all?
No,
No. Okay.
no. Because I'd already built into some factors in that, so it's sufficient.
Okay.
All right. So we made that some minor adjustment. Again, Mr. Thomas, I thank you for giving me that information, and I apologize again for not asking. All right. They'll send you both a copy of it once I send it to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're both free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Judge, for freeing me from the prison that I put myself in of court watching. No, it's not a prison. You guys know I love it. Listen, guys, hold on one second while I pop myself up onto the screen as I literally pressed the button and it didn't do it. There we go. Look at that. You guys, this was fun. Thank you so much for being here. If this is your first time here, please go ahead and subscribe. I don't always do 6 hours a night. I often do 2 hours a night. But you never know. Some nights I just go crazy. Also, Shalom, definitely send me an email. I'd love to hear from you guys. Please like the video. Tomorrow, if you're looking for me, you can find me hanging out at Credence and Mikey, where the boys have fun all day long, baby. What else do I have to announce? It is Christmas in July, so you can go ahead and send me something to the P.O. Box if you want me to open it. We're having a Y2K party for August. I'm going to Florida in September. We're having a wonderful evening. Tin Man, be safe. Have a good sleep. You guys, I love you all. Thank you for being here. Remember that I'm proud of you and that I love you and that I will see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye. And Larry Beaver says,